Hi, good morning.
Good morning there. I'll just come on the screen so you don't feel completely alone. I think we're just waiting for committee to start, and we're all on mute and cameras off until that happens. Just so you know why there's no one there.
Okay, I'll do the same. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
Councillor Dryden.
Councillor Robert Dryden, Planning Committee, Ward for Cherry Hinton.
Councillor Dave Bagent, Labour member for Romsey.
Councillor Katie Thornborough, Labour member for Petersfield.
Councillor Sam Carling from West Chesterton.
Bennett, Abbey Ward. I'm not stating my party because this is an apolitical regulatory committee.
Councillor Katie Porrer from Market Ward.
Councillor David Levine from Trumpington.
Thank you, councillors. Yeah, I did note that, and you're absolutely right, Councillor Bennett. Right. Officers present at the table are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Copies of the agenda can be found in Committee Room 2. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. And also good to give the item number as well, as for people, for people like me on computers, I don't have page numbers. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so you do not interrupt proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the committee room note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request. That's a Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Please could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in committee room 1 can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Are there any apologies for, no, there aren't, are there, because we're all here? No, that's right. Moving on to agenda item 3, any declarations of interest? Councillor Bagent.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, Cambridgeshire Cycling Campaign, which is an organisation that sets out to reduce traffic on roads and improve cycle safety. I mention this in the same way as I did being a member of the Labour Party, because I think it's important for people that are watching to know my affiliations. Thank you.
Well, we don't normally do that, councillor, but that's your prerogative, I suppose. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6, Cheddar's Lane, is in my ward and I live close to it. I have not received any representations either before or against from residents or engaged in any private correspondence about it, and I believe that my discretion remains unfettered, and I intend to vote on this item. Also, item 12 for Uphall Road. I have close friends living in the area whose properties are very close to it, and I feel that it would be appropriate for me to withdraw from this item for that reason.
Okay, thanks for that very clear declaration of interest, councillor. Just to be clear to other councillors, if an item is in your ward, you do not need, but it's your prerogative to always do it if you wish to. You don't need to declare an interest for that reason. Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. So 4 of these are in my ward. Just to confirm, for item 5, the Varsity, and item 8, 30 Mays Causeway, I will be sitting on the committee. There has been correspondence with residents, but that's been handled with other ward councillors, so my discretion is unfettered. For item 7, the ice rink, I will remove myself from debate and vote, and I will speak as ward councillor. And the same for item 9, land adjacent to Grafton House. I will remove myself from debate and I will speak as ward councillor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Any more for any more? No. Oh yes, councillor Carling.
Thank you. Yeah, so item 7, the ice rink and parkers piece, I will also withdraw from that one just because I'm the executive councillor with responsibility for open spaces and there's a danger of perception of bias.
Thank you, councillor. Right. Okay, let's move on then. So next item is minutes. So I shall shine the minutes of the meeting of the 2nd of August, if that's okay with everyone. Yep. Looks like thumbs up. Yep. And so, right, let's get going then. So item 5, the Varsity Hotel. So speakers, we have speakers. We've got Lorna Gordon, Philip Kratz, Will Davies, the latter is the applicant, and Councillor. No. Oh, Councillor Martinelli, Ward Councillor, submitted a written statement. Also have Jonathan Brooks on this list. James, can you? Ah, right, shouldn't be in that box. Okay, that's fine. I thought too, that seems a bit odd. So the objectors are Cecilia Reid is crossed out. So Lorna Gordon and Philip Kratz, correct? Yeah. And it's 6 minutes to speak. So I'm presuming about 3 minutes each. I don't know if you've liaised between one another, but if there's a problem with that, put your hand up and we'll discuss. Otherwise, we'll just do the 6 minutes, and if one uses 2.5, the other can use 3.5 sort of thing. But obviously the applicant gets 6 minutes as well in total. I think that's all clear. Good, okay. Right, so the Varsity Hotel. Charlotte, you're the case officer. If you're ready to present the item then, please. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen.
Before you go on, actually, we could have the speakers at the table, couldn't we? Because I forgot we're in here today. So if those speakers want to join us at the table and the public speakers at the end, that might be nicer, mightn't it, really? That's what we normally have done in here. I think there's enough. Are there enough seats? I think there aren't there. We can always move another seat, look forward if you want. Look, there are 4 in total. There seems to be 5. We can always rejig the seats and so on when we're actually speaking, if you like, if it's a bit crowded. Hope everyone's okay with that. It's just, it feels like you're more in the debate then when you're here and actually speaking rather than having to sit at the back, because that's more like you. People are... Thank you, Councillor Bick, for helping. Okay, I think we're good then. Okay, so Charlotte, if you're ready.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so this application is at the Varsity Hotel and Spa in Cambridge. It seeks permission for the installation of an all new weather, lightweight retractable roof canopy and associated works. So as part of the proposal, the existing glass...
Charlotte, sorry to interrupt. Just move your microphone a bit closer to you and make sure you keep your paper away from the root to the microphone so we can all really hear you really well. Thanks very much.
Sorry about that. So as part of the proposal, the existing glass balustrade, which sits on the perimeter of the roof, would be removed and replaced with a structure constructed of steel framing and glazing. The structure itself would be a permanent fixture with retractable elements comprising of guillotine and / telescopic style windows and canopies within the roof section. To remind members of the background, the application was deferred from Planning Committee in July as members requested time to undertake a site visit and for additional information to be submitted regarding impacts of potential lighting. The applicant has put together additional information in this regard to provide clarity on the lighting impacts, including high quality evening visualisations and a lighting analysis. The applicant has also submitted additional information to make the proposal clearer for members, including an isometric drawing and examples of similar canopy systems in examples around the country. Some members undertook a site visit on Monday, and I will share some photos from that site visit as we go through the presentation. So there's quite a few updates here. Officers would like to note that Councillor Anthony Martinelli has written in support of the application, commenting that the economic benefits are important and likely to outweigh the harm. He has recently updated his comments again to suggest that he feels there's been sufficient time for members to consider the application and would be grateful if a decision could be made today. In addition to this, several additional representations have been received in support of the application since officers finished their report. The comments reiterate points already covered within the officer report, providing support to the design of the structure, including at night time, and also noting its economic benefits and its year-round use. Also, an additional representation has been received on behalf of Magdalen College in objection to the application. They comment that the isometric drawing shows the visual bulk and scale of the structure and note the visibility in dark times, which would not have been previously lit due to seasonal use. This is acknowledged by officers. Also, the Ministry of Defence has provided comments on the application. They have no objection, however, do seek a condition to secure construction details to ensure cranes and other equipment would not interfere with air traffic movements. Officers suggest that this condition is reasonable and should be added to the recommendation. Finally, the applicant has written to members of the Planning Committee to highlight the examples of similar proposals at the Trafalgar Roof Terrace. They also highlight the additional representations that have been made in support of the application and provide a covering letter to summarise these supportive representations and the additional information that's been submitted since the previous committee. Okay, so moving on to the plans now. This slide shows the site location plan and an aerial photograph to give some context to the site. Here members can see Jesus Green to the northeast, Magdalen Bridge and Magdalen College here, and St John's College just down here. Sorry, I'll just move that out of the way. There we go. Members who came on the site visit will remember that we walked along Magdalen Bridge and through Magdalen College to see views of the proposal and onto Jesus Green as well. This shows the block plan of the proposal site as well as an aerial photo which is slightly more zoomed in. Here you can see the context of the site a little more, so the sort of quayside commercial buildings here, residential buildings on this side, and the River Cam here, and then Magdalen College is just out of shot there. So these are the elevations. On the left-hand side is the existing, and on the right-hand side is the proposed. So at the top here is the balustrade that's existing as part of the rooftop. This would be removed as part of the proposal. You can see sort of a rough line of where it would sit in comparison to the proposed structure on this screen. Just to highlight to members, these are the balconies on the restaurant below. So their sort of canopies are removed as part of the proposal, and it extends upward to create the sort of chamfered approach, which is preferred by the urban design officer. So similarly again, the balconies at the restaurant level and the existing balustrade and the proposal. This is the existing and proposed east elevation, existing and proposed north elevation. This is the existing roof plan and views towards the rooftop at the moment, so as existing. And this is the proposed roof plan. So you can see here that the idea is that the roof is openable. So the canopies, when it's closed, it looks like this. So the canopies cover the top of the structure, and then they're opened and retracted into the sort of pelmet structure in the middle there and along here as well. This is the additional isometric drawing that was submitted by the applicant to provide some clarity to members. Hopefully this helps to understand the closing and retractable elements along here, and the sort of shaping of the structure over the existing balconies below. Just to highlight some of the example and indicative images that were submitted. So this is an example of Trafalgar Square Hotel. This is sort of the intention of what the canopies would look like when they're closed, and then they can come up together to open. And this is from the indicative lighting proposal, just to show that the lighting is sort of low-level LED lighting below planters and sort of within the structure, although final detail of this is to be conditioned. So just moving on to the visualisations now. This is from Magdalen Bridge. The existing is here. This is just above the sort of quayside area, and here is proposed. This is open and closed. It's a little bit tricky to see the differences, but hopefully in the plans pack, members have a slightly clearer image of that. This is from Jesus Green, the central view. So existing on this side, proposed open and closed on this side. So just to highlight, the red arrow shows the existing building. The yellow arrows highlight the sort of heritage assets that form part of the skyline. So this is St John's Chapel, and this feature here is part of St John's New Court. So these are the additional visualisations that were produced at evening time. So again, there's existing here, proposed. You can sort of see the illumination from the restaurant below in these images. And the proposal would obviously sit just above that. This is from Castle Mound, opened and closed, proposed visualisations. This is from Jesus Green Cafe, so a slightly different view from Jesus Green. Again, you can see St John's Chapel there and the structure. Again, apologies, it is a little tricky to see on the screen. Second evening view from Jesus Green Cafe, existing here with the existing restaurant and proposed over this side. This is from the Scholars Garden at Magdalen College, sort of open and closed proposed visualisations. From the Church of St Mary, open again and closed. Now we're moving on to some of the site photos that we've collected from the committee site visit that took place on Monday. So this is from Magdalen College Fellows Garden. You can see the Brights building to the right hand side of the image, which is grade 2 listed, and the existing Varsity building here. You can just about see the balustrade and the restaurant there. This is again from Magdalen College from the second court between the grade 1 listed first court, which is over to the right hand side out of the picture, and the Pepys building, which is this building here. This photo is similar to the Scholars Garden visualisation, but we noticed that you could also see the St John's Chapel from this angle, so worth highlighting to those members who couldn't attend the site visit. These are just some more existing views along the roads, sort of between the proposal site and Jesus Green, just to show the sort of existing development along there and the Varsity Hotel. So moving on to the heritage assets now. So the red line is showing the boundary, excuse me, of the central conservation area, and the purple star is the application site. I've also done a map here just to show the other heritage assets, so the listed buildings and the buildings of local interest. You can see there's a key for the different types of listings. A proposal site is marked by the purple star. Obviously the River Cam runs along here as well. There we go. So just to highlight, the proposal site is located within the central conservation area and is in close proximity to a number of listed buildings and buildings of local interest. The Council's Conservation Officer continues to raise concerns about the proposal given its height and appearance and the impact to the setting of listed buildings and the conservation area. Notwithstanding the approved design from the previous scheme, there is considered to be harm to heritage assets within the city. This remains to a further extent than is set out by the applicant, however, is lesser than the harm that would have resulted from the previous application. Having regard to the tests in the NPPF, where less than substantial harm is identified to heritage assets, this harm is to be weighed against the public benefits. In this instance, the public benefits relate to increased numbers and more reliable employment and enhanced tourism within the city. I've got the Conservation Officer with me today, and I'd like to invite him to comment at this stage if he'd like to, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes, that's fine, thanks.
National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 199. When considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, we've heard about those, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. And the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. We've heard and have had pointed out that some of the heritage assets are of grade 1 listed status, the highest listing status for buildings within the country. And we're dealing with the central conservation area of Cambridge. So these are very significant heritage assets, and to follow the NPPF, we should be giving great weight to any harm to their significance. Any harm or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset from alteration or destruction or from development within its setting should require clear and convincing justification. In terms of the weight, because the NPPF was referring to the weight that should be given to any harm there, a couple of appeals have come up with which members will be familiar with at least one of, and perhaps know of the other, since the last time committee had this application sent to it. And I'd like to refer to the weight and the heritage balance considerations of those. So the first of those was the mast, an appeal for a telecoms mast at Jesus College, very close to the public toilets at Jesus Green, but on the other side of the road. A 20-metre mast, not dissimilar to the height of the proposal we're looking at today. The inspector said, given the scale of the development, I find the harm to be less than substantial. Nevertheless, I give this great weight and importance. In this regard, the economic and The economic and social benefits are supported in the framework. Support to advanced high quality and reliable communications infrastructure, including 5G networks, and their contribution to economic growth and social well-being. However, whilst these benefits carry moderate weight, they would not outweigh the less than substantial harm caused to the significance of the conservation area and the setting of the Grade 2 listed Jesus College entrance, to which I attach great weight. Consequently, the appeal proposal would fail to satisfy the requirements of the Act or the framework, and the appeal is dismissed. The second appeal you'll know about is the Emperor Public House on Hills Road. And in the Heritage and Planning Balance conclusion, the inspector said that I have found the proposal would cause harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area. The proposal would retain a viable and improved public house space and is in an accessible location, providing a car-free scheme. The facade of the public house would be retained. There would be some benefit to the appearance of St Paul's Place through the addition of an active frontage. The reduction of cars visiting the site is positive. It's a minor benefit given the limited parking available. The proposal would also utilise undeveloped brownfield land and achieve significant biodiversity net gain. It would deliver a minimum BREEAM excellent standard, aiming for outstanding. These are without doubt very significant public benefits. However, they would not be sufficient to outweigh the considerable importance and weight attached to the harm to the conservation area. Overall, the proposal would be contrary to the Act and provisions within the framework. I mentioned those as an indication to the weight that the Act requires to be given to harm to conservation area and listed building assets. And whilst we can acknowledge that there is moderate weight in terms of economic and tourism benefits, the steer on the weight to be given to those in comparison with that to heritage assets is clear. And I would add that the committee, in my view, has no way of securing the public benefit in terms of employment that might be assigned to this application.
Thank you for that. I'll just summarise quickly now to conclude. So just looking at the overall planning balance, it is recognised that the proposal would result in what officers have deemed to be low to moderate level of less than substantial harm to the setting of a number of designated and non-designated heritage assets. These assets range in significance from locally listed buildings to Grade 1 listed buildings and the central conservation area. As such, special regard is to be given to the desirability of preserving these assets. As guided by the MPPF, consideration was given in the report to the public benefits of the proposal when considering designated assets, and a balanced judgment was made for the non-designated assets. It was concluded by officers that due to the employment and tourism benefits of the scheme, this harm would be outweighed, and therefore the proposal would comply with the local plan and the MPPF as a whole. The weight to be given to harm and the weighing exercise against public benefits is for the decision maker and for committee members to consider today. This is a finely balanced case for members to consider. And just to add that I have the Conservation Officer and the Urban Design Officer here today, able to answer any questions. The Urban Design Officer is online, just to make members aware. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that, Charlotte. Christian. Speakers. Sorry, I forgot to mention Sylvia Lynn Needon, who's here as well. Yeah, hi, Sylvia. Sorry about that. Your name was at the end of the writing. So first speaker is Lorna Gordon. So if you press the right-hand button on your microphone at the front, it should light up. And then you've got something like about 3 minutes to speak. And then after that, Philip Kratz will speak for his 3 minutes. Okay?
Okay, lovely, thank you.
Yeah, did you want me to ding it?
Hang on a minute.
When did you want to ding a bell? At 2 minutes 30 or 5
Oh,
minutes
yeah,
30?
yeah. That's so we just do a little bell to let people know they're coming to the end of their speaking time. So I think what we'll do is we'll just do a bell at the end of the, before the end of the 6 minutes. So that'll be half a minute before the end of the full time.
Firstly, thank you for allowing me a further opportunity to speak on behalf of Magdalen College in objection to this application. The applicant has provided additional views from Magdalen Bridge since the last committee. These images show the roof open and closed. We've studied these images and they confirm our view that the proposed frame structure will have a significant harmful impact on the central conservation area. Members of the Planning Committee have recently viewed the proposed development from within the college grounds, and I hope from that visit will understand the concerns the college have, as this forms part of such a prominent view from entering the college at First Court, continuing through past the Pepys Library, both of which are Grade 1 listed, into the Fellows Garden and along the riverside. The current rooftop is highly visible from these viewpoints, and the proposed frame structure will have a significant impact on these views. The college welcomes thousands of visitors a year to open days and access events, with an additional 4,000 to the Pepys Library and 1,500 to gallery exhibitions. It's clear that this view will dominate their first impression when entering and walking around the college grounds. Visitors to the college are not limited to daytime. The current rooftop is unused during the dark winter evenings, and a roof covering will allow this space to be used throughout the year. This view will cause reputational damage to an historic institution and the City of Cambridge. We remain of the view that the proposed development would result in an insensitive addition to the Cambridge skyline and would result in substantial harm to the character of the central conservation area and the setting of the Grade 1 and 2 listed buildings. Section 72 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 places a statutory duty on decision makers to seek to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of conservation areas, while Section 66 of the same Act imposes a similar duty to protect the setting of listed buildings. The courts have held that these duties attract great weight in the planning balance, which would need to be outweighed by significant public benefits by virtue of Para 202 of the NPPF. The benefits arising from this proposal appear to be commercial benefits for the operator, and in our view, for the reasons given, reduce the wider public benefit the conservation area seeks to protect.
Thank you, Lorna. Philip.
Thank you, Chair and members. The description of this development in the headline of the application form is a lightweight retractable roof canopy, and it's quite obvious from the photographs from Newcastle and Trafalgar Square and elsewhere that the canopy itself is lightweight. Unfortunately, the framework that supports it is anything but lightweight. It's no different to the steelwork that would be erected to put another story on the building. And to all intents and purposes, those that instruct me, who are all of the residents of Beaufort Place, the nearest residential occupiers to this, are of the view that that's what this is tantamount to. Now, to some extent, your conservation officer has stolen my thunder in emphasising the weight that's to be attached to these matters, because although the guidance is quite clear, and indeed, although the statutory provisions are quite clear, it has taken case law to emphasise which bit of great weight don't you understand to various people when these matters have come before the courts. And in terms of the scales of justice and the balance to be attached, the only thing that can be weighed against it, according to the NPPF, is the public benefits that flow from a scheme. They're not private benefits. And as has already been alluded to, it's a moot point whether the benefits from this scheme are private or public, because the public benefits can't be secured. You can't make people employ somebody. To add to the heritage harm, and those that instruct me are of the view, helped by me, that it is a permanent and irreversible harm. There is also harm to the economic interests of Cambridge itself, its world importance, and anything that detracts from the central conservation area and everything that goes with it carries with it the danger of reputational harm to the interests of Cambridge as a whole. And they include commercial interests as well. If we become just another Newcastle or another Trafalgar Square and lose the importance of central Cambridge and everything that goes with its character and appearance, then it's going to have a significant adverse effect. So in this case, my clients, and these are the nearest residential occupiers, are concerned that this whole proposal is incongruous. And it's incongruous on a prominent tall building, which, as we've seen from the applicant's own verified views, it's at the heart of the central conservation area, tantamount to adding another story to this building and visible from everywhere you care to think of. And the visibility at night would be added to because, as is obvious, it's turning a very seasonal use of the roof of the building, and I don't think anybody begrudges that, into a year-round 12-month use. And unless people are going to have a dining Don Lenoir experience, there'll be lights up there, and it'll add to the prominent visual harm from this. It's acknowledged in the officer's report that the proposal would be a prominent addition to the Cambridge skyline, and it's acknowledged by the case officer who is doing the balancing act that this would result in a permanent and irreversible harm to the conservation area and the surrounding heritage assets. That's clear. The most important thing is to work out the balance that carries with it. We say the level of harm is greater than that claimed on behalf of the applicants, and your conservation officer concurs with that view. We say that the alleged public benefits don't come anywhere near to outweighing that harm, because it may well be that some of those public benefits are private, and we say it doesn't address the policy criteria in the City Council's own policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. So, Will, you're next to speak, and you're sharing it with Sylvia, so do the same thing, like 6 minutes, and half a minute before the end the bell will go. That's all right.
Good morning, councillors. My name's Will Davies, and I'm the applicant. And I've been in the hotel ever since it opened. And I've lived in Market Ward for the last 25 years, after studying at university here. So we've done our utmost to address the comments made by the councillors during the last meeting, and been guided by the City Council planners, including the Head of Planning, Stephen Kelly, Charlotte Peat, and the Urban Design Officer, Jonathan Brooks, along the entire 10-month journey of this current application. We were directed by Naomi Bennett in our first proposal to go back to the drawing board and work with the planning officers on a new design that they could recommend for approval, which is what we've done. Comments from other members of the committee were positive in acknowledging the need for a retractable roof, but urged us similarly to work with the planning officers and urban design officer to get their recommendation for approval. We had previously sought local residents' views and kept them informed as the design process developed. We were certainly encouraged to go ahead with the application, as we had a lot of support from local Cambridge residents, like Sylvia here, who urged us to get a practical solution for the roof so it could be enjoyed during wet and extreme weather, as it's shut more often than it's open. Without this overwhelming resident support, including officer support, we would not have got to this point today. Light emission was the main concern raised by Councillor Katie Porra and Councillor David Levin in the last meeting. The case officer did state this could be conditioned both at committee and in our discussions, as in other schemes of a similar nature, but we needed the councillors' comments, heeded the councillors' comments, went away and instructed a lighting specialist to work on the scheme. The lux levels and supporting new verified views shown in the detailed images confirm the light emission is subdued and these levels can be conditioned. A consistent colour palette on the proposal, as asked for by Councillors Martin Smart and Katie Porra, has been submitted in the verified views, and the Urban Design Officer has agreed in his second submission that keeping the colour palette uniform rather than contrasting works better. Key to the new design, agreed with the council's urban design planning and planning officer, was to redesign from the sixth floor below and use a clearly tapered design from here, requiring the complete removal and reworking of the existing balconies to lessen the linear emphasis of the current building to achieve a more cohesive approach in the proposal. Both the case officer and the urban design officer agree that the additional height of 2.1 metres from the existing handrail created by the canopy structure is not significant when compared to the existing Varsity Hotel, and crucially results in a better resolution on the top floor's overall articulation of the roofscape, removing the existing linear and disjointed upper floors. As we have all witnessed, the weather this summer that should have been our busiest time has been far wetter than usual, and we've had to cancel numerous celebrations and trips by persons at short notice. Other than disappointing guests, many of them local residents and local companies of varying sizes, our staff have had little in the way of work. This summer, we have had to make several redundancies during a terrible July and August. Having a more stable working environment with a regular working schedule is far better for staff's well-being than relying on weather to make a living. Job stability and an increase in full-time positions while strengthening the local economy is a key planning policy, both nationally and locally, and clearly applies to this application. The economic benefits to the local economy in terms of a secondary spend, as evidenced by local retail businesses writing in support, such as Primo Cycles and Catherine Jones, the jewellers, and the increase in jobs in the hotel is not to be underestimated, with the number of units vacant in the city and ever increasing in this economic current downturn. The planning balance of improving the cohesiveness of the top floors of the existing building, clearly set out by the heritage expert in her detailed report, surely weighs in favour of voting for this proposal, especially when the clear economic advantages in terms of increased spend in the city are not only the creation of full-time, but for the stability of the existing jobs are seen. We currently have a planning appeal with the inspectorate that is due for a decision any time now, that was refused at committee last year. If we are granted approval for this current scheme, that has been recommended for approval by Cambridge City Council, we are happy to withdraw that appeal. The large amount of support from Cambridge residents who have given their clear and reasoned explanations to vote for this application, together with the collaboration and support of senior planners working with the applicant, I hope will lead councillors for recommendation for this approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Will. Sylvia? Hang on a minute, Sylvia. Let's make sure that is the microphone working okay? It's the wrong one, though, isn't it? Does that matter? Is that okay? Chris?
It shouldn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Sylvia. You go ahead then. That's fine.
Oh, good morning, everyone. My name is Sylvia Lynn Meaden, and I am the closest private resident to the hotel because I live on 22 St John's Road, which is the corner house right opposite, and I have a first-hand look straight into the foyer of the hotel and the glassworks. I've lived here for over 40 years, and I have watched everywhere around me being developed. And sometimes I have looked at them and thought, my goodness, and worried about them. But I wish to really recommend this roof because it will give the area another venue for people to come. It's large, it's spacious. We've had COVID. It could be opened up to aerate it properly, and it would be a space which in the future could be used for many different reasons. The hotel has an excellent reputation, which it was when it was finished in 2010, and I've watched it and seen the comings and goings. It's well run, and it really does need to go ahead so that we have this facility.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Thank you. And finally, Councillor Bick, who's the ward councillor for Market Ward, or one of. Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by recognising that the applicant's business is a local one and that it adds to the quality of the tourist experience of the city. People tell me that it's a good employer, and I know that it provides a very pleasant experience in its rooftop bar. And I also want to acknowledge that the required extra information provided and the changes to the building design, which you're now looking at. I can see that a lot of work has gone into getting this the best that it can be, and that the conditions that are recommended would take it that bit way further still. The decision is about the final product in relation to what's there now, not the effort along the way. And I note that the committee's decision is likely to be focused on their view of this planning balance that has been explained. I've looked at the newly provided views. I've attended the recent site visit, and I've read the helpful analysis in the committee report. I completely agree with the assessment that the proposed development would cause harm to the character of the conservation area and the setting of the many heritage buildings it stands in relation to, and has been judged, and I agree, is not compliant with the policies 61 and 62. For me, the views from outside the Pepys Library and on the street at Magdalen Bridge are clearly notably impacted. Despite it being minimised in the report, I find that any increased bearing over the terraces in St John's Road and Richmond Terrace as also diminishing of their character. But I was most concerned with the view described as from the avenue on Jesus Green, which is page 8 in the pack of pictures, which is actually where most people experience the skyline and do so at leisure for sustained periods.
Sorry, Councillor, just try to run it off and on, maybe.
I've got it. I've read the view that adding an extra story with the slight redesign below resolves the top of the building better and lessens the harm. I don't entirely buy that myself, because the new resolution on the higher top, the retractable roof, does not seem to me attractive at all. In the illustrations in the diagram, it comes across to me as looking quite industrial and like a upmarket piece of elegant scaffolding. I find the photograph of the Trafalgar Hotel, which has been supplied, interesting to understand the nature of the retractable roof, but as a comparator to this proposal, I found it a bit misleading, because it is actually there sheltered below an immediate building neighbour, which was not itself, and is not itself defining the skyline like the hotel here would be. It needs to be remembered that the existing Varsity Hotel building is defined already as negative to the conservation area in our conservation area assessment. So in my view, it requires a very significant public benefit to outweigh what is proposed here to increase its height by more than a further 10%, which can't fail but make it more prominent. So to look at the public benefit, I said at the start that I believe the hotel makes an important contribution to tourism in the city. The question is whether being able to use the rooftop bar for the whole year instead of half of it is significant enough to outweigh the harm. My own answer is this: if the physical impact of the application is complementary to the skyline, that provides the reason people want to use the rooftop bar, then that would be fine. A small number of jobs would be created, and that would be positive. In my view, it isn't complementary. For everyone not using the bar, their experience of the skyline is impaired. When the viewing platform itself competes so aggressively on the most visible signature skyline with the landmarks of St John's Chapel and the new court, I think the value of our own tourism is actually eroded, let alone the heritage environment that largely makes it up. That, after all, is why people come here. I think we should be very careful, because what we lose in that respect, we can't get back. As the report says, the review of the planning balance is everyone's to make for themselves. It's a matter of judgment. The hotel is a good business, which we're fortunate to have, and it does hurt to stand in its way. But every business must operate within a wider framework, and in my view, this application, even with the refinements from the conditions, would be inconsistent with our planning policies and so should be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I didn't turn over the page, but of course there's the other Councillor Market Ward who sent in a statement. So Councillor Martinelli. So James, if you could kindly read that short statement out, please, and then we'll get on with debate.
Yeah, Councillor Martinelli said his statement from July committee still stands, but is worth repeating. So Councillor Martinelli says, I note this application which is being considered at committee on Wednesday, which I will not be able to attend. Overall, I'd agree with the officer recommendation to approve the application. I agree that the economic benefits are important and likely to outweigh any visual harm, which I cannot see will be particularly more pronounced than the current situation with the unfinished building already a part of the skyline. That was from July, and he adds, I think there's been sufficient time for the committee to consider this application and would be grateful for a decision.
Thank you, James. Right, debate, councillors. I'll just start off with a couple of things first. I think that's okay, councillors. So, yeah, I've got a bit of a list. I'll try and get through it though. But so it's been said that the existing building is a negative in terms of the conservation area. And so that's a factor to be considered. So if you want to comment on that anyway, perhaps, Charlotte, that might be useful, or you can defer obviously to Christian if that's appropriate for him to comment. It's been said that an appeal that's already in progress would be withdrawn if we approve this item today. I didn't know if that could be commented on, or we could illuminate members a bit more on that. That might be something you might want to defer to the legal officer on. Unusually, one of the speakers named individual councillors from a previous planning committee, which is good that they're, seeing who's saying what, that's great. But we do work as a team, and if one says something, then another won't. So it's really to do with what planning committees say, not what individual councillors say, in my opinion. The number... Councillor Bajan, yep. Use your microphone if you want to speak.
Chair, I'm just surprised. We're not a team. We work as individuals. It's very clear that we work as individuals. And our result is a committee result. We're not a team. I have no comradeship with a lot of people on this group of people.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I think my example still stands. Representations. There are a number of representations. It will be useful if the case officer could just be sure that all members understand, and I believe I'm right in saying this, it's the quality of representation, not the quantity. So if a number of people say the same thing, it's whether the thing itself is useful or a planning matter, that kind of thing. There was an isometric shown in the drawing pack and in the presentation, which I am familiar with, because I've done architecture, as has Councillor Thornborough, but not all members might be. And if you could just tell us all what an isometric is, please. I've nearly finished. Quality of understanding of images real life. So it's been said that the images on screen couldn't be seen very well by the case officer. I attended the site visit. It's a different thing to see things in real life than it is to see things in a picture. This is a known fact, and I think we all need to bear that in mind from your knowledge of seeing the site in real life compared with the presentation. What tends to happen is we pick things out in our view that we want to focus on, and that's a real thing, so that needs to be borne in mind. Lighting changes that have been proposed. So if lighting was proposed to be changed again, would that require planning permission? The end of my points. So perhaps if you want to reply to those first then, please, Charlotte, and then we'll go to general debate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll try and cover all of those. So the first comment was about the existing building being a negative feature in the conservation area. So just to note, it actually does say in the central conservation area appraisal that the existing building is a negative feature. And the proposal the applicant has made clear is they're trying to improve that situation, and this is an opportunity to do that, an opportunity for betterment. Want to add anything, Christian?
Yeah, certainly the conservation area appraisal identifies it as negative as existing. And just to reflect on the reasons for that, which would include the uniformity really of style of roofs seen from Jesus Green over the terraced streets, which are probably for Cambridge even, pretty uniform, partly because of the long-term ownership of the colleges, but there aren't lots of variations and punctuations of the skyline. So the existing building does appear intrusive and negative from, for instance, that direction of view. And it isn't simply the conservation area appraisal. Members of the public may be familiar with the publication Hideous Cambridge, which features this building quite strongly in a negative way also.
Okay, thank you, I'll continue. So the next question was about the current appeal. So committee members refused the previous application on this site in November 2022, and the applicant put in an appeal to the planning inspectorate regarding that decision. The officers have completed a statement with that appeal, and it's currently with the inspector to make a decision. I think that the applicant can withdraw the appeal at any time, but I think what's important actually is we need to consider the application that's in front of us rather than sort of thinking about alternative appeals. So I would advise members just focus on what we've got now rather than thinking about withdrawing that. There was a sort of comment just about mentioning committee members, and I just think I want to add for the applicant's benefit that I think they're mentioning committee members because they're wanting to show that they've tried to respond to the specific comments that came up at the previous committee. So that's why it was sort of done in that format. In terms of the representations, there was a question about quality versus quantity. I think it's probably important that, as officers have kind of set out in their report, all comments that come in need to be considered, and the contents of those are what needs to be considered. I think it's worth noting that there is a substantial amount of public interest in this application, both positive and more negative, and I think that needs to be sort of considered holistically in the context of the policy considerations of the application. Following on from that, there was a question about the isometric drawing. You might know the definitions better than me if you've done architecture, but substantially an isometric drawing is a way of showing a 3D a 3D sort of structure in a better way that is intended to allow better understanding than perhaps a flat elevation could. The final question was about lighting. So the lighting is a detail, the final details of which will be conditioned. So the applicant can submit the detail of lighting through the condition so that officers can make sure it's suitable and sort of continues to be low level as it has been indicated in the application. Thank you.
We want to come back. I just want to come back on one of those points you've made then, Charlotte. So in terms of the condition on lighting, I presume that could then be, the applicant could come back to planning and ask to change that condition if they wanted to, for planning permission on that.
So the condition requires that they submit details of lighting. They can discharge that condition, however many times as they want, I suppose, as long as it complies with the triggers. If they wanted to vary or remove that condition, then that would require an additional planning application.
That was what I was trying to get to. Thank you very much. So Toby?
It was just on that point, Chair, so the condition actually is specific. It has a sentence in it that says no new lighting shall be installed other than in accordance with the approved details pursuant to this condition.
Thanks, Toby. Right, councillors, debate. Who wants to go first? I think Councillor Poor, are you ready to go, or are you still making notes? Looks like you're still making notes. Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd just like to thank the public speakers and the ward councillors today and the applicant, because the additional information has been very helpful.
Councillor, sorry to interrupt. Just get your microphone a bit closer so everyone can hear properly, because it's a bit tricky sometimes. Thanks.
Apologies. I won't repeat my thanks to everybody for the helpful information, but I do appreciate it. And I'd particularly like to address two potential public benefits. The first one raised by the public speaker immediately to my right, Sylvia, which is the benefit of a potential open-air, aerated meeting place to the city. I know for some people lockdown is a thing of the past, but there are still many people who have to continue to take precautions, and we have all been advised the next pandemic is a when, not an if. So I do think that that is a potential public benefit. Second issue I wanted to clarify, if possible, is that I totally agree with everybody who says that there is a harm to the views from ground level, but is there a public benefit for the access to the roof terrace, which enables us to enjoy views that we might not otherwise get to appreciate? If that public access is confined to a few wedding guests, then I think that is a private benefit, not a public benefit. But if anybody can go up to the rooftop bar and enjoy the views for a cup of coffee or a sort of reasonably priced small drink, then I think it is a public benefit. And if the case officer can clarify that at all, or perhaps a conservation officer, I'd be very interested to hear what they have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a question to start off with. I got to the site visit Monday, and I actually glad I got there because I saw things that I thought I knew the area quite well, but going in the college, seeing the building from there. But I noticed also there was buildings there already with steel, aluminium, whatever, zinc, and glass on the roof. Right next to it, there was a building there, and there was other bits of there. So they've already got the skyline. I know that's not quite high. That building's already there, but I've been on the planning committee now off and on for 6 years, and I've never been on site visit yet where you go on private land, because I was told on planning training once that a view from private land should be taken into consideration. Is that right?
Thank you, Councillor. Do you want to just turn your microphone off? Yeah, so I did ask that question on the site visit, and that's something we should probably clarify straight away, I think. So can that question be answered, and also Councillor Bennett's question before we go on?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just jump straight into that question. There's sort of different matters at play, I suppose. So the public views are the most important in general terms when looking at planning. But when you're in a conservation area, you don't have to have a public view for things to be harmful. So it's just being aware of the difference probably with that. In terms of the college specifically, when we were at the college, I spoke to them and they did say that they do let members of the public go into the college where we walked. So there are sort of public views available, obviously only limited by the college and who they sort of let in and things like that.
The reason I asked, that was said, I remember, but when we got the gate going in, it said private keep out, I think the sign on the gate, so.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, carry on, Charlotte.
Yeah, so in that case, I suppose it's probably being more mindful of the fact that we're in a conservation area and that there are views available from the conservation area then. So jumping back to the Councillor Bennett's questions and comments. So there was sort of an indication about the venue being open for meetings, potentially being a public benefit, and also views from the rooftop being a potential public benefit. I think we've got to be a little bit careful with claiming those things as public benefits, because ultimately it is it's a business space, it's a private space. It can be closed off to the public at any point. We haven't got anything to secure sort of a public access, if you like. And obviously it's just being mindful that the views from the rooftop are existing, that you can already go up there, and sort of the views aren't substantially changed by the proposal, other than that it provides year-round access rather than sort of just seasonal access. The only other comment I think was from Councillor Dryden about the roofing material. So I think you were talking about the quayside. There is a sort of roofscape along there that needs to be taken into account when you're looking at the context of the application. If members would like, I can bring up the visualisations again. Let me know if that's something that needs to be shown.
Yeah, let's do that now then, please, Charlotte, if we may. There was an image, wasn't there, which showed the thing that Councillor Dryden's referring to, the building, which stands in front of the applicant site. So we can just, for those that maybe couldn't make it to the site visit, they can see that today. Do you know the one I mean, Charlotte? So while Charlotte's looking, this is a sort of collection of buildings that have sort of cafes and things at the bottom by the river there. And there's a, as you look from the bridge, Magdalen Bridge, that's it, yeah, I think. Yeah.
So if I just sort of highlight, this is the proposed visualisation, but I think, yeah, it's just worth being mindful that there's different roofing materials in the quayside at this level. I think you're specifically talking about, there was sort of some sort of grey, darker cladding up the top here above the building as existing, and then obviously that's the proposal above there.
So I wouldn't normally do this, but just to add to the point you're making there, and it refers to my previous point about what you see in real life and what you see from a picture. It looks very tiny, that line above the top of the roofscape, so you can see a red roof there with the red pointer on, possibly Pantile or something. But on top of that, there is a bit of cladding, which is probably zinc, as Councillor Dryden said, and it quite stands out when you can see it, but it is obviously lower than the applicant site, so that's the main point, I think. Carrying on, please, councillors. Councillor Porra.
I have quite a few questions, but before that, could I just ask for two bits? I'll try that again. 2 points to clarify. Firstly, I think one of the public speakers said that NPPF talks about public benefits and not economic benefits. And obviously at the moment the case is being made for predominantly economic, so I wonder if officers could comment on that. And secondly, I'd really appreciate hearing from urban design, because it's quite interesting. We've got a real difference from the conservation officer who's saying absolutely no way to say, and from urban design who are saying it's okay. So I'm interested by that, and I'm also mindful that obviously we need to look at what there is at the moment. It doesn't matter what the appeals are going through. The previous one was rejected. So I would really welcome that before I come back with some questions to hear.
I apologise that the microphones don't seem to be working correctly. I don't know why that is, but if we just persevere and turn them off and on, we'll have to just say the things again.
Just why the urban design officer is in such a conflict with the conservation officer, why they felt it was a positive. Thank you.
These are good questions, especially the latter one. So obviously the case officer is the person in charge here, but if you want to respond to those questions and maybe defer to those officers that the councillor has asked about, please.
Yeah, so to start with, sorry, I missed your first question about public benefits. Could you repeat that, please?
I think I'm right in saying that the gentleman, was it Philip, who spoke for residents, was saying that it should be public benefit only that we're considering, not economic benefit. But obviously in the report we're weighing it slightly differently. So I just wanted to clarify that, because obviously that's really important to how we weight this decision.
I think the question was about the employment benefits sort of being secured as a public benefit, from what I heard. I don't know, Toby, do you want to comment on that?
I think my view, Chair, on this, I'd have to disagree with Mr. Kratz that it's not necessary to secure through a planning permission the actual kind of jobs that are going to be created. As is often with the case, if you look at all appeals, for example, inspectors will take into account the likelihood of jobs being created. I think that is sufficient enough to afford a degree of public benefit.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have anything to add to that. I think if now we can perhaps go over to the urban design officer. Jonathan, are you there? Would you like to add some comments at this stage?
Yes, thanks, Charlotte, and through you, Chair. I think it's a difficult kind of balance that we're all kind of trying to deal with. I guess in terms of the urban design view of the scheme, very much, the conversation with the applicant was about what was possible with the limitations of the existing structure. So as we went through kind of design options, looking at how a structure could be built on the roof that would support the canopies was very much limited by, as I said, the kind of the structural qualities of the existing building. So this means you have to have a ring beam around the perimeter, and then everything kind of builds from that. So I guess there has always been a kind of slightly kind of compromise in terms of what you can do. You can't just do a kind of clean sheet approach on this one. I think as we've looked at the scheme, and has been made in various comments already, the ability to resolve or attempt to resolve the upper floor of the building, and that takes in the floor below, was really important in trying to create a coherence to the architectural form. And how and there has been emphasis made of the sort of chamfered quality to the kind of to the skeleton itself. Again, trying to push the bulk back from the edge and to kind of remove or reduce that kind of the bulk at the very upper level, and to push those pelmets or the kind of canopy housings back into the centre of the structure. All of these kind of approaches are there to try and do something that goes beyond just another layer to the building, but actually does try, within the limitations of what's possible, to deliver a more architecturally coherent response. I suppose in terms of the views and absolutely understanding the conservation officer's point of view and the test around less than substantial harm, I don't think it's the urban designer's role to kind of conflict that or to be to go against that. And very much the approach has been looking at what is possible on the building and how can you get the best possible design within the limitations we're faced with. And I guess when we look at the views, it is very clear that there is a significant building there already at height. It is incongruous in that view, and I don't think there's any dispute there. So this very much was about, well, what does the additional structure do to that building? And the handrail has been mentioned, and as the kind of upper level with its canopies as they exist. So the exoskeleton obviously goes above that, and it does create additional structure there. But I think we're not dealing with a building where, this is a proposed new building at the height indicated. This is additional height to an existing building. And so in my view, and the judgment that I came to, was that actually, there are particular views, and Magdalen Bridge is a good example, and the middle of Jesus Green is a good example, where you will see that additional height. But I think the on-balance decision in my part was to say, well, there is additional impact, but actually, when compared to what's there already, that harm or the level of significance of that additional impact is not as significant as it could be.
Charlotte, can I just ask the Urban Design Officer a couple of questions on that before we go on? So, Jonathan, can you just let everyone know what a ring beam is and an exoskeleton, please? I mean, okay. I know, but not everyone might know.
Yeah, and it should be noted, I am not an architect, so you're probably that's a smart best place to put. But the ring beam is effectively a structure that goes around the perimeter of the roof, that allows you then to build a structure from it. So there is no, as I understand, there is that you cannot load the structure onto the centre of the roof because it's not designed to do that. So effectively, the ring beam allows you to transfer those forces down through the structural qualities of the existing walls. The exoskeleton, hopefully that explains that, because I have a nod because I can only see. And then the exoskeleton was very much a description of how that framework formed. So pulling it down onto the floor below with the beams that you can see, and kind of using the kind of the void space as well as the more kind of as well as the pelmets when they have the canopies in them, to kind of create something that isn't a solid mass. And so that was the sort of the way in which the exoskeleton was described.
Thank you. Charlotte, do you have any more to add?
No, I don't think so. Our members sort of happy with that from the Urban Design Officer. If they want to hear again from the Conservation Officer on any of it, please let me know and I can invite him in to speak. Yeah, well done. So I think Councillor Borough wants to come back.
Is that right? Are you on the same subject?
You come back first, Councillor Borough, that's good.
It was just really to clarify how this works because, I do understand the applicant saying, well, urban design were confident about it. But, I don't know how much urban design could influence it. Does it just come in and you say, okay or not okay? Because to me, the exoskeleton is the biggest problem. It's so prominent. There's no mansard roof equivalent. It doesn't point up. It's different materials. But I don't know if the urban design officer was able to suggest a different way, because obviously there are some buildings that it's just not, we just shouldn't extend further. So the urban design officer is saying, well, this is what was put on the table. We had to comment given the constraints of the building. But I don't know whether there's an option to say, well, the constraints of the building don't allow this kind of structure to be acceptable in urban design terms, or whether it's just you have to comment on what you've got. Sorry, that's a slightly wandering question, but I really want to kind of give this a fair hearing and get my head around this because I'm aware that the urban design is something the applicant has taken quite seriously. But for me, it's a big concern at the moment because the exoskeleton for me is an interesting development in a conservation area where everything else is very, very different to that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I'll get that question answered, but just to say, of course, that the bottom line here is that we have to consider the application on the table in front of us, not what might have been. So, Charlotte, do you want to respond to that or defer to another officer if you feel apparent is appropriate?
I'd like to defer to Jonathan. And Jonathan, perhaps if you could just mention some of the sort of discussions we've had with the applicant, that might be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte, and through you, Chair. I think, it's a really good point Councillor Porrow makes about is it possible to extend buildings. I suppose the resulting design that you have in front of you is what is possible within the limitations of that building. So that point about structural loading and how you form a canopy drove that exoskeleton form. So I guess, you know, that's where we've got to with the building. On the way to get to the design, we did look at and discussed whether there were options to look at other forms, whether you could have kind of central posts with a lightweight canopy, kind of, you know, almost like larger kind of umbrellas that came out from that. We pointed to the scheme on the Hyatt Hotel up at Eddington, which has got its roof terrace. But all of those building that example is one where you can structurally load on the slab of the building and create that canopy. But the Varsity Hotel doesn't allow that. So if you want to have a canopy up there and you need a certain beefiness to it to withstand kind of wind loadings and all those climatic things, you will end up with the kind of form that we've got. I guess the other challenge with it is that the building it is not a regular plan form. So again, in terms of symmetry and balance, it becomes kind of difficult to achieve something that compositionally works from all sides. And I guess this is where, when you look from Magdalen Bridge, you know, it does appear less balanced than when you look, say, across from Jesus Lane. And I guess when you've got several views of a scheme and you're trying to form a view about the impact of it, you have to kind of balance all of those potential views and the potential change to those views as you come to your judgment.
I think I haven't got anything to add to that.
Okay,
that's
thank
fine.
you. So, councillors, more debate. Remember in mind, this is a full application. Other matters besides heritage assets might want to be debated. For example, we've had lighting already, but sustainability, perhaps that was talked about before, those kind of things. So, Councillor Thornborough, I think, was first, please.
Thank you. This is the comments from actually Councillor Bick saying that this looked quite industrial. I think was actually for me is actually quite a positive point, because the view from the bridge over Quayside, which was a working dock at one point with the warehouse behind, and beyond that an industrial-like structure, I think is quite a positive comment about the recognition of the history of the place. But what I'd like to ask the conservation officer about the conditions to deal with the materials, the details and the lighting, because I know that these are concept designs from a distance, and I know that the actual detailing of something can actually make or break a design. And what confidence, if this was to be approved, what he felt about the dealing with the details and what involvement conservation would have in signing off the details. Another point I'd like to make is that it's really important that we support the economies for the kind of service economies in Cambridge. And I have been really worried about it since the pandemic, that we know certain areas of Cambridge are doing extremely well. The life sciences and the tech business, and also the university and the colleges seem very robust. And I have been worried about the service industries in Cambridge and whether they would bounce back and how they're doing. And this does seem to be this business is one of the service industries, and they're looking to strengthen their own business by increasing sort of productivity and innovation. So they're looking at a way to innovate the asset they've got, which is putting a cover on, and they're increasing the productivity by using this innovation to provide a continuity in the employment and maybe extend the employment and give the people working there more security, which I think is a very positive thing. So it's really but another point I'm a bit concerned about is that this should not become another story. This is, and is there a way of, does a case officer think that is it possible to control the use of the canopies? So is there a management plan, or is there something to do with the license that would cover the use of the canopy? Because we don't really want it to be opened on the first day and just never shut. You know, it's there to provide a cover when it's needed, not to provide a permanent enclosure or another floor. So there is a kind of impermanence about it, which is really important. It's an important feature that it is not permanent and it is impermanent. And can we be sure about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to get those questions answered because there are quite a lot there before we go on. But just before we do that, I mean, you referred to Councillor Bick there in what he said as a speaker, and you've sort of taken it slightly out of context what Councillor Bick was saying. So I don't know if Councillor Bick wanted to come back on the comment that Councillor Thornborough felt that it's being an industrial-looking extension to the building was positive. I'm going to give you the opportunity to come back. If you wish, you don't need to.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't really got anything else to say, except I was not talking about, anything other than how it strikes visually today in today's context.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Charlotte, if you want to come back on Councillor Thornborough's questions before we go on, please. There's quite a lot there.
I think if we go straight to the Conservation Officer, there was a question about the conditions and the details that are required through the conditions. Christian, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I think the question was to do with whether there was sufficient comfort in the conditions, and that's with regard to the information we have in the application itself as it stands in front of us, which does not fulfil the requirements of Policy 61 on Policy 60 on tall buildings, which requires, find it again, that applicants should demonstrate through the use of scaled drawings, which we don't have. The isometric we've just been given is not to scale. It doesn't demonstrate, in reality, the dimensions of the steelwork. Sections, accurate visual representations, and models of how the proposals will deliver a high-quality addition to the Cambridge skyline. So without those things, and without being able to fully demonstrate that requirement, the case officer has put forward the conditions at the end of the report. And my view is that once this permission is given, we'll have little freedom for manoeuvre on those. The materials are essentially set out anyway at the moment. There'll be colours of the awnings, the blinds to deal with. There'll be the exact detail of lighting to deal with. But in essence, we'll be getting the proposal as it's set out at the moment. Conservation will be consulted on those conditions, certainly. But as I say, that's as far as it goes.
Christian, I'll just add to that. I think the applicant has put a lot of effort into visualisations, drawings and the things we've asked for. And they've tried to give a really good idea of what the proposal would look like. I think members do need to make a judgment on what we've got in front of us. The conditions are intended, if members were to support the application, to sort of finalise the details, the finishes, and make sure we can get something that's sort of high quality in terms of its materials, ensure that lighting is not excessive. But yes, we do need to make a judgment on what's in front of us and what we can see in the material that was given by the applicant. Just moving on to the other matters now. There's sort of an idea about supporting the economy and the service industry, which, as is set out in the officer's report, is sort of, you know, the employment prospects are an important public benefit. In paragraph 10.75 of the report, that's where the sort of employment benefits are set out. And I think members need to kind of take a look at the additional staffing, the figures in that paragraph, and that's the sort of employment benefits that need to be considered as part of the application. Yeah. So, and then finally there was comments about the structure being an additional story. I think the applicants wouldn't like to use that term. They still see it as just enclosing the existing rooftop. Officers are sort of neutral about whether that's used or not. I think the thing members need to be aware of is that it is a permanent structure on the rooftop. The framework, the glazing, it is permanent. There are retractable elements within that, which is the windows, which drop down sort of from the higher level to the lower level, and the canopies that retract. But it is a permanent structure above the rooftop. If they wanted to sort of enclose it further and things like that, that would be additional planning applications, so it would need to be considered at that time.
Thank you, Charlotte. I've got 4 councillors lining up to ask questions now, so if we can be succinct and try not to ask the same question again. So, Councillor Bajan, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's necessary for me to clarify my earlier comment about us not actually being a team. I consider that this committee benefits from the very diverse thoughts.
Councillor, I'm not going to stop you speaking, but this isn't really...
You are stopping me speaking, Chair. Are you stopping me or not?
This is a planning committee, not a political...
I'm not making a political point, Chair. I consider that this committee benefits from the very diverse thoughts that are expressed here. The eclectic mix of councillors and public speakers indeed enables us to consider a number of views and critiques before we come to a conclusion. The differences between the views of the conservation officer and the urban design officer are a sign of how this works, particularly in regard to how Varsity Hotel is already part of the skyline, and this application is an addition to that. Our city evolves. When the Guildhall was built, I suppose it could be seen as obstructing the view from King's College. And it would never have been built if that was an important consideration. The same can be said about Grand Arcade and its car park. They are all evolutions in this city. The original construction of Varsity Hotel is in itself, and the subsequent rooftop public area was part of that evolution. This is another suggested evolution. From the officer's illustrations, the only place where it is possible for me to notice any significant change of skyline is the view from Magdalen Bridge, and possible from private parts of Magdalen College. However, this is a single view from this spot. If you looked into town from the same spot, you'd see a red telephone box and ice cream sellers. They break up the conserved image of our city. I recognise that the views of a few privileged people who have access to Magdalen College are relevant. I suppose it was the same recognition of the privileged few that this committee decided to allow King's College to hide Turing's statue within the college and not on public view by the many. We also need to recognise, as Councillor Bickers suggested, that Varsity Hotel is a local employee of note, and the facility is used by many of the ordinary people in Cambridge. Evolution and how society changes was indeed recognised when we approved the solar panels on King's College, and this evolution is a significant factor that suggests Cambridge needs to evolve for the good of the many. The application is another sign of evolution in our city. In fact, the application has evolved to take account comments of officers and planning committee members.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Next is Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a question, actually, because so today policies of tall buildings being mentioned. Now, is this policy meant for buildings already there, or is it for brand new tall buildings? Because I think sometimes the policy is for when you're building from afresh. But also, it's also been said that what's happening here is going to actually look slightly higher. The skyline's going to look even better with this new development. So I just wondering about the policy. Are we quoting the policy as for what's happening this little extra height? Or are we quoting this policy of a new tall building?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a straightforward question, so we'll keep that one and get some more questions. So next up is Councillor Levine.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to, first of all, give a big thank you to Charlotte Peake for organising the site visit. I did really see the advantage of a site visit, even when you have an excellent pack of photos. I started thinking about this and realising the economic advantages are a big factor in whether this is approved or refused. But going on the site visit, and especially there was a bit of a moment on Jesus Green where I saw things with my own eyes that you don't see looking at even a good quality photo. And I think this has been mentioned, well, I think by Councillor Smart himself today. And I realised that many hundreds of years ago, it was very expensive to build a large structure. So there are some very small, very fine, intricate buildings that are clearly visible by the eye that you don't see in photos. And there's a big contrast between those and this structure that we're talking about today, which in contrast is, well, I can only really say it's rather brutal. It's made me, I felt my views shifting in that direction. It does seem to me to be out of character with what you can see there, and I can't see any going back on that. So I'm not very keen on this extension of what is already a rather ugly building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Corling.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had a couple of questions and then a couple of... Sorry, I had a couple of questions and then a couple of comments on top. So the questions were, there's a reference in paragraph 6.7 of the report to the proposed design not having been tested by the Council's design review panel, and I wonder if we just mind clarifying whether that's of concern or whether that's happened and such like. Later on, in paragraph 10.61, there is a reference to the fact that the level of harm is a matter for the committee to determine. We've discussed the different levels of less than substantial harm and such. I just wondered if we could have a brief overview of the criteria for why committee members might prescribe a different level of harm to what the design is proposing. That would be helpful. Now, more broadly about the application, I wanted to point out a few concerns I had with some of the kind of similar designs that have been put forward to us to look at, specifically the Leonardo Royal Hotel in London, which has been referenced a few times. If you look at that building, the vast majority of it is a consistent design with glass frontages that then is reflected in the canopy at the top as well. Completely different from the situation we're looking at here, wherein we have the very different designs to the surrounding buildings which clash significantly with the top of the Varsity Hotel as it is and would continue to clash with the addition to it that's being proposed here. So I don't really accept that those are acceptable comparative examples for us to be working from here. Similarly, I think one of the other examples, that the canopy is a lot more set back, and again, you can't see it from the ground level, it's completely different. So I would suggest that other members of the committee don't really afford much weight to those other examples. I couldn't make the site visit on Monday, sadly, but I've spent a lot of time cycling around the various spots that we have seen the photos, and as others have said, it's very different to see it in person. But I do have very significant concerns about the impact that the extra couple of metres, even though it seems like a small amount, it is, attrition over time with these things. I do have very significant concerns that it will impact upon the heritage of the area, specifically around Magdalen Bridge. So I'm not really at the moment minded to support this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Let's all hold off our views of how we're going to vote till the end. Let's all listen to what one another has to say. I'm minded to go back to the case officer. You've spoken already, Councillor Porteous.
To say when I spoke, I only had 2 information questions, and I would come back with my questions later.
Go on then. Go on.
But I can wait if you want to go to the officer first.
It doesn't seem anybody else wants to speak at the moment, so you go ahead, and then we'll wrap it up soon, I think, on the decision.
Thank you. It's just because I wanted to hear the urban designer before I came back. So the issue for me here is the principle of development, economic benefit, making better use of the space, that's fine, but we're planning committee and we have to balance it against the harm. And there are real improvements here. So the LED lighting is really welcome. I am somewhat reassured actually by the night views, because my initial concerns, as I think the speaker mentioned, were that it was going to be some massive sort of lit up cigar like Canary Wharf, and actually that has reassured me a bit. But I also note, as I think Magdalen mentioned, this will now be the whole year round. Of course, there weren't really winter usage before, and it gets dark at 4:30, 5 o'clock, so that could be 6-7 hours every night. And, I welcome the new views. As I said at the last thing, it is not lightweight and retractable. The structure is permanent. I mean, I think we worked that out. It doesn't really matter what the description is. But if this was, I was imagining when I read it originally that it would slide back. So there would literally be an open terrace and then you just pop it out. And I appreciate structurally that's not viable. But the exoskeleton for me is just so prominent. And as I think Councillor Carling said, some of the other examples, they're clearly set back. They're in, for example, the one I think at Trafalgar Square is within buildings of the same height. This is prominent. It's not the applicant's fault that original thing was consented as it was. It was quite high already, in my view. I'm not sure how that got through, but it did. So that again, it's not the applicant's fault. The views from Magdalen Bridge, though I do note and share Dave, Councillor Bajent's issue that is obviously a private space predominantly, but from Jesus Green as well. I mean, that is used by everyone from around Cambridge, not just people in my ward. It's a huge place where we have sports, we have events, every single person will see that towering over. And I think Councillor Thormer mentioned it not being a permanent extra, but I mean, it is. That is what it is. It's a permanent structure. And again, people may think that's acceptable, but I think saying that it's temporary or can be shut away at night is not a thing. It is there permanently. And in fact, for me, with the blinds up, I think that would screen the light better. So there are tourism benefits. Yes, absolutely. And there are benefits to the jobs. But if you look at the wider picture, the reason this is such a high value conservation area is because the views are predominantly beautiful. There are some ugly bits, we accept. There are things that got through planning previously or gone through prior approval. But I put a lot of weight on what Christian, the conservation officer, said in terms of the last 2 appeals, because I wasn't aware of that. So if the appeals inspector is saying that even a mast, so it's one of those, I think, grey 5G masts, in a lay-by off the corner of Jesus Green is enough to refuse, and that was a prior approval as well, so I think there are very limited grounds. That, to me, is saying the value of this central conservation area is so important. I take Councillor Bennett's point, it's good to have open air spaces, but it is already literally an open air space at the moment. So, but for me, the harm has to be outweighed by public and economic benefit. And what we're basically saying is there would be maybe 12 to 15 to 20 permanent jobs possibly, again, not secured, but I accept the planning officer and Toby's recommendation that is normal, how we'd look at it, against what is permanently there forever, visible to everybody. And it's that huge metal structure. I appreciate that it rounds it off better as the urban design says, but it's 3 metres higher. You know, so for me, I'm afraid at the moment, despite lots of good work from the applicant and the new views, the new views of that skeleton, it looks like scaffolding. And it still does, unfortunately, and that is the constraints of the building. But for me, I am really concerned that as a planning committee, we have to weigh up public benefit, as we did for some of the King's applications, you know, public benefit versus harm. And for me, the harm at the moment is concerning.
Right, thank you, Councillor. So we've got another councillor want to speak now. So I'll say a couple of things as well, and then we'll go Councillor Dryden, and then we'll go back to the case officer for the time being. So I just want to say 2 main areas of things. So firstly, let's make sure, members, that we've asked all the questions we need to today, because we focused quite rightly, I guess, on heritage assets and damage, potential damage too. But there are other factors we have discussed before with this item, for example, sustainability. So this construction will inevitably not be so well insulated as traditional construction. The extra use also will mean more disturbance for residents, inevitably, that sort of thing. So other factors, I'm saying. But on the heritage assets, so we've heard already that the building already causes harm to the heritage assets around it. In a conservation area, which is where this applicant site is, it's meant to sort of improve things. So I think the sort of form of words that's normally used is it must preserve or enhance the character of the area. So the question there, I think for me and maybe for you as well, is does this application preserve or enhance? So in terms of what has been quoted from the Urban Design Officer's report, maybe it does. And it's been talked about as a industrial building, or maybe it's a modern building, whichever. Maybe that contrasts with the older buildings around it, or maybe it causes, I mean, I think the more mainstream approach to that situation would be that it causes harm to the heritage assets. So that would be my view on that. Councillor Dryden.
Chair, I'm just going through some notes there, which I've said. 2 experts, the urban design officer and the applicants, had an expert heritage person, and they concluded that its scale, design and the colour would ensure that the proposal remain subservient to prevailing architectural features within its horizon. So we've got 2 experts there saying, they're experts saying they don't see anything it's having what's been proposed.
Thank you, Councillor. All right. Right, back to you then, Charlotte.
Thank you, Chair. There's been quite a lot said. Some members, I think, were just sharing their views, so I won't sort of respond to that, but I'll just try and respond to the questions that were asked. One thing I wanted to point out, Councillor Bajan, you sort of talked about views from Magdalen Bridge being the key ones. I think it's just worth flagging that in the officer report, there's quite a detailed consideration of the various views from around the proposal from areas such as Jesus Green as well. So just to be mindful that the building is sort of prominent from various views, I suppose. There was a question from Councillor Dryden about Policy 60. So Policy 60 applies to any building that would break the skyline or be sort of considerably taller than the surrounding buildings. There's a sort of detailed description and heights and things like that in Appendix F of the local plan, but I don't think it's necessary for me to sort of go into that probably at this stage. Councillor Carling had a question about design review panel. The application has not gone to design review panel. That's just because officers made a judgment that it probably wasn't necessary. I felt that with the input of the urban design officer, he sort of described, this is what we kind of feel is the sort of best design that can be achieved on the site, given the constraints of the ring beam and the structural issues within the building. So that's why that didn't go there. In terms of harm, so yes, the decision maker can make a judgment in terms of the harm to heritage assets. for example, the heritage statement that was submitted with the application subscribes a lower level of less than substantial harm than officers have done. I think majority is no or low harm in their heritage assessment. Officers then made their own judgment that actually it's probably more to be low to moderate levels of harm to heritage assets. Members can make a judgment to decrease or increase the levels of harm from no, low, moderate, high, less than, or otherwise. Christian, I don't know if you wanted to just give any more on the level of harm, or do you think I've covered it there?
I think you've done a good job there. It might be worth adding that the applicant's heritage assessment was carried out.
Should we maybe not go into the... Sorry, I'll just come back on that. I really just wanted to cover the understanding of harm rather than sort of giving any commentary on the statement at this time. I hope that's okay, Christian. Thank you. Okay. Probably the main questions. I think otherwise it was just views being presented, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, there were a lot of views, yeah. Thanks. Okay, so are there any final questions before we go to the vote then, councillors? Councillor Bajent.
Not exactly a question, but maybe a point. The application advice and advice given by officers to applicants about how things may be evolved have clearly been part of this. In the other room right at this moment being rehearsed are discussions about pre-application advice. In that room, the amount of money that's being spent on an appeal is probably equal to what some people earn in a lifetime. And I think if our officers have worked with the applicant to provide a design which they are prepared to approve or recommend for approval, I think we should be very aware of that. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that, councillor. Charlotte, do you want to respond to that? Because you've made some sort of general comments there, but it seems...
Yeah, I can respond to that. So it's worth understanding that the applicant they didn't have a formal pre-application, but they did have discussions with myself, Stephen Kelly and Jonathan Brooks following the previous committee to try and get sort of the best design that was possible within the constraints of the site. I think we need to, again, sort of just focus on the application that's in front of us and the considerations within that, rather than sort of being, concerned about the appeal process. I think that's probably all I need to say.
Thank you. So if there's no more, let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 57 and 58. That is to approve subject to the conditions as set out and subject to the additional condition recommended by the Ministry of Defence with regard to construction management.
So the recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Support that, Chair.
All those against?
Or against, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. So we'll need to adjourn, I think, to get our planning reasons. Sorry, what's up, councillor? Oh, sorry, I do apologise. Abstentions.
One abstention.
So just give the numbers again then, please, James.
3 support the officer recommendation, 4 do not support the officer recommendation, and 1 abstention.
Yeah. So we need to get planning reasons for our decision. So reasons for refusal, rather. So shall we adjourn, or should we let's do a bit of a chat first, and then we'll... Toby.
Chair, through you, I think it's fairly clear to officers what the issues are that members have. Because this is a finely balanced case, officers have pre-drafted a couple of reasons for refusal that reflect to a certain degree previous reasons for refusal on this scheme, and Charlotte, I'm sure, would be able to share those draft reasons for refusal now, if you were minded, Chair.
No, I'm not. So it's 12 o'clock already. We've been going for 2 hours. So I think the best thing to do is if we have a slight adjournment, give us a chance for a break anyway, but don't discuss the item, please, because we're still doing the item. So let's have a break for 5 minutes, adjourn, and we can look at those reasons, see if anything needs adjusting as well, and come back at 5, so it's a bit past, or say come back at 10 past, give you a proper chance to get out and have a stretch your legs, and then come back, and then we'll go through that then, if that's the right, councillors. Thanks very much. We're no longer live, councillors. Yes, okay, Chris, if you make us go live then, please. Okay, welcome back after a short adjournment. So officers have had chance to look at the previously constructed reasons for refusal, which they've now checked with regard to the debate so far and seen that they're all suitable, I think. So I think the time now is to go through those reasons for refusal, and if councillors want to comment on that or change any of those, that's of course the time to do it after we've heard them. So can you put them up on screen and read them out then, please, Charlotte? Just remembering that these reasons for refusal are our reasons for refusal. We are the decision makers here. So, you know, officers are assisting us, but it's up to you to say if you want anything changed. But obviously, you can take officers' advice on that sort of thing. Right, go ahead then, Charlotte.
Okay, thank you. So these are the reasons for refusal we've drafted. They do follow the previous reasons for refusal on the last application, just to make members aware. So there are two reasons. The first would be Policy 60 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 requires that any proposals for a structure that breaks the existing skyline and or is significantly taller than the surrounding built form must demonstrate that the proposal would result in a high quality addition to the Cambridge skyline that complements the character of the surrounding area. The proposed development is considered to result in an incongruous addition to the Cambridge skyline that would fail to positively respond to the existing delicate and historic features through its height, scale, bulk, appearance and lighting. As such, the proposed development fails to contribute positively to its surroundings and the Cambridge skyline, and is therefore contrary to National Planning Policy Framework 2023 and Cambridge Local Plan Policies 55, 56, 58 and 60. The second reason for refusal...
So to start again from the beginning on that one.
The second reason for refusal would read, the National Planning Policy Framework and Policies 61 and 62 of the Cambridge Local Plan aim to ensure that the heritage assets of the city are conserved in a manner appropriate to their significance, including their setting. By virtue of the proposed height, scale, bulk, appearance and lighting, the proposal would result in less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the central conservation area and the setting of listed buildings, and would adversely impact the unique historic landscape of the River Cam. Furthermore, it would harm the setting of buildings of local interest which make a positive contribution to the character of the conservation area. The harm to heritage assets is not outweighed by the public benefits. As such, the proposal fails to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the central conservation area and the setting of listed buildings and buildings of local interest, contrary to the visions of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Area Act, the National Planning Policy Framework and Cambridge Local Plan Policies 7, 10, 61 and 62.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, for reading that out so clearly. So, councillors, do you have any comments or anything you want to say about this reasons for refusal? Any changes? Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder if we should make clear it's a permanent addition, because obviously the description is lightweight and retractable, but it's something to do with, it's that exoskeleton and the fact that it's permanent. I suggest it's implied, but I just suppose if you're reading the description, you might think, oh, it's lightweight and retractable, but I think the issue for me certainly was that it wasn't, the structure wasn't retractable. So I wonder if we could add a permanent in that reason one, where is it?
What, so first line?
Incongruous permanent addition to the cave, something like that. So, but I'll leave it with
It'd be in the first line, couldn't it? Proposals for a permanent structure, potentially. Whichever you say, though, councillor. Any more councillors? Councillor Pagent.
Chair, in paragraph 2, line 3, where it says would result in less than substantial harm, is that the right turn of phrase? Isn't it substantial harm?
I believe it's a technical term, but I'll let the officer reply. So, Charlotte.
So there are different levels of harm that we can sort of give to the proposal. Officers would suggest that less than substantial harm is the right level. You can have different levels of harm, less than substantial, and then within those levels you can make a judgment as to whether it's low, moderate or high. I think this is appropriate, and Christian, I think you'd probably agree with that, that it's less than substantial harm.
Yeah, it is a technical description. I agree, it doesn't seem to be a common sense description, but the only circumstances that we're supposed in the NPPF to assign substantial harm to a heritage asset is its complete destruction or near to that. So we're stuck with less than substantial.
Yep, okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to comment very quickly on 2 points. The first is that normally in the legal documents I see in my day job, we capitalise terms of art, and I wonder if capitalising less than substantial harm might actually make it clearer and prevent the confusion that Councillor Bagent has mentioned. And the second thing is that most of the text I agree with, but I just wondered about the inclusion of lighting, because I thought that we were generally agreed that the lighting aspects were very well managed.
Okay, thanks for that. So on the first point, again, I'll let officers reply, but I will comment. So when you said capitalise, I thought you meant money at first, but you mean capital letters. Yeah, so I know you work in, yeah. So I'm not sure that's a good idea, because I believe for visually impaired people, changing the capitals and lowercase and all that sort of thing can be difficult to then read. So I wouldn't recommend that, but I'll let officers reply. Bold might be another way, I don't know. But the other thing I'll just leave to officers to reply. So Charlotte.
I don't think I'd have any objection to capitalising, or we could sort of put it in quotation marks to make it clear. Keith?
No, I don't want to do it unless the councillor is insisting. Just let Charlotte respond to the previous points first.
Oh yes, so lighting was the other question. I have included that because some of the discussion revolved around kind of this being a currently seasonally operated and now it being sort of lit year round, so potentially a greater impact there. Obviously happy to be guided by members on that.
Okay, thanks. So I think I ought to apologise to Councillor Bennett for saying, no, I don't want to do it. I was sort of speaking as I looked at the legal officer who was shaking his head at me, sort of, don't do it, but I'll allow you to come back if you wish, Councillor Bennett.
No, it's raising a question, not insisting on a viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dryden.
It's very similar to Councillor Bennett. The applicants went away the last time to come back with what we wanted to come back. So we're going back to an old here now, not saying when they came back to us, are we saying what they come back with wasn't any good then? We've told them to go away, which they did at last application. They've come back and we've saying that they've come back and made it improvements. We've admitted that already in the report. Now we're saying we're going back to reasons now that there isn't any good. We're contradicting ourselves.
Well, I beg to differ there, Councillor. I mean, it's the applicant's application, not ours. It's up to them to put on the table whatever they see fit. So that's the bottom line on that. Charlotte.
I think we've made the committee has made the decision, so that's what we're moving forward with. I've used the previous reasons review as a basis, but sort of shaped them off the discussion today, and that's why we can review them now, and if there's anything you want to change or add, then we can do that at this stage.
So let's focus on the reasons for refusal then. Councillor Porrer.
Just to come back on the lighting, I think I would like to leave it in. Sorry, Councillor Bennett, just because whilst it is an improvement, the LED is better, it will be year round. And particularly for me, it was that winter season where obviously it's dark. Obviously it's winter. So I would like the lighting to be left in, though I do acknowledge that the LED is an improvement on what the strip lighting. But for me, it was still an issue. So I would, if members are agreeable, I prefer to leave it in.
So, yeah, lighting consideration and also the consideration of using the word permanent. I'm not hearing any councillors arguing against those so far. Councillor Levine?
Yeah, thanks. I'm actually trying to work differently too. They both look very good and very relevant. Is there a difference in emphasis. I see that the policies in the local plan that's referred to in each are different, but is there what's the difference between the both of them, basically?
Okay. So the reason for refusal 1 focuses on the sort of skyline and general character impacts. Reason for refusal 2 focuses on the heritage impacts, and that not being outweighed by the public benefits in this case. So they can both be applied if you'd like. Yeah.
Right, any more? Yeah, Councillor Dryden?
I just think, I've been on the planning committee as well. Once upon a time, when we're as members and we went against officers' recommendations, people that voted against it used to have to go around and give their reasons.
I'm not quite clear, Councillor Dryden. Don't speak across
I could make
the
it any
table,
clearer, Chair.
please, councillors, if we use the microphone. So if you, well, sorry, I didn't understand. But do you mean that we individually needed to give our reasons for refusal?
Yeah, can I just, when, not going back too far, when we went against officers' recommendation, the members who voted against the officer's recommendation used to have to give their reasons.
I'll leave. Can you reply to that, Charlotte, or shall I? I think you're the person who needs to do that.
I can respond. I think the reasons for refusal, as I explained, have been sort of edited and drafted on the basis of the discussion that's taken place. So trying to take an account of the reasons that members have given in terms of their opinions on the proposal. So I'm not sure if that's necessary. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So, Councillor Dryden, does that answer your question, or you...
It doesn't actually. Probably Toby remembers it well. I mean, I remember when we've gone against officers' recommendations, and we used to have to, the ones that voted against it, we have to go around and give our reasons.
Right, well, I think this isn't the place to get into a debate about that. We can have a debate at a planning meeting when we all have a chat about issues to do with planning. But Toby, your name has been mentioned, so do you want to respond?
I think, Councillor Dryden, ordinarily I would agree with you, but what I would say in this case is that members have already seen not too dissimilar proposal and refused it last year, and during the course of the debate today on this application, it's clear what issues those members that voted against the application were raising, and they are very similar to the issues that came about last time. Therefore, for the sake of brevity, officers have kind of brought these kind of drafted reasons for refusal and put them forward. So if members don't agree with any of these issues, they're more than welcome to seek to amend them during this debate. But, we have two very useful, very detailed reasons for refusal in front of members, and you can vote on them or amend them as you see fit.
Thank you, Toby. So, as I said at the start, we are the decision makers here. These are our reasons for refusal. If we need to change them, and that's why we're having this conversation now, that's the whole point. So, Councillor Dryden, did you want to come back further on that? Now Toby's responded.
I just asked a question. I mean, it's been explained, but I just say, why are we breaking away from the old, what we used to do? What used to happen was that you vote against the officer's recommendation, then they'd go round who vote against it, then the officers go away and come back with the reasons. And we're going back with what we've done with them before. So it looks like we're getting some reasons we had for the last application, not this one.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. Any more points on these reasons for refusal? Okay, so I think the only thing that's outstanding then is that question of inserting the word permanent. So are you able to do that now, assuming everyone's in favour of that now, or do you want to, I'm not sure if the text is adjustable now, or whether we just do that later.
I can type it out on the screen, but I think if we just agree perhaps that it goes in next to incongruous in the first reason for refusal, I think that would make the most sense. And if members...
Just tell us exactly where it is in the first paragraph.
From the third line of the first reason for refusal, it would read instead, the proposed development is considered to result in a permanent incongruous addition to the Cambridge skyline, etc., etc.
So thank you, Charlotte. So Councillor Porter, you were the one that raised that. Are you happy with that? Yeah. Any other? No? Okay. Okay, that's it then. Now, does any member want to vote separately on these reasons for refusal? No? Okay, we'll take them as a pair then. So all those in favour of the 2 reasons for refusal we've just discussed?
4, Chair.
All those against? Hang on. Take the vote again then. All those in favour of the 2 reasons for refusal? In favour?
5, Chair.
All those against?
3 against.
So we voted in favour of those reasons for refusal, so the item is refused. Thank you very much for that. Good debate, very robust debate, and thank you to officers as well. Now, councillors, 12:30, we've had a slight, a little bit of a break during the process of this item. Are you content to carry on with another item, or would you like to stop for lunch? I mean, I know it's been a long item. We have a long agenda also. What are you saying, Councillor Carling? One more? Okay. Yeah, one more, then we'll have lunch then after that. Okay, thank you, councillors. So the next item is Shadows Lane. Dean Scrivener is the case officer. We've got 2 speakers, Terence Falk, objector, and Peter McEwen, agent. So Dean, you're online. Hello, Dean. Good afternoon. So Dean, if you're ready then, do you want to present the item then, please? Oh, sorry, yeah. Hang on, Dean. So, hello, sir. You must be Terence. Yeah, hello, Terence. Hi, have a seat. Yeah, make yourself comfortable. And Peter, hello. Good afternoon. Right, okay. Now we're all pretty much ready, I think. So, is there anything we need to discuss first, councillors, before we can move on? We can have a break if you've got something urgent you need to. No, okay, right. Okay, we're ready, Dean. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to share my screen. Can I just check that you can hear and see my screen, Chair?
Yes, that's all good. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so this application is at 10A Cheddars Lane, Cambridge, and the proposed development is for the erection of a building for commercial and business use and associated infrastructure following a demolition of existing buildings and structures. This is the site location plan, so we're located just off Newmarket Road. The Aldi store is set here. There's a Tesco superstore just there, just to give you a bit of context. And these are neighbouring properties located here. So the existing site is no longer in use. It's previously been used for a mix of industrial and commercial uses over the years, but hasn't been in use for some time. The buildings, as existing on the site, are in poor condition, and it's basically a redundant site which needs to be redeveloped, as you can see from that image. A couple of site photos. So the one on your left is just looking back towards Newmarket Road, just to show the relationship between the site and the neighbouring properties on the right hand side here. So that's just showing an image from the front of the site. So existing site plan, just to show you the footprint of the existing buildings, which currently are on site, and just show the relationship between those buildings and the neighbouring properties to the east. So the proposed site plan, so the building will comprise 3 different levels. So the block towards the front of the site will be 3 stories in height. And the block will then be dropped down to 2 stories in height, which is this L-shaped element here. And this element of the building will be single story in height. The reason for this staggered layout is to respect the amenity of neighbouring properties and to reduce any impact upon those properties. The 3-storey building is set off from the nearest neighbour, which is the neighbour here, to allow for the access into the site, which is in there. So this floor plan just show you a bit more detail in terms of the access here. It's obviously a car-free scheme, so one disabled space is being provided within the sites in this location here. Soft landscaping, so currently the existing site has no soft landscaping at all. It's complete hard standing, so the soft landscaping will actually enhance the aesthetic appeal of the site. Cycle storage will be located to the front here. In terms of these will be Sheffield stands, but there's also cargo stores and more bike racks at the back here. Bins and stores will also be located at the back of the site there. There will be a courtyard at ground floor, which will be used by future occupiers during lunch breaks and whatnot. So this just shows the first floor plan. So you can see the amount of office and lab space which will be used by future occupiers and the two central lift cores. Obviously, a green roof will be provided on the flat roof of the single-storey element, just shown there. And also green roofs on these bins and cycle stores further within the site. This shows the second floor plan, so this is office space at the top here. And on the roof of these second-storey elements, there will be a blue roof and solar panels. That's the roof plant, which is associated with the use of the building. And a roof terrace will be provided on this side of the building for future occupiers to use during lunch breaks. Obviously, the reason being located on the west side is away from neighbouring properties, so to reduce any overlooking or noise impact upon those properties. So these are the elevations. So this is the front elevation, so you'd see from Cheddar Lane, and you can see the height. So the total height is 12.6 metres at the front of the site. You can see it stepped off away from the neighbouring properties to give that separation and provide privacy towards those neighbouring properties. This is the east elevation, just showing the fenestration details, which I'll get to a bit later on. This is the proposed rear elevation, which will be blank facade, so there won't be any fenestration or any windows or any openings on this side of the building. And that just shows the side west. Just a couple of section drawings just to show you the different levels. So this is looking from north through to south. So this is actually the rear of the building, just to show there's various levels and how the building will be staggered at different levels, with reference to what I was speaking to about earlier. And this is just another section looking through from east to west. In terms of neighbour amenity, I've just indicated some distances from which the building will be set from neighbouring boundaries and the neighbouring properties. Officers are content that the building would be located at a sufficient distance away to not result in any overbearing impacts. Obviously, the closest point is the 3-storey element of the building in relation to number 7. Is 9 metres, this distance here, but as you can see, the 3-storey building doesn't project that far beyond the rear elevation of number 7, and therefore the overbearing impact is not considered to be significantly harmful to warrant refusal. In terms of overlooking, there is a window positioned on the 2nd storey, which will serve this office space, which is indicated on this floor plan here. This is set at an angle in relation to the rear garden serving number 7, which is situated here with 11 metres distance, and therefore officers are satisfied that no overlooking impact will result upon that neighbour from that window. There will be facade fins, which will be fixed onto the glazing of the first 4 elements, which will wrap around here. And these will direct views away from neighbouring properties. So if you're standing in this part of the building, views will be looking towards that direction, and vice versa from this side of the building. In terms of overshadowing impacts, the developer did submit a daylight sunlight impact assessment in accordance with BRE guidance. 16 windows were assessed. Only one didn't meet the vertical sky component, which is this window in the side elevation of number 7, which serves a kitchen area. So therefore, the developer undertook a no skyline test, which is recommended under BRE guidance. It basically assesses the amount of light which will be received by the space within the room beyond the window itself. And as you can see, it does still accord with BRE guidance. All other windows were in accordance with BRE guidance, and therefore officers are content that the development would not result in any overshadowing impact upon any windows of neighbouring properties. So in terms of planning balance and recommendation, the redevelopment of Brownfield site, which would create jobs and provide an office and research and development use within a sustainable location. The proposal has been carefully designed to provide a modern building whilst minimising the impact upon neighbouring properties. The proposed landscaping would enhance the site, which currently comprises large areas of hard standing. B&G is achievable on site, subject to conditions as recommended, and financial contributions will be provided as part of Section 106 agreement towards the upgrading of pedestrian cycle routes within the vicinity of the site. Therefore, officers recommend approve, subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Dean. So speakers, Terence, you're first. So if you press the button on the microphone in front of you on the right-hand side, and it should light up. Go red, ideally. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So you've got 3 minutes to speak, Terence, and half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time, so you know when to wrap up. All right, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair. Might I begin with a general observation, which is to thank the previous speaker and to congratulate the team for the very careful way in which the material has been assessed so as to defend the interests of the existing inhabitants, residents of the terrace 1 to 7. The pity of it is that in the meantime, the developer has tried to secure the eviction or the removal, the buying out of the occupants of those houses. Now, I speak as one of 3 of the owner-occupiers. Each of us has been in-house in Cheddar's Lane for over 30 years. I have known the area for even longer. I was an undergraduate housed out in Elfrida Road in 1964-5 and remember cycling back. I didn't take much notice because there was the gas station, the gas work. There were also lots of petrol stations, the gas works. I should say too that the area is greatly changed from that time. And in many ways, one can say it is a fine area to live. I date this back to the decisions taken at the inquiry held next door in the main chamber in March 1999, which was an appeal by Cambridge against the findings. It was the first time that I spoke, the only previous time that I spoke at such a meeting. There were gains made there, and I think whatever happens, we should make great efforts, or invite you to make great efforts to retain those aims for the benefits of the individuals. What has complicated matters, and you, Chair, you may wish to stop me on this, because this is a much more delicate area. I have said that the question has come up that we have been pressed to sell, to make way. If we move out, what happens then? That's the first thing. Do we go back to a new inquiry over the area of our properties? But in the more immediate case, It is that, and it's not the fault of the presentation here, but we have advance notice via the agent of the man proposing this, that he is going to he's going to acquire the remaining part of the site, which is the Newmarket Road area, and that will be subject to its own
Let's finish off
application
your
for
sentence now,
development.
Terrace. That's the end of the 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Have you finished your sentence?
Yes, it was only to say that I didn't get out the plot, which is, because I can't read without my spectacles, the plot on Newmarket Road, which had been part of the original site when it was discussed for development in 2015.
Okay.
And then separately went its own way.
All right, thanks, Terrace. I've given you a bit of leeway there, so we can add a bit more
Thank you
time
very much,
to
Chair.
Peter's presentation, if you wish.
Thank you.
You've got to turn your microphone off, please, Terence, if you can, the right-hand button. So thanks very much, Terence. Thank you, thank you. So, Peter, you're speaking for the, you're the agent speaking for the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. The proposals here involve the introduction of an office and R&D type building. An enhanced redevelopment will be delivered on this brownfield site. And it is important to note, as the case officer noted, that the existing buildings are redundant and in a poor state of repair. A high quality and sustainable design will be introduced on the site, with the building achieving BREEAM excellence along with 5 water credits. Information on the use of rainwater harvesting to secure this has been provided. The approach to scale and massing is acceptable, and the new building will respond positively to context and is compatible with its surroundings. A more modern design approach will be adopted, and this will enhance the setting and character of the area. The building, we feel, will be a positive addition to Cheddar's Lane. The approach to landscaping should be welcomed, with attractive courtyard spaces proposed. This will result in a significant enhancement, particularly given that no soft landscaping is present on site currently. It'll also improve the health and well-being of future employees. The relationship with the adjoining Cheddar's Lane properties is acceptable, and the scheme has been carefully designed, with the first floor set back to ensure that no overbearing impacts result. Again, these relationships are comfortable. No concerns regarding overlooking. Suitable separation is provided, and any views from any windows would be at oblique angles. Likewise, no concerns regarding overshadowing or loss of light. With regards to highways, sufficient pedestrian visibility displays in Cheddar's Lane can be provided. A car-free development is to be promoted, and this is considered acceptable given the sustainable location of the site. The cycle storage arrangements comply with policy. They're conveniently located and easily accessible. A travel plan will also be promoted and secured to encourage sustainable transport, and as noted, a financial contribution towards the upgrading of footways in the immediate locality will also be secured. A significant biodiversity net gain can also be secured on site along with other biodiversity enhancements. This application will deliver additional employment space in Cambridge, of which there is significant demand. There are clear benefits associated with it, and there will be, as noted, a significant enhancement to the public realm locally. We feel that the regeneration of this brownfield, somewhat eyesore site should be welcomed. I just quickly, before I finish, I wanted to just touch on a couple of comments that were made by the objector. These are not material planning considerations, and numbers 1 to 7 Cheddar's Lane do not form part of the application in front of you this afternoon. In summary, the proposals here are compliant with national and local planning policy, and we feel that a successful development will be delivered on the site. We would ask that members concur with the officer recommendation of approval and support this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Terence. So just before we get into debate, I just want to check with Dean, the case officer. So there's difference of opinion between the speakers. So in terms of planning matters, Dean, what weight, if any, should members give to the suggestion that properties adjacent to the site are due to have their residents evicted or have been buying out? And I suppose by implication, with regard to any future unforeseen applications that might or might not come forward. Can you comment on that, Dean, please?
Yeah. So anything to do with the ownership of those properties is not technically a planning material consideration, and therefore we should only be assessing the application on its own merits in terms of planning policy and relevant legislation. So I would advise members that keep that in the back of your minds when the debate, when you're debating this item.
Thank you, Dean. And just to be clear on my second question, which was related, any future planning applications that might be anticipated to come forward with regard to that, those are not being considered today, and I presume we look at the item on the table as we have in front of us.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thanks, Dean. So debate. So Councillor Thornborough.
I'm afraid, can I just declaration of interest?
Yep, go ahead.
So in condition 10, the
Turn it off and turn it on, Councillor.
hello, yeah, the drainage strategy is being prepared by CAR Limited, and I'm an associate of CAR Limited, but I haven't been involved in this at all. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that I haven't been involved in any part of their involvement in this.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, your discretion is unfettered, as they say. Thank you very much, I presume. Okay, so Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much, and thank you to both speakers as well. I think this one may be reasonably straightforward, but I just wanted to check on paragraph 8.47, page 72. There's a reference that the local highway authority recommended refusal. Later on, it looks as though that concern's been addressed, but it doesn't explicitly say that that objection was withdrawn. So can I just check if the Highways Authority have withdrawn that objection or not? Thank you.
Yeah, and I had another bit on that as well. So 6.2, County Highways objects due to lack of visibility displays. That seems to be still live as far as I can tell. And yes, that's been withdrawn, I don't know. So any more questions for the, yes, Councillor Poore.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions and one concern. Is it air source heat pumps? I think it is. If so, does condition 23 need strengthening, just because we normally have the noise informative for those? I mean, I guess it's probably covered by 23, but I just welcome some reassurance because it is obviously quite close to neighbours. The glass window that does overlook obliquely the gardens, I just wondered if the officer wanted to comment whether, well, I don't know if we could obscure it or whether some kind of fins or louvres on it, given that it is stated that it's not a well-used space, might be appropriate just to give some comfort to the residents, because I know, although there is a daylight, etc. thing, there is some loss there. My main concern actually is really just the bulk of it at the front. So if you look on the very helpful visualisations, it doesn't really step up very convincingly to me from the lower terraces straight up to that very big sort of rectangular form. And I think the officers mentioned in the report there are other similar buildings nearby, but it would be quite useful to get a better idea of where, because to me I would prefer it to have been a sloping side, for example, or have some kind of first floor outrigger so that it's not quite so brutal. Again, I'm not sure in terms of how that will affect my vote, but I just appreciate some comments on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk a little bit about the trip budget and transport arrangements to the site. I note that it's intended to be a car-free site. We hear that a lot. It isn't always obtained. However, for workers who need to use car for part of their journey, the most practical option would be to drive to the park and ride in Newmarket Road and then take NC51 along Riverside and then come on to Cheddar's Lane through the cut-through between Riverside and Cheddar's Lane. Now, this is a very heavily used junction. I was at a ward meeting last Sunday where safety concerns were raised about the entrance from Stourbridge Common and about speeding in the area. So I note and welcome the Section 106 contribution, but I think we need to clarify the area where that is being spent, because I don't think it's broad enough. That's a very dangerous area and it's an accident black spot. And the impact of any additional journeys on that area will go right back to Stourbridge Common entrance. So I have a concern about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett. I'm going to go back to Dean now, and we'll come back for another round of questions, councillors, if that's okay. So, Dean, do you want to respond to any questions you hear then, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. In terms of the local highway authority objection, the applicant did submit a drawing showing visibility displays either side of the access, which officers were happy with. The highway authority were reconsulted, however, no comments were received from the highway authority, but officers are content that there is sufficient visibility at the access to reduce any conflict between users. In terms of air source heat pumps, I'm happy to put a noise informative on if that would make members more comfortable in terms of noise generated from any associated air source heat pumps on the site. In terms of the window at second floor on the east elevation, I think it's one of those which is a bit on balance. Officers obviously feel that the angle at which that window is set in relation to the rear garden serving number 7 would not result in direct overlooking to result in significant overlooking harm to warrant refusal. However, I am happy to put an obscure glazing condition, again, if members are more comfortable with that in terms of preventing any direct overlooking from that window. In terms of the scale of the third-storey building, I think in terms of when you look around Newmarket Road area, you also have buildings of similar scale, such as the Premier Inn further down and the student accommodation just further down Newmarket Road. I obviously acknowledge that you would see it within the street scene. However, I think its design and its sort of scale is acceptable within the locality. Obviously, we're conditioning materials at condition number 33, so we'll secure those details and make sure that the appearance is obviously acceptable. So in terms of scale, I think we also didn't want a 3-storey building projecting right back towards the whole site, but I think that front element is acceptable in our views. In terms of transport arrangements and the car-free development, we don't know what the Section 106 contributions will be in relation to where those cycle and pedestrian routes will be upgraded. Obviously, those discussions are still to come with the County Council and our legal representatives and the applicant, which we will agree with those following this meeting. Obviously, condition 28, which is the travel plan, will ensure that more sustainable modes of transport are used for employees coming to and from the site. So we feel that as a planning authority, there are sufficient mitigation measures in place to ensure the safety of all users. I think that was everything. Sorry if I've missed anything.
Yeah, I've got you down, Councillor Bajan, don't worry. So if you could come back on highways as well, there were a couple of us, including me, asked about the highways. I had a 6.2 and there was an 8 point something as well was mentioned. Did you hear that, Dean? If not, we can go over that again. So my
was that
item 6.2, highways objects due to lack of visibility space, and another councillor brought up something like 8 point, was it Councillor Dryden or Councillor Bailey? Okay, sorry, Councillor Carling. Do I say it again, Councillor Carling?
It was me, but I think that's been answered, Chair.
Oh, that's it. Sorry, okay, apologise. Right, if you don't mind as well then, Dean, did I miss it? Sorry, I was scribbling away.
Sorry, was your point referring to the highways objection?
Well, there were two, and my one was, I was highlighting the point in the report at 6.2, it says County Highways objects due to lack of visibility displays.
Yeah, sorry, I have answered that. The applicant did provide a visibility display drawing, which the Highway Authority was re-consulted on. However, no comments were received from the Highway Authority. They referred to the County Council Transport Assessment Team on the development, who are happy with the overall arrangement of the access and the development as a whole. So officers are content.
So just before we go on, you said about the question of air source heat pumps that was raised, you said informative. So did you mean conditional or did you mean informative? Because informative isn't going to give us anything necessarily, is it?
I think we normally do put an informative on regarding air source heat pump installations, which I think Councillor Pora was referring to, which I'm happy to put on. But there is a condition 23 refers to the installation of any plant or noise plant on the site, which is a standard condition we also put on, which is as recommended. But I think Councillor Pora was referring to air source heat pump installation in particular, if I'm right.
Okay, yeah, she's not in, that's fine, we'll go on then. So just while I've got you, well, it's my turn to speak, just a couple of other things briefly. GRC is mentioned in the drawings, and it's also in the applicant's acronym too. I presume that stands for glass reinforced concrete in the drawings at least. It's a bit confusing because the applicant has also got that, or maybe developer for the applicant, I'm not sure, uses that acronym. And the other thing is water use, more importantly. So we haven't got a lot of water really, have we? And labs use a lot of water, so are we concerned about that? So just hold that one a minute. So the next speaker is Councillor Bajan, sorry, not speaker, Councillor.
Chair, thank you. I think the building seems to be in keeping with the development of that area. My question is regards to section 106, or really I'm concerned that following the way that money from the Timberworks project of £1.8 million, which was supposed to have gone to St Philip's School, was taken away and to be used by county at their county meeting for other areas. Subsequent intervention has stopped half of that being taken elsewhere and retained half of it at St Philip's. I'd like the officer to be aware that when it says in the local area, it means in the local area and not in the whole of Cambridgeshire.
Right, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Thornborough, yeah.
I've got a couple of questions. One is the design shows chimneys in the background, and there is some information about emissions, and that the building, there's no concerns about emissions regarding heating and hot water because that's going to be electric. But what are the chimneys for? And if it's in association with the use of the research spaces as labs, which require a kind of very careful ventilation, how can, is there any information about what may be emissions from the building due to the use? And is that I know that I think this has been raised on other life science buildings which have been coming, which are within residential areas. So I think that has been raised as a concern before, and it's basically reflecting that concern here. And is that something do we have information about, and can we get information about that? And is it possible to have environmental officers comment on that? The other thing is, it is about water. There is absolutely clear that there is a real problem with the amount of water in use. And do we have any information about how much more water will be abstracted for use on this site than there is now? It says there's 5 5 Watt 1 BREEAM credits. I don't have no idea what that means as far as water usage is. I know on residential projects where I have an understanding about so many litres per person per day, and we actually are now, we put in a condition to say that whatever is agreed needs to be measurable. Is it possible to ensure that what the water on this site is measurable? And the other thing, again, to do with the use of the building is the wastewater use, and whether there is any concern about contamination or pollution of the water through the use of the building, and whether that can be, whether the environmental officers have commented on that, and whether there's a way to control that. Thank you.
Yeah, very good points, Councillor. Look, I'm going to go back to Dean now because there's a bit to go on with there, I think, really. Dean, can you respond to those points, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So in terms of the water use, the building will accord with BREEAM excellence criteria, which Policy 28 of the local plan wants to achieve for all non-residential buildings. Watt 01 is a measure for water efficiency of buildings. It is technical. Unfortunately, I haven't got our sustainability officer on the call to explain that in more detail. But there are conditions 12 and 13 to ensure that the building will basically deliver BREEAM excellence standards. There is also a condition 36, which requires the applicant to submit details to us to ensure that all relevant infrastructure to basically conserve water use and be more efficient is installed as part of the proposed building. The applicant has confirmed that there is sufficient space for that on site, and our sustainability officer is happy for that condition to be on, and is happy for those details to come forwards. So in terms of water use, I mean, we have applied the standard conditions we normally do for a non-residential building, and officers are happy that those measures are in place. In terms of contamination, the applicant did submit a phase 1, phase 2 contamination investigation reports, which our environmental health officer did assess, and they have recommended a condition to ensure that any remediation of contamination on the site is effectively managed, and that also is recommended under condition 7 of the recommendation, and that will also involve discussions with the Environment Agency to ensure that there's no contamination of groundwater from the associated use. In terms of the Section 106 discussions, thank you, Councillor Bagent. Point is noted. Obviously, we will discuss with the county and the applicant about where the upgrading of the pedestrian cycle routes will be, but it will be within the near vicinity of the site. So county have confirmed that. So we'll make sure that it's not no upgrading or no contributions contributed elsewhere. In terms of the chimneys, I think that is they will obviously emit something from the use of the site. There is a condition 35 which I restricted the use to use class EG, which allows office and research and industrial processes which can be carried out within an area which would not be detrimental to the residential amenity of the area. So that will include processes which can be carried out in such an area as this. So officers are satisfied that the uses or any emissions emitted from the site will not impact upon the amenity of local residents. This has also been confirmed by the environmental health officer in terms of air quality as well. So we're happy that that the use and that condition will restrict the use of the site to ensure that there's no impact upon local residents. I think that was everything. Sorry if I've missed anything, but let me know if I have.
Don't say sorry, that's fine. Toby wants to say something as well.
Thanks. I think there are just a few things. I think GRP is glass reinforced concrete. On the water issue, I was looking at the design and access statement, and it appeared to me as if actually they were looking at particularly high standards in terms of the what standards that you would expect through BREEAM. So, for example, they've got blue roofs here that are going to funnel the water off the site and be potentially used for things like flushing toilets and feed into some of the rain gardens on the site. So I think this is actually quite a good example of a highly efficient building in terms of its water usage. And then just to kind of expand on some of the issues that I think Councillor Thornborough raised regarding the chimney and emissions. So for lab buildings, there's other legislation that controls what is coming out of the fume cupboards that these laboratory spaces kind of operate within. They're very, very tightly controlled. So I don't think that the technicalities around that are for this committee. There is a different licensing regime, and it will, whatever is applied in terms of the kind of mitigation, will reflect the type of research that is being carried out.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. And if I may, before you all go on, councillors, I mean, I think those 2 points by Councillor Thornborough were two that I'd be interested in as well. I think, firstly, in terms of BREEAM, excellent, that's excellent. But that means it's saving water in terms of blue roofs and all of that. But it's still going to be a high water use facility. That's the point, isn't it, with labs? That's what we were getting at, I think. And secondly, what was the other point? Chimneys, yeah. So, we had that with the Fitzroy Street application, I think, recently with chimneys. And I mean, the officers may be happy with that. And obviously, it's been useful for Toby to set out the licensing regime on that. But as a member of the city, resident and a member of this committee, I'm not content really with putting up buildings with chimneys in the middle of town. It seems completely the wrong thing to do. In common sense terms, that shouldn't be what's happening. So I'm distressed by that, really, but I can see that there are arguments for allowing it to go forward. So the next one on my list is Councillor Levine.
I'm quite. Is that working? Yeah. I'm quite impressed by the sort of no car policy of this building, apart from one disabled, I think. I can't find how many employees there's going to be used in this building, and how many people are going to be coming in the morning. But I'm sure that quite a few will be bringing cars in, nevertheless, and probably parking either in Tesco's car park or in the retail park on the other side of the road, which is question.
I don't think they'll be allowed to park in Tesco, will they? Right, next up was Councillor Dryden, I think.
Just a couple of quick points. The overlooking from one of the windows, well, I know 2 of them are going to be glazed. That was already covered in conditions, was it? For the one that can still be overlooked.
Okay, we'll go back to officers.
Another question, but I haven't finished yet, Chair. Yeah. And the other one was the roof terrace. I've been on roof terrace before now, where I think the councillors before made them put like petitions on parts of it, which stops the overlooking of other properties. So I wonder if a panel to stop the overlooking.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pora.
Yeah, just to pick up on what Councillor Dryden was saying, the window that I'm concerned about is that one there, which is not a very helpful way of showing it, but I'm torn because it is quite a nice big window, but I must admit, if I was living in that house, I was kind of wondering if we could louver it, because obviously the idea is that it would then point the view the other way. But I think on balance, if I was living in that house next to it, I'd probably want it glazed up to 1.7. So, they still let the light in. And I noticed there is a big picture window on the front, so it's a difficult one because it is, I think, 11 metres, isn't it? But I just think if you're in your garden, you're going to be looking up and you will have that massive, probably 8-foot picture window with everyone being able to look down on you. So, but I would welcome other members' views on that because I'm not totally wedded to it. I just think it is quite a big overlooking issue.
Thank you, Councillor. You said glazed up to 1.7. Did you mean obscure up to 1.7?
I beg your pardon. Yes, I think Dean kindly said he'd consider a glazing condition. I think I wouldn't want it to be the full way up, but I do think there's an argument for, the normal eye height.
Okay, Councillor Thornborough.
There's a terrace at first floor level, which is facing east, and it has a green roof. I actually think it's a shame that can't be an amenity space for the people in the building, and because of spilling out and being able to be, sitting outside having lunch or having a coffee or break. And I think it's really good that the first floor has that space, because it means that the people on the first floor are actually closer to natural light, which is really beneficial. But I think that not being able to be used by the users of the building, I think I think it would have been improved, but it would have had to have been screened from the residents. But I am slightly concerned about the amount of amenity space for the people spilling out. But those are comments. One thing I think we need is the actual level of the roof and the actual level of the top of the chimney. And I think that needs to be absolutely explicit as not 3 stories or being able to scale off the drawings. I think we need a datum point for those so that we can be certain that it will be built to what we are being presented with, rather than something being measured and from the drawings later on to check what's being on that height. Because these are very high floor to ceiling, so it's been described as a 3-story building, but actually, it's really a 6-story domestic height. It's the equivalent of about 6-story domestic floors. So I just think there mustn't be any ambiguity about what the actual height is going forward. That's all. Thank you.
So thanks, Councillor. So the first point was a comment. The second point appeared to be a comment, but are you asking for those finished floor levels
yes,
and so on?
I think we need to have, not now in the committee, but I think the officers need to be certain that what levels they are, so that there is no ambiguity in the future if there's any dispute or concern by residents about what the as-built height is compared to what is approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Dean, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. So in response to the lack of parking on the site and the potential for employees to drive to the sites, obviously Tesco will have their own car parking charges, so it's very unrealistic to assume that employees will drive to the sites. Obviously, of course, already mentioned condition 28 as a travel plan, so I'll ensure that more sustainable modes of transport are provided for employees to travel either by bike or bus to the site. So officers are quite content that the lack of car parking in this instance it will be achieved, and there won't be cars parking on the surrounding roads and whatnot by employees. In terms of the overlooking, I'm happy to put an obscure glazing condition on that window if members are happy to accept that to remove any concern about overlooking. I mean, probably preferably louvres will probably be the better solution, I think. in my opinion, I don't think the level of overlooking from that window is set at an angle. It's not directly overlooking. So therefore, I'd probably prefer a louvered detail. But if members want obscure glazing, I'm happy to put that on. In terms of the green roof space, on the first floor level of the single story elements, being provided as amenity space, obviously we could have put screens up around an external amenity area for future employees, but then it's obviously the noise issue of employees spilling out into that space, and resulting noise impact upon the amenities of those naming properties, which is why we advised for the roof terrace to be on the other side of the building. So that's why that was positioned on the western elevation. And the exact heights, I mean, the exact height of the 3-story building is 12.6 meters in height from ground level. So I can give you that, but I can, if you give me a sec, I can probably measure out the floor to ceiling heights of each level of the 3-story building, if that would make Councillor Thornborough more happy. But I might need to come back to you on that.
Okay, do that then. Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Poorer.
I'm very happy to leave it to officers as to whether louvres or 1.7 metre obscured glazing is whatever's better, because I appreciate the applicant may have to take a view on what they prefer, but I would be happy as long as there's a condition to say something is done to ensure that overlooking is addressed. I'm happy, because I'm pretty sure we can't add louvres on now, can we? But I'm happy to leave it with Toby and Dean to, if members are happy with that. So condition that secures some kind of obscuring, but delegate it to yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think louvres aren't really going to give much of a view over the gardens when you look at the site plan, so it might be acceptable, maybe, but thank you for that, councillor. Are you ready to go now, Dean, in terms of the measurements, or are you still measuring? Okay. So the other question I have, maybe Toby can help with this one, is just because water has become such a bigger thing these days. One of the consultees is Anglian Water. It says no objections. So Anglian Water supplier the water, does that mean they're of any use to us whatsoever as a consultee? Or what, Toby?
I think it would be Cambridge Water. I think you'll see, Chair, not on this proposal, but other R&D proposals, larger proposals coming forward, that you'll see a lot more information around water usage, which is specified because those applications will be subject to environmental impact assessments and would have had the scrutiny of the Environment Agency. This isn't of a scale to necessitate that degree of detail, but as I've said, nonetheless, the application and its components in terms of how it deals with water, both landing on it and usage, is a good example.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Dean's still measuring. Just to come back there, while we're waiting on that, you know, I can see the other consultees like Lead Flood Authority, the Archaeology Officer, the representation, third-party representations, all of that. Anglian Water or Cambridge Water, they are commercial organisations that make a profit from selling water. So how can they be useful to us as a consultee?
They will be useful, perhaps not on this application, but for outlining more strategically as part of their plans how much water is available within the overall network and whether individual proposals are going to significantly impact upon potable water demand.
Right, thanks, Toby. Councillor Bennett, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come in on the water use issue. As I understand it, this is a speculative development and the developers do not know the occupants yet, so we don't know whether it's going to be normal office wet labs or dry labs. And therefore, it's almost impossible to say what the water use would be. If it is a standard office or a dry lab, most of the water use will be quasi-domestic, so it's like people going to a toilet or using a kitchen or getting drinks, and that counts as domestic supply, which Cambridge Water is not permitted to refuse to supply. So it's not. Apologies, sorry, I just lost the connection. So it's not going to be a statutory quantity with teeth, if you see what I mean.
All right, thanks for that, councillor. So Dean, let's go back to you then, please.
Yep, so I can confirm that the height between floor and ceiling level is 3.4 meters. And the height of the chimneys from ground floor level is 14 meters.
Dean, so councillor Thornborough, did you get all that?
No, what is the height of the building? The overall, to the roof, pavement to the roof, next to the building?
That'll be 3 times 3.4, won't it?
Well, on one drawing, on the detailed drawing, it's showing 4 meters floor to floor, which is probably.
Dean, I defer to you. 4
The
meters.
height of the building itself to ground floor is 12.16. If you include the infrastructure on top of the roof, it is 12.6.
That's your answer then, councillor Thornborough. And you've got the height of the chimneys as well.
Sorry, I just, that's good. I think as long as it's recorded and if there's any dispute or question in the future that it can be referenced, that's the main thing.
Okay, thanks. So nothing else, I don't think. Let's go to the recommendation then, please. Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations set out on page 81 of the officer report. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers. It's subject to a section 106 agreement, the precise contributions and its wording to be delegated. And then subject to an additional noise informative with regard to the air source heat pump and an additional condition to secure privacy, which can be delivered either through obscure glazing or louvers for the second floor side-facing window towards number 7 Cheddar's Lane. The precise wording of that condition to be delegated to officers.
Thank you, Toby. Do you want that coming back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, councillor Porro? No, okay, all right. So that's the recommendation then. So it's to approve subject to conditions. All those in favour of that recommendation?
It's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. Thanks to the speakers. So it's now 1:25, a bit late. Sorry about that, councillors. So we'll take a break now, then come back at 1:55 to 2 for the next item. Okay, welcome back after lunch. Next item on planning this agenda is the ice rink Parker's Piece. Officer is no longer Lawrence Moore. Hear me now? Yeah, that's it. The microphone's a bit odd today. And speakers, we've got Rob Collett, agent, and then Councillor Poore is speaking as a ward councillor, so not debating the item. So after you've spoken, Councillor, you may wish to withdraw from the table or not. It's your prerogative. I've got Councillor Bick down as well, but he appears not to be here.
I'm speaking on behalf of the 3 ward councillors for Market, just because we thought it would save time rather than you having 3 of us say the same thing.
Very good, thank you. And Councillor Carlin, who is the executive councillor with responsibility for this item in his portfolio, so he'll be speaking on the item but not debating or voting on the item. The same applies to you, Councillor. It's your prerogative if you wish to stand down from the table after you've spoken. Okay, so that's up then. So Phoebe, do you want to present the item, please?
My name is Phoebe and I'm presenting the application on behalf of Lawrence Moore. So this is the application for the proposed temporary Christmas event to be held on Parker's Piece. So the proposal is to utilise a portion of the south-east quadrant with a footprint of approximately 2.4 acres, maintaining the existing and footpath and cycle networks across Parker's Piece. Parker's Piece is allocated as a protected open space and is surrounded by a mixture of uses, including a parkside pool here and gym. We've got a hotel, residential uses. The site falls within the Cambridge Historic Core conservation area and within the setting of listed buildings. Although there are no trees on Parker's Piece covered by tree preservation orders, they are protected by the conservation area. The application seeks planning permission for the holding of a temporary Christmas event, including the annual installation of an ice rink, food, drink, market stalls, including a lodge bar, a Ferris wheel, carousel, attractions, seating area and associated fencing works and structures for a period between the 1st of November and the 14th of January the following year, each year for a maximum of temporary period of 4 years. So this is just an aerial view again, and so we will be sited in this southeast quadrant. We have received 4 additional comments since the report was published. I'm just going to the details within these comments have been covered within the officer report, with the exception of the opening hours being extended from previous years. And officers would just like to note that condition 8 has been attached to a decision setting out the opening hours, and the environmental health officers and planning officers consider that these opening hours are acceptable. Another comment was that the 10-year period was too long, and officers would like to know that the description has been amended for a 4-year temporary period. We'd also like to say there was a slight error in condition 3, and so I've just put the wording up here of how we've altered it. So it was stated that delegated to officers in the event that the operator decides not to commence the Christmas operation from the 2023 to 2024 period, to ensure that any temporary consent runs for 4 annual periods starting in 2024 to 2025 and ending in 2027 to 2028 as appropriate. And that the grass protection period starts from the 1st of August 2025 as appropriate. I hope that makes sense. It's a lot of crossed out numbers. So I've just put up a block plan. So in here to show the layout, but the lines are quite faint, but these dotted lines around here are the application boundaries for the operator in 2019, 2020 and 2022. So just for reference, you can see that they are it's quite a similar size and from the previous permissions. This is a detailed plan of what is proposed on the site. We have the wheel footprint in this corner here with the carousel and a Christmas tree maze. There's a Santa's Workshop chalet, a skate hire rink and the ice rink. And then to the front of the site, the entrance is off the cycle and footpath with market stalls and food stalls here. In this bottom side, we have a curling lane, tent and outdoor seating bar. So Parker's Piece is designated as a protected open space, but the proposal is temporary and is not considered due to the size. It will still remain predominantly as a green space, and there's no net loss in recreational facilities, and is consistent with policies 67 and 79 of the local plan. To ensure that the design and layout of the site is retained, for each returning year, an annual review mechanism will be applied by condition, so we can ensure that the layout internally is kept, and we've asked for that submission 3 months prior to the installation of the event. So just to go through some of the elevations. So this is the marquee over the ice rink, which is approximately 5.5 metres in height, and some signage within the site. And again, this is across a section of the marquee and skating rink. This is the Ferris wheel that's proposed. It's 34 metres in height, and it's similar to the existing observation wheel on Parker's Piece. This is Santa's Grotto, which is a wooden chalet that's proposed, which has sort of a seating area inside it, and there's also an external terrace outside. This is the Alpine Lodge, which is a marquee, which is, I think, 6.6 metres in height. Yeah. And the curling tent, which has a maximum height of 4.8 metres. So some of the key issues with the site is regarding noise and lighting. So to avoid the issues caused by the previous fairs, the applicant has removed the proposal for all thrill rides, and we've kept a more traditional carousel and Ferris wheel along with a maze. And a condition has also been attached to the application regarding noise compliance with the noise assessment submitted by the applicant, and restricting illuminance levels and flashing lights. In regards to generators, the mains power on Parker's Piece is not currently suitable for running the winter fair. A condition has been attached for a biofuel diesel generator within the first year, and we have been informed by the Streets and Open Spaces Department that in the following years there should be electrical connection for the fair. As part of the application, a grass protection and maintenance plan has been submitted. The Council's Street and Open Spaces Department and Landscape Department have reviewed this and consider this an acceptable level of maintenance and protection, and a condition has been added to ensure that Parker's Piece is returned to an acceptable standard, and the details are going to be provided again yearly to the Council via the condition. So officers are recommending approval for the application subject to the amended condition and attached conditions. Believes that the approval will enhance the site as a place of recreation and enjoyment. The thrill rides have been removed and the grass protection and maintenance has been provided. Key considerations for the sort of on balance is regarding noise and lighting. However, we believe that has been covered by the conditions attached. So officers' recommendation is approval subject to the conditions set out below with minor amendments to conditions as delegated to officers, the closure of the public consultation period and any new matters arising to be delegated to officers to determine whether revised additional conditions are necessary or whether such matters need to be reported to Chair and Spokes. And the amendment of condition 1 delegated to officers in the event that the operator decides not to commence the Christmas operation for the 2023-2024 period, to ensure that any temporary consent runs for full annual periods.
Phoebe, so speakers, we've got an objector, so Rob, you're the agent, you have 3 minutes to speak. When you're ready, you press the button on the right-hand side there, it lights up red, and then half a minute before the end, the bell will go. Oh, sorry. Amendment sheet, Phoebe, before we get going on that? Sorry, Rob, we got the amendment sheet as well. Let's do that first before you speak.
So the amendment sheet included alterations to a few wordings of conditions, which were set out within the amendment sheet.
Yeah, through you, Chair, there was a replacement of the energy condition 11 and the amendment of condition 12.
Hello? Is that all clear, everyone? Okay, sorry to interrupt you, Rob. Okay, when you're ready. Let Chris sort it out. Hold on.
Good afternoon, members. My name's Rob Collett. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and the agent for this application. Is that working? Yeah. I'd firstly like to thank you officers for their assistance during this application, which has helped to shape a good quality scheme before you. My first, though, look to Christmas past. In previous years, somewhat different events were run by a different operator, but through Cambridge City's tendering process, the council has chosen to go in a different direction and selected our client, who is a new and completely different operator with a different offer. It was clear from our review of the previous North Pole events that problems included noise and excessive lighting from the fairground-style event and its thrill rides, as well as poor quality grass restoration. None of these should occur from the proposals in front of you. Our client is a very experienced event management company who successfully operates other similar events elsewhere in the country. Their successful bid has been selected by the council, in part on their proven track record to deliver good quality events. Alpine Christmas Markets has worked hard on the design of the event and the attractions proposed for Cambridge to address the concerns of the past and offer an exciting, family-focused Christmas-themed event, including an ice rink, market stalls, Santa's Grotto, curling lanes, Christmas tree maze and food and drink stalls. It does not feature thrill-type fairground rides, replacing those with a traditional Ferris wheel and carousel. And if the council consider it necessary, the lighting could be restricted to static illumination on the Ferris wheel. Consent is sought for a minimum 4-year period, which is the minimum time period to provide assurances for future operation and also the certainty required to enable provision of an electricity supply. It is the applicant's aspiration to power the event with mains power when sufficient capacity is available, which is anticipated during 2024. While generators are required in the meantime, these will run on biofuel, which is a much more sustainable alternative to diesel. The application is supported by a noise report with no significant noise impacts. Lighting has been reduced and a new ground and soil protection plan has been prepared in consultation with your officers to ensure the grass re-establishes properly. Parker's Piece is an important local civic space that is regularly used to hold public events. The event will sit in just one quadrant of the piece, leaving the remainder available at a time of year when demand is low. The event will be open to meet the demands of customers using and enjoying the event over the festive period. We hope that members are pleased with the quality of the event proposed by this new operator, reassured by the details of its management, as well as the controls agreed with your officers through conditions. I ask you to endorse the recommendation. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Thank you very much. Yep, so Councillor Pora, your ward councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. So as ward councillors, I'm speaking on behalf of councillors Bick, Martinelli and myself, as we thought it would be easier than bringing 3 of us in, because you've probably got other things on the agenda we need to be dealing with. This has been a really challenging application for us. It came in 5 weeks ago. It's already at planning. The consultation hasn't even closed. We only found out about it when it was in the local paper and on the portal. So it's surprising that it's here at committee today. You know, we're concerned. We haven't had comments from everybody yet. I can see on the portal we've got Sport England, we've got landscape officers, air quality and growth. All these haven't necessarily come in. And we're uncomfortable that these are coming forward so soon before the thing is closed. Obviously, I appreciate the applicant talks about local consultation. There was a survey last year, but ward councillors weren't asked about this because we would really welcome working with the applicant and the Streets and Open Space team to make this the best it can be. And we have always said as ward councillors we would support an appropriate winter fair offer, and we're not disputing this. This does seem to be a high quality offering. There are undoubtable positives, and we're grateful to the applicant of Streets and Open Spaces, even in the last 3 weeks, as we've been desperately trying to negotiate some things, that we have obviously the removal of the thrill rides, the smaller footprint, the removal of diesel, and I'm reasonably confident the electricity in the future will be secured. The cycle parking has been moved to the front, I understand, as per CamCycle's objections and our own. Herbicides are excluded by condition now, they can't be used. The thrill rides going, we said the improved fencing. We would welcome reassurance from the planning officer just to make sure that employees cannot park on site, as that did happen in previous ones outside the red line boundary, which caused a lot of damage to the piece. However, for us, there is one sticking point that means we can't at this point support this. It's the wheel. So the wheel proposed is, I think the officer said it's similar, it is the observation wheel. And my understanding is it's the same one. As you committee will remember, we objected to this previously, and committee overruled us, that's absolutely fine, but it was on the grounds that 6 months of the year is a temporary use. This will up it to 9 months, which is really not a temporary use. I appreciate it's not the applicant's fault, but nonetheless, that is an already consented scheme that is sitting on there for the best part of 6 months of the year. The height and lighting effects of the wheel are substantially more obvious at night, and the previous consent over the summer did basically switch it off when it got to be dark or dusk. This is now running till 11 at night, 6 hours of darkness in effect. So a lot of our residents live right by this, so this is going right into their living room. We do have a condition about static lighting. My understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, is that the observation wheel can't run in static mode because we did try that previously. So I have concern there. Nor is it possible to change its colour to the red one that is depicted on the planning statement. And I think that comes to our second objection. On the planning, the DNA statement and everything, it's described as a Ferris wheel or a big wheel. And actually, if you look at the picture that was circulated widely in the local press, it's not as prominent as the observation wheel. It's not above the tree line. It's red and white. It's described as a fairground wheel in effect, and that is still in these papers, even though it is the observation wheel. You can see from the plans there. So we feel this wasn't completely transparent to residents. For all we know, some residents might have welcomed a smaller wheel, but actually they weren't commenting on the fact that it is the same observation wheel coming back on this, hopefully broadly on the same footprint, because the damage it's done already is quite substantial. It's going to take some repairs. So we at the moment, unfortunately, despite the many, many positives, we don't feel that we can support this application because of the observation wheel being there. It's such a huge structure. It's already a temporary use for 6 months of the year. This ups it to 9 months of the year, for depending on when we start this year or another 4 years after that. So I say we're sorry that we weren't able to be involved earlier because we feel we could have resolved this. Obviously, if we were able to defer it to a later committee, we would be happy to continue discussing this with the operator, because we do feel that a winter offer is appropriate on Parker's Piece, just not with this 34-metre high, very bright white wheel attached. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Carling, you wish to speak, and you are the Executive Councillor with responsibility for this item in your portfolio, so you wish to speak on it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes. So I won't take too much of the committee's time and repeat what has already been said, but in essence, just having a winter event is so important to our city. It is a real positive feature for residents and visitors, and it brings with it lots of benefits for local businesses too, both those that will be providing food at the stalls, but also those in the city centre more broadly. This application provides a high-quality winter event with a variety of features inside for visitors to enjoy, and I'm particularly proud that it offers free entry, though of course some of the features inside do attract a cost for visitors, but the point stands that overall entry would be free. The application has been carefully put together to take into account the concerns that have been raised with the previous winter offer that used to be run. So the removal of thrill rides, as has just been mentioned, and as the case officer outlined, is a key example of that, really. The Streets and Open Spaces team are confident that the grass condition can be effectively maintained and there'd be no need or support for using herbicides in doing so, so there's no clash there with our ambitions to be a herbicide-free city. In sustainability terms, conditions are being recommended to ensure no diesel generators are used on site. If the operator does run an event this year, which I hope does happen, though I recognise it may not due to the short timescale between now and then biofuels would be used to supply the power that's required. Obviously, those are much better than using traditional diesel, but even better than that, future years would use mains electricity after the council installs a supply with sufficient capacity for that, essentially. So this application is highly sustainable and meets our policies in that regard. And therefore, I would strongly urge the committee to approve permission for this application so we can bring in this new and affordable attraction for families to enjoy over the Christmas period in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, 5 members of this committee will be deciding this item. The quorum is 3, so we're all good on that. So just to say that Councillor Dryden has unfortunately had to leave the committee for the afternoon, so he's no longer here. And obviously Councillor Poore and Councillor Carling, who sit on this committee, have spoken about the item, so they won't be debating or voting on the item. So, councillors, any debate? Councillor Bennett.
Case officer, I understand there's also a district heat network proposal for Parker's Piece. So my question is that while I'm aware that that isn't going ahead immediately, that we're still some way off starting, this is quite a long-term proposal. So I was wondering if we take into account how much of Parker's Piece is being dug up for the district heat network and how much is going on this, whether we still have enough left for free recreational use. And my second question was idle curiosity, which is that is the district heat network expected to supply the mains heat? Next question is sustainability. I noticed there's a Christmas tree maze, and I wondered what happened to the Christmas trees after the maze was taken up. That's quite a lot of trees. I do know that there is a facility to recycle them at some of our local zoos for sort of animal enrichment, and whether that could be considered, not necessarily in the planning permission, but possibly informally. I think that'd be very welcome. I have had a lot of interest from residents in the ward, most of which isn't actually planning matters, and I won't reproduce here. But one point of concern was that by having a free attraction with paid for elements on Parker's Piece, that we are converting what is a free, family-friendly recreational facility into one where you need to pay to be there because of Pasta Power. I'm not entirely convinced by this because it's going to be cold, and I'm not sure that there will actually be much free family use at this time. But as that point has been made to me by residents, I do want to air it.
Thank you, Councillor. So, I mean, the district heat network question seemed rather off agenda. I know it can supply electricity, but I'll let the officer deal with that. Any other questions for the officer? Yes, Councillor Levine.
For your display a year ago, well, the last one that ended on January this year.
Councillor, we don't normally engage in debate with the speakers, so if we just go through the officers, and if I feel there's a need or I can debate with you whether we need to speak to the speakers.
I just wanted to ask then, is there a guarantee that that the site will be cleared 3 weeks after the close of the event at the beginning of January. In other words, by the end of January.
Councillor, yeah, who else was it had their hand up? Yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
How much longer? I know the observation wheel has a planning consent for temporary use a certain number of years. I just wonder whether it's relevant to ask how much longer that's got just for the overlap of the observation wheel in this one and the current consent the observation wheel has. I'm really pleased that I think it has to be really strong that the expectation is that it will connect to the city electric power supply. I know that the city have an 100% renewable supplier, so the sooner that's on as possible. And we talk about biofuels, it's better than diesel, but it's still a carbon emitter. So I think it's really, really important that it is only for 1 year that is biofuels. I feel very strongly about that. And if there's a commitment to move on to the council supply, that is really good. Those are my questions. Thank you.
As well. So yeah, the thing seems to have a good selection of facilities. That's to be commended, certainly in comparison with some we've seen in the past. So it sort of looks to me like something I would like to go to, which has not always been the case in the past. It's concerning the select consultation. Do you want to speak on that, Phoebe? I want to just clarify as well that you officers find it acceptable that the 4-year period could actually be 5 years, because if it doesn't happen in the first year, the 4-year period gets extended, I understand, to then start from the next year. So it would end 1 year later, chronologically speaking. It's concerning the will is the same will. I wasn't quite clear if the orientation was going to be the same. It looked like it was going to be different. Is it different? But also this question of the will being there for X months and then another Y months, and how many months that is in total. And then also in the past, and I think this is a material planning consideration, we have seen things not come and go at the time they're supposed to, and actually not be provided with energy in the way they're supposed to. We've had in the past when we've been told it's solar panels, and in fact it's been a diesel generator in the past. So those things are pertinent, I think, to consider today. So it's good that it's a biofuel rather than a diesel, though I agree with Councillor Thornborough in that respect. But the electrical supply that was mentioned, so Phoebe, you said 1 year. The amendment sheet says at a future time, I think, or something. The Executive Councillor was similarly inaccurate in terms of how many years it might be till that electrical supply was supplied. I remember electrical supplies on Parker Street being talked about over a number of years, and I've been a councillor since 2014 and it's not been supplied yet. And I understand that many years ago that was a cost of something like £100,000 to the council or something, and maybe more now, I don't know. And so is it going to happen? Can you confirm that it will happen in 1 year's time? And finally, parking on site was raised by one of the questioners. Is that going to be allowed or not? I think that's all of my questions. So go with that. Yeah, back to you then, Phoebe.
In regards to the first point regarding the district heat network, no planning permission has been put forward for this work at the current time. I mean, from what I understand, it's proposed across multiple different commons in Cambridge, but no details have been submitted to councils, and therefore we don't have a time frame for this coming forward, or not that I'm aware of personally. So I think at the current time we just have to accept that this is put on for a period of time, then anything would have to work around this district heat network.
Let me just interrupt. You're struggling there a bit, but the question is not really for you. This is a question that's off agenda. It's not to do with this item, and you don't really need to answer it in any great detail. If you could carry on, Phoebe.
Thank you. In regards to sustainability of what happens to the trees, I'm not aware of what is proposed to happen to the trees at the current time. There is, we could potentially put an informative on any application going forward about to ensure that they are recycled, for whether through charity or to animal enrichment. But we could put informative on any application going forward. In regards to the timeframes of the event, this has been set out within a condition of how long it can be on the piece for. So we said the 14th of January from memory. I'm just pulling up the condition now. That we've stated that it's until the 14th of January. This has been put forward by the applicant as to how long they believe it will take to close down the event. So this is what we are going off, this is what they put forward to us. So the observation wheel has consent until 2026, which was approved under the Section 73 application. So the 4-year event would end potentially in either in 27, 28 under the current period. So it would be an additional year beyond the in regards to the power supply on the piece, I don't know if Toby, you want to pick this up or whether you want me to carry on.
I can pick this up. I have discussed this issue with Alistair Wilson, who's the head of Streets and Open Spaces, and he's assured me that the plans are in place for that connection to be made early next year. It's not something that we can hold the applicants to account. It's something that the council must hold itself to account, as it's has the duty and the responsibility for making that connection. I was hoping Alistair was going to be here today to explain that part of the question, but unfortunately he's not. But I'm relaying that conversation that I had with him.
Before you go on, did Councillor Carling want to say anything on that? He's the Executive Councillor for that portfolio of which Alistair Wilson is a part.
Yeah, no, I think that it's been covered well there. There are plans for that to go in. I have no concerns about the timescale there. That will go
Okay,
in next
thank
year.
you. Carry on, Phoebe.
It was a comment was raised about the 4-year period. We are approving this for a temporary 4-year period of time. So it's not within, so it will happen over 4 consecutive years rather than a start and a finish date. The wording of the proposal is for a 4-year period.
Before you go on, can I bottom that out? So I understand that if it started 1 year late, so they couldn't do it in the first year, they get the 4 years after that. So is there any maximum time that the permission lasts for? So if they say they couldn't do it for 2 years and they started then, would it mean it goes for 6 years in total? So 2 not happening, 4 happening. How many years can they put it off before they get their 4 years?
So within the wording of the condition, we have put the period of time expiring as January 2027 within the condition. So the condition, I'll bring up the power presentation.
Just to simplify the answer, so if it starts this year, then it will be for 4 years. If it starts next year, it will be 4 years from next year.
So my point was, sorry to be pedantic, I guess, but it's useful to know, if it starts in 2 years' time, does that mean it goes?
No, Chair. So the way that the condition is worded is that it would either start this year or it would be conditioned to start next year, not start in any future further period.
Thank you for clarifying.
In regards to car parking on site, there is no car parking on site. There will just be access for set up and shut down of the application. There is no car parking proposed. In regards to the orientation of the wheel, I'm not sure. The footprint has been put out within the block plans provided to us, but I am not aware of which orientation the wheel will be in, given the base. I mean, we've just been provided with the base on the plans. I think that's covered everyone's questions. If I've missed anything,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Phoebe. Great. So the thing I forgot to say was, do we need to declare an interest? Because I presume Cambridge City Council receives an income from this facility. Is that correct, Phoebe?
This is something that the Streets and Open Spaces will.
Let's put his thumbs up. So yes, we do. So there you are. We've declared an interest. Hopefully we're all unfettered in that. This committee sits separate to Cambridge City Council in that respect, as far as I'm concerned. Councillor Thornborough, did you have your hand up or were you stretching?
The fence, it's quite boring, the fence, and I wondered if the council might consider actually allowing children to come and decorate it, you know, paint this wall, paint here over the Christmas period. And if that was to be the case, would it be allowed under the consent, if it was consented today, if they paint the fence?
Can't see other questions, so answer that one, Phoebe, will you please?
At the current time, within the report and in the information submitted, the fence will have a row of Christmas trees on the outside to soften the appearance of the hoarding. So I don't think there will be, there shouldn't just be a completely blank wall. Sure about whether we could organise painting events or not. Sorry.
No, again, that's off agenda, but a good point, Councillor Thornborough, but I think we needed more time, really. Currently, there is not a lot of time, is there, as Councillor Porrer has pointed out. Okay, any more for any more? No? Yes, Councillor Badent.
Chair, I welcome this application. I think it's something that we've grown used to in Cambridge. I'm a bit sad that it won't be there this year or may not be there this year. I think it's something that the city benefits from and is something that adds to what it is to live in our city. I shan't be using it, but I'll enjoy cycling past it and I enjoy seeing the wheel there. I don't see what the problem or concern is about the wheel. I think Councillor Thornborough's idea about having the fence painted sounds like a splendid idea. And even if it's behind the Christmas trees, it would be something that schools might visit and be offered as a section of the fence to draw on and leave their murals and things. I think that's a fantastic idea that maybe officers and the promoters might work on. I just think it's something that we should be really supporting. It makes, you know, we're not only about being a city that sells things of sometimes too high a value, or just providing educational resources. We're a city for people, and one of the things people do like is some sort of fun fair.
Thanks for that then, Councillor. I can't see any more hands up, so just bear in mind, councillors, that ward councillors have not supported this item. We usually in planning committee take note of what ward councillors say, usually to a lesser or greater extent, because they are on the spot, they know what's going on. But further than that, no more debate. I think we need to go to recommendation. Please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 115 of the officer report. That is to approve, subject to the 3 terms of approving and the amendment to that recommendation 3 as set out on the amendment sheet and orally by the officer. And is also subject to the replacement of condition 11 on energy on the amendment sheet and the amendment of condition 12 in relation to generators on the amendment sheet, plus the placement of an informative with regard to the use of the Christmas trees at the end of the period of use of the fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. The recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
5 in support, Chair.
So that's
All
unanimous. So the
voting.
item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. Thanks, speakers. So if the councillors that stood down from the committee want to rejoin now, then please. Thanks for your contributions. The next item I think we'll get on with straight away, if that's okay with everyone. Yeah, is 30 Maids Causeway. So 30 Maids Causeway is John, the presenting officer. Hello, John. Afternoon. And we've got speakers, I believe. Oh, yes. Okay, so we've either got John or Sheila to speak against the item. Yeah. So good afternoon, Sheila. Good afternoon, John. Hello. And I think we're all set to go now then, councillors. If you're, I'll just give the planning councillors a chance to settle because they've just been speaking on the, I mean, you, Councillor Porr, are you okay to get going, or do you want a minute to? Okay, right, good. In that case then, John, do you want to present the item then, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just confirm that you can all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'll just share my screen with you. Give me a moment. So, can you all see that screen?
Fine.
Thank you, great. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's John McAteer, and I will be presenting 30 Maids Causeway today, which is for the demolition of an existing single-storey garage and the erection of a two-storey garage building in its place. So we've got the site location plan to the left and the existing block plan to the right. You can see Maids Causeway, the main road, to the north, but the relevant elevations are seen along Salmon Lane down here to the south. And the existing block plan here, we can see the footprint
John,
of
sorry to
the...
interrupt. Are you able to use your laser pointer possibly when you present? Because it's just easier to see than that sort of red spot thing, if possible.
Of course, give me a
Can't
moment.
always do it, but you might be able to. Some presentation systems seem to use it and some don't. I think it was on that thing you just brought up then, actually, with the choosing the method of presenting either a...
John, if you right-click,
Here.
Sorry, John, carry on, because it's not too complicated a drawing, really. I think we can see the pointer you're using. Don't worry.
My apologies for that.
Don't worry.
So yes, the existing footprint of the garage is here, and Salmon Lane just underneath it. So this is the south elevation of the existing garage. This building on the right is the two-storey garage at number 32 Maids Causeway. This is the single-storey garage right next to it at number 28, and the west elevation there. I've taken some photographs of the property. Again, we can clearly see the two-storey garage there and the single-storey next to it, with the garage of number 30 Maids Causeway recessed from the road. I just took a few photos during our site visit on Monday and blurred out some faces. So this is the view from the garden of number 30 Maids Causeway facing south. The proposed works are here. You can clearly see the two-storey extension element here with a two-storey element pushing towards the north here and a single-storey extension element here as well as a single unit. And again, this is the elevation from Salmon Lane. This time we can see the solar panels and two-storey extension here fitting right next to the two-storey garage at number 32. And the footprint of the proposed garage building as well. and finally a block plan of the site. So no issues have been raised by the conservation team. Highways are satisfied that parking provision on the site will not be affected by the addition of an external opening door within the proposed garage door. We had 11 responses to the application, which was evenly split between those who approved and objected. Chief issues that were raised included the design, the impact upon the conservation area, the use of the garage building to be let out, construction impacts and some loss of light, and support for the proposal focused on the quality of the design and the improvement on the local area around Salmon Lane. So as I have assessed the application, I would consider that the garage building would be subservient to the main dwelling and would not be visible from the main road of Maids Causeway. The impact upon the main dwelling would be negligible given the distance between them. A two-storey garage on the site would not be dissimilar to a number of other garages which overlook Salmon Lane and would be very similar to an adjacent garage at number 32, which we've seen earlier in the photos. 28 and 32 Maids Causeway would suffer minor neighbouring impacts, but not significant enough to warrant refusal. 32 Maids Causeway has its own two-storey rear garage. The proposed garage would not extend past the northern elevation of the rear garage at number 28. It is the officer's opinion that there does not appear to be adequate reasons for refusal under the relevant legislation. So no conservation impacts have been identified, no unacceptable harmful impacts on neighbouring amenity, and two-storey garages are established in the context of Salmon Lane. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, John. So speakers, Sheila and John, you're going to share the 3 minutes. So you press the button on the microphone thing in front of you. Perhaps Sheila, if you go first, look, maybe, well, whichever one of you wants to go first, actually. And it lights up, and then you're ready to go. And don't worry about, passing over from one to the other. We'll make an allowance with the time, that sort of thing. And half a minute before the end, the bell will ding, just to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. Thanks.
The present proposal goes against the Cambridge Local Plan Policy 61. It aims to ensure the conservation of Cambridge's historic environment, the setting and the wider townscape, including views into and out of the conservation area. This part of Cambridge, the Kite in Market Ward, between Parker's Piece and Maids Causeway, was built from the 1830s. The laneways.
Break a minute, it's okay, we could get a drink of water or something, perhaps, and we can sort of swap round.
The laneways here are unique in scale and composition, of particular heritage interest for the rear views of the terraces through green trees over low-level brick, yellow walls to the sash windows and staterooms in a sweep, all visible to pedestrians and cyclists. The development would mar the view from Salmon Lane, the Grafton Centre car park and Fair Street. Willow Walk, looking to the rear of New Square, offers an excellent example. In some cases, yes, developments have been permitted in the past, which mar the views. Now, not only do we have the more stringent protections envisaged for settings, views and context under the law, the 1990 Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act, Section 72 and 66, but we have the 2018 Cambridge Local Plan. So we can aim to protect these settings to the wider public's benefit as they walk through the ward. Is based on the presumption that the proposed new building will be similar to the others on Salmon Lane. That is not so. Salmon Lane presents an assortment of mostly lightly constructed small buildings, variegated in style, with many gaps allowing for garden and roofscape views. In keeping with the Cambridge Local Plan Policy 55 to 58, in terms especially of context, landscaping and boundary treatment, clearly subsidiary buildings, and because of their style and variety, they avoid any impression of heaviness. The largest footprint is that of number 28's garage, but it was limited at the planner's insistence to a one-storey construction. The proposed building at number 30 will have a footprint only a little smaller than number 28's garage, but it will be 2 stories high. Contiguous with number 30's outbuilding, it will give an oppressive built-up feeling to the east end of Salmon Lane. No justification has been given for why a smaller, less obtrusive building, like most of the others on Salmon Lane, cannot be substituted for the one proposed. Finally, and as admitted, the new building will take light from both number 28 and number 32. The planning officer asserts that the loss will not be significantly harmful, but no exact calculations have been made. Number 30 should be asked to provide a proper analysis of the effect of the proposed building on the light in the gardens of numbers 28 and 32. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, so Sheila, you had a bit of a hiccup there. Did you want to say anything else? Have you said your piece, or did you share it anyway? John said it. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Okay, so that's all the speakers. So debate. Right. Okay. Obviously, it's a very good report. We might not necessarily need to ask that many questions to be clear. I'll just say, perhaps, John, in terms of what the speaker said. So, local plan 55, 58. Maybe you want to comment on those policies. Subsidiary building, I think you already said, John, but just could you confirm that it is subsidiary to the main dwelling? And light, so perhaps you want to just confirm, John, in terms of the BRE guide to measuring lights, that we don't need to get a measurement from the applicant. Any other questions for John? If you want to do those then, John, maybe someone else will come up with something, please.
Yeah, of course, Chair. I believe the argument about the conservation issue, I can't make too strong an argument, simply because when the conservation team were consulted on the application, they didn't come back to me with any concerns. Regarding the light, the two-storey element projecting northwards on the proposed garage would not exceed the elevation of the single-storey garage at number 28. So as I understand it, as I've read the BRE guidance, that does not constitute a serious loss of light on their rear garden.
And did I miss it? It's subsidiary to the main dwelling. That's your understanding?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, in both height and bulk, I can describe it as subsidiary. Yeah.
Thank you. Can't see any hands up. When we visited site, I mean, there was quite a biggish looking extension, I suppose, on top of a garage to the left as you look from the applicant property, sort of quite nicely decorated. But the speaker seemed to think that there was nothing very big at the back there. Did you want to comment on that, on what's there already?
Sorry, which one? At number 32?
I can't remember the number now, but as you look from, if you're on the site, say on that terrace where you go a bit higher up and you stand there and look to the left, there's a biggish one at the back there which has sort of decorated bits on it. Seems to sit on top of a garage with some lead work underneath it. Do you know the one I mean? I think if you showed the pictures, if necessary, that you
Let me share again.
You know, there's ones where you took out people's faces. That one had it on, I think. If you could see it from there, I'm not sure. Oh, maybe not actually. No, it goes to the left. You haven't got a picture there. So, must be. Anyway, I mean, I've visited site and I've seen them, so I'm all good. I'm just trying to do that for other members of the committee that couldn't attend the site visit. That was all really. But I think that's good. Any more questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, I just wanted to query something. It's in the conditions, page 127. Condition 3 makes it clear that the two-storey garage is not to be used for a trade or business. And then condition 5 refers to it as a gym stroke office. And I was just wondering about the apparent contradiction between an office facility that's not to be used for a trade or business.
Well, I think
home office really, but you answer, John.
Yeah, well, I was about to say the same. As a home office, that doesn't change its use. It would be, assuming it were approved, this would be restricted to ancillary use, which means while somebody might be able to do work on a laptop in that room, they wouldn't be able to set up an actual business within the site. They wouldn't be able to let it out for financial gain. So that we are satisfied that that would restrict it to ancillary use instead of business use.
Yeah, thanks, John. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about it being changed after it's been agreed. So it can only be used for these purposes, not for living in, because it said office, etc. And I'd like to see a condition no permitted development.
Right, no more. So, John, do you want to answer that then, please?
I'm open to adding a condition to remove permitted development. That seems reasonable to me.
Sorry, Councillor Bajan, come back.
Yeah, I think that I want to be assured that can this be used for living in or not?
Well, that depends on what you mean by living in. But potentially, so the applicant, again, assuming that it's approved, could have a relative live up there, but could not rent it out or let it out. That would be in violation of the use.
Yeah, Toby's going to come in there.
I think we need to be clear what you mean when you're asking for permitted development to be removed, councillor. That there is a condition 4, which removes permitted development rights in respect of additional windows within that outbuilding that's been constructed. The way that condition 3 has been constructed is that the use must be ancillary, but it also rules out the use of the property as sleeping accommodation, and nor shall it be separately occupied or let, and no trade or business shall be carried on therefrom. So no sleeping, no trade, no business or separate letting. So it is kind of ancillary purposes to the main house only, and I would assume it would be for the kind of office, home office, gym uses as described on the application form.
Just to cover it all off to me, do you want to come back on that, Councillor Bajan, or are you content with that answer? Okay, good. Right, Councillor Porro.
Thank you. Yeah, I too just wanted to check in terms of loss of light. Obviously, it's kind of on a road that slopes down, so I'm assuming it will be more critical for the house that was slightly lower down, that didn't already have the 2-storey extension. Just wanted a little bit more reassurance for officers, because obviously it wouldn't, I think, affect the house, it would be the garden. Yeah, and again, I think one of the speakers said that next door was limited to 1 storey with planning permission, but they look identical. So I think that must have been 1 storey on top of the garage, as the chair has already pointed out. I suppose the other thing was a comment from one of the speakers that Salmon Lane has value because it is an assortment of heights. I do understand that this would make it slightly less assorted because it is actually matching the one next door. I just don't know if the officer has any comments on that. So obviously I think, as you were saying on planning grounds, it's quite hard to see what reasons for rejection there would be if we are meeting the light requirements and there's no restriction on the assortment of heights. But again, I'd just be interested in a comment from yourself or the urban designer about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And I'll just add one brief thing there as well, John. So the one that Councillor Porro has just referred to next door in the image on page 28 of the drawings pack shows an identical window in the applicant's site to the left-hand side of the elevation. And I note that the next door neighbour doesn't have obscure glass but has a blind. Because those windows do face back at the existing properties, potentially into bedrooms as it's that sort of height. So would there be any need to recommend that the applicant's site has obscure glass in that window, or would that not be appropriate, John? Back to you then, John.
Sorry, when you say it's which elevation were you referring to?
It's the elevation that faces back to the main dwellings. So the applicant's site has a window on the left-hand side, and their neighbour on the left-hand side has a window on the left-hand side, and those windows don't have... Oh, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong elevation, actually. No, okay, sorry, I've got confused on which one I'm looking at. Anyway, there is
the north-facing window and the side window would both be will both be obscure glazed.
Right, that's done that then. So do Councillor Borrow's question, please.
Okay, well, I did the BRE calculation as far as I could tell, was satisfied, particularly since the rear of the number 28's garden is not necessarily an area of primary neighbouring amenity, that area of the garden. In terms of the design of the garage at number 28, as I understood it, the pushback from us at the time was that the two-storey element would have covered that whole footprint, again at number 28, which would be larger than what is being proposed here.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Borrow? I feel not.
Yes, I think
it does.
think so. I think the residents referring to it as the officer stage was going to go further into the site, but no. And I just asked about the assortment of heights as well.
Yeah, it was the assortment of heights thing, maybe a bit too subtle for us to consider, I'm not sure, but anyway, can you do it, John?
I can touch upon it. So yes, I do recognise that along Salmon Lane there is quite a diverse array of two-storey garages, and what's being proposed is fairly uniform in comparison to number 32. There is a sort of terracing effect there that they look very similar. In terms of design, I wasn't going to ask the applicant to come back for a revised design, but we have had discussions that perhaps a materials condition could be added to ensure that the materials of the garage are considerably more different from what has been put in on number 32 as a way of differentiating the two buildings.
Right, okay, I think we're all done pretty much then. Just one more minute. So we did have a discussion on site about the bricks. So the applicant was planning to match materials on the neighbouring sites, so brick. And we also had a discussion, if you remember, John, I mentioned the bond. So the next door neighbour has an English bond, which looks attractive, and I was wondering whether the applicant site could match that as well, whether that was not a possibility.
It can do. I'm happy to cover that under a materials condition. I would point out one thing that you said there. The applicant will match the bricks of her property on the proposed garage and match the tiles of the adjacent garage building. It's not entirely the same materials to be matched, but with a materials condition, we can give that greater scrutiny if councillors think it's necessary.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Did you want to come back to Vice Chair and spokes as well, councillors? Are you okay with leaving it to officers? I think probably officers can deal with that. Yeah, leave that then. Okay, let's go to the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 126 of the officer report. That is to approve subject to the conditions as set out with minor amendments delegated to officers, plus the amendment of condition 3 as set out on the amendment sheet, and an additional condition to control the use of materials, including bond for the brickwork. The final drafting of that delegated to officers.
Toby, so the recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Seven, that's
Okay,
yeah.
that's unanimous. So item is approved. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you, councillors. So councillors, next items in the same area. Do you want to keep going, or in Market Ward, I mean, or do you want to have a break? We can have a 5-minute break if you want, councillors. Okay, 1 minute to get a drink then. All right. Okay. Okay, so welcome back after a short break. So the next item on planning agenda is land adjacent to Grafton House, Maids Causeway. So Charlotte is the officer. We've got speakers. John Lee, objector. Is John here or is he online?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, hello, John. All right, yeah, you
Right.
speak. Yeah, good, good. You don't need to speak yet. Peter, agent, he's in the room. Councillor Poor for Market Ward. Are you speaking on behalf of Councillor Bick as well, are you? Yes. I'm Marcin. Okie doke. Right, good. Okay, when you're ready then, Charlotte, present the item.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen and bring that a bit closer. There we go. Okay, so this application is at land adjacent to Grafton House, Maids Causeway, Cambridge, and it consists of the erection of a new office building and associated development infrastructure and works. Just to get started, I have a few updates. So the first one is just to note that the second conservation comments were missed from the Officers Committee report. So just wanted to read them out now. These comments follow on from those previously made, whereas the previous plan showed the removal of the central section of the wall from ground to top. The revised plan now shows an opening being made within the wall to allow for the delivery of materials. This opening is to be 3 metres high, and the text on the drawing gives the sequence of events to create and support the opening and the method for closing it again. Conservation officer now finds this acceptable. The other thing I wanted to highlight is just that in the committee report, condition 19 effectively says waiting for wording from the ecology officer, as they hadn't confirmed the condition at that time. Just to confirm now that the condition 19 will be a compliance condition that will ensure that the ecological work is carried out in accordance with the preliminary ecological appraisal. And just to highlight that the ecology officer has also asked for an additional condition regarding nest boxes to be installed to the site. Just moving on to the plans now. So on the right-hand side of the screen is the site location plan. And the left-hand image is extracted from the application information. Just think it's quite clear to give an indication of the site. So the site is outlined in red. You can see within the site is Grafton House, which was converted to residential apartments a few years ago under a prior approval application. So you can see just here next to the site is the Grafton Centre car park, which forms part of the Grafton area of major change. You've also got the residential properties which line Maids Causeway here, and the coach houses that face onto Salmon Lane, which is the road that comes down here. The proposal site is obviously here, and the new office is installed in this space here. I'll show some more plans on the next slide. So this is just an image extracted from the design and access statement that the applicant submitted, which just again helps to highlight the context of the area. So the proposal site is down here. This is Grafton House, which is the building of local interest. The blue properties are residential, apart from those in yellow, which are buildings of local interest. And the orange properties are the commercial buildings. So you've got sort of the Grafton Centre car park here, the Grafton Centre and the streets around it, which are commercial development. There's also some images here. I've got some slightly larger ones later in the presentation, but this just shows some of the views. First one up to from Salmon Lane towards the proposal site, along Salmon Lane away from the proposal site, and then sort of towards Grafton House from the car parking area. So moving on to the existing and proposed site plans. So you can see this is existing. This was last in use as a car park when this building was offices, but is now sort of fenced off and sort of not used. Then on the proposed side, you've got the new office, which is in this space here. So the office, the built form of the office is broken down into a ground floor element, an upper floor element. You've got the entrance over here, as well as the cycle parking conveniently located adjacent to the entrance, and the disabled parking space here. The proposal site is accessed from Maids Causeway, but also there'll be an additional pedestrian access through the Salmon Lane wall. So here's the proposed ground and first floor. So you can see it's going to be sort of an open plan office space with lots of space at ground floor and additional space at first floor. This is the proposed roof plan. So just to highlight, obviously you've got some roof lights that give natural light into the office space, and also the flat roof on the ground floor element, which would be a green roof to be secured by condition. These are the elevations of the proposal. It's sort of unlikely you'd appreciate the proposal in this form, sort of from this flat angle, but it's worth just showing you to give some idea of the form of the building. So you can see this is Grafton House on this side here. The ground level slopes down and the proposal would sit here. You can see the ground floor aspect, the first floor aspect, the green roof and the sort of greenery that's proposed in the space between Grafton House and the development. These are the additional elevations. So this is looking, on the left-hand side of the screen, is looking from Salmon Lane up to the wall, and the sort of gable end of the office peeks out over the top. And you can see there's sort of louvres proposed over the glazing just to make that slightly less prominent and also help with any overheating issues. This is the elevation on the right-hand side that you would see sort of directly opposite Grafton House. And you can see again that sort of greenery that they're trying to put in on the development here. So just some indicative views now. So members who came on the site visit, we sort of stood in this location and looked into the site. You can see Grafton House is on the left-hand side of the screen with its sort of the overhanging element here, and then the proposal sits within that space. You can see that the ground floor element is sort of the primary aspect from this view, and the first floor element has been sort of set back to give some breathing space to Grafton House. Second indicative view is from Salmon Lane, looking towards the wall with the proposal peeking out over the top. You can see the coach houses along Salmon Lane. These were the sort of ones that were talked about in the previous application along this road, so you may be familiar with them from that. And this is the last sort of indicative view, and this is from the car park. You can see that the proposal offers a sort of contemporary appearance and marks a sort of transition from the residential properties on Maids Causeway to the more commercial development of the Grafton Centre. It's worth just pointing out the materials that have been proposed here, which is a sort of dark coloured metal cladding with buff brickwork at the ground floor as well. Just to fly through some sections now. So this is sort of looking from Grafton Car Park towards the residential properties. It shows Grafton House here, and then the proposal site where the proposed office space would sit. You can see the existing walls that form part of the site already. This is another section, sort of the opposite way round. I'll just skip through these. Another section sort of from the Salmon Lane side. You can see how Grafton House sort of retains the primacy from this view, which is what officers wanted. And then just to highlight So these were the additional drawings that came in regarding the boundary wall, just to show how it was going to be opened and propped up during development. And then this is the plant enclosure that was submitted to make sure that plant equipment wasn't too noisy for the residents of Grafton House. This is just the image of the bike stand that's proposed adjacent to the entrance of the office. And then moving on to the planning balance now. So it's considered that the proposal would provide high quality, sustainable office space within the city. It's considered to be of a good quality design that would successfully complement and contrast with surrounding built form. And it's not considered that it would result in harm to heritage assets, residential amenity or highway safety. And the recommendation is to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. So first speaker is John Lee online. So John, hello. We've had the presentation now, so you've got your 3 minutes to speak if you remove the presentation.
I think I've got some slides that John requested we share.
Okay, yeah.
So if you just bear with me while I
Are
get
there
them.
any amendments, by the way?
This was just the bits I talked about at the beginning.
Yeah,
So
okay.
yeah, the conservation comments and the ecology conditions.
Yeah, okay. So are these images in the public domain?
Yeah.
They are, right, okay. So hello, John. Afternoon.
Hi, good,
So,
good afternoon.
the case officer is going to share the images you'd like to be shared, so
Yeah.
we'll do that if you want to speak.
Will they be
well.
shared online as I speak? Okay, I
We've
can see
done
them.
now, we're
Thank
doing
you.
that, yeah. Just hold on a
Thank
second,
you.
get ready.
Thank you.
Are we ready now? Is that it? Yep.
Yep,
How
fine.
many images are there, Charlotte? Three
Three.
images, okay, so, right, okay then, John, so you've got 3 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Okay, so my wife owns flat 11 in Grafton House, and we both own 36 Maids Causeway, and I speak for many of the 17 Maids Causeway residents and 8 Grafton House residents who submitted written objections to the proposal. No local resident was in favour. I've got 5 objections, which I'll go through quickly. At a height of 10 metres, the proposed office building is far too large and much too close to residential areas, including fine, Grade 2 listed terraces in Maids Causeway, as well as close proximity to the western end of the flats at Grafton House. This means that this large office building will dominate, overshadow, overlook, with the associated loss of privacy. And I think it will completely undermine the character and setting of this local area. One of the applicant's main arguments is the existence of these 2-storey coach houses in Salmon Lane that we've been talking about previously sets a precedent for the construction of a 10-metre high office building, which will rise 4 metres above the eastern existing Salmon Lane boundary wall, and that's on one of the slides. These coach houses are subservient to 4-storey main houses, which is just not the case with this office development. It's the same size as Grafton House. Further, the application does not note the significant drop in height as Salmon Lane slopes downwards from the eastern boundary wall, which makes the proposed roof line considerably higher and much more prominent and overbearing. The application amazingly further states that the proposed building, and you can see this in one of the slides, will not act as a landmark feature along Salmon Lane. As you will see from the slide, that is just not true. We've already seen in a previous case this morning of the impact of a building that significantly breaks the skyline without complementing the character of the surrounding area. If Policy 60 has substance, this application should fail on that alone. 2, the application could not be more opposite to the planning consent now lapsed that was obtained in February 2000 for 9 low-level flats with gardens. So it would represent a complete vault pass by planning for this application to be approved. The delegated notice at the time was highly complimentary of the minimalistic design and landscaping. 3, given the empty offices just up the road and developments at the Grafton Centre and elsewhere, there's no need or justification for more office space, especially of this scale. 4, there's likely to be significant unauthorised parking and traffic congestion in Salmon Lane and 64 Maids Causeway, as well as damage to Salmon Lane itself. As you know, Salmon Lane is a single-lane cul-de-sac that provides the sole access to and from garages of properties number 28 to 52 Maids Causeway. It's neither robust nor suitable for the passage of heavy construction vehicles. Even dustbin lorries do not and cannot drive into Salmon Lane. The concern is there'll be massive congestion Lorries come and drop off materials. The office block is 350 square metres. About 35 to 40 people can be accommodated. The site simply isn't suitable for this volume of activity. There'll be a significant...
John,
I'm sorry?
just finish off your sentence now then, because you've had your 3 minutes.
Okay, can I just give me another half a minute?
What about that? Just finish off what you're saying and it'd be
Yeah,
succinct.
so I'm saying there'll be 35 to 45 people on site, and there'll be a lot of people lingering around on site during lunchtime, beginning of the day and the end of the day. And Salmon Lane should not be allowed for any form of access. There's good access from the main entrance in Maids Causeway to Grafton House. And the final point was the conservation team in 2020 said that any part removal of the boundary wall in Salmon Lane could never be restored properly. I'm interested in they've now contradicted that statement. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to make these comments and for listening.
Okay, thanks, John. So give Peter a bit longer there. James, do you know how much longer it was? Yeah, so how much longer?
It was almost a minute, but not quite more.
Okay, almost a minute, but it's not quite, in addition to your 3 minutes, Peter, if you need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Careful consideration has gone into the design in front of you here, and the proposals are supported by all statutory consultees, including Urban Design and Conservation. I think it is important to note that we have worked collaboratively with your officers on the design. A high-quality, sustainable development will be delivered with the design adopting a more contemporary approach. The design and materials are appropriate. The ground floor bricks are reflective of Grafton House, with the metal cladding a successful contrasting addition. The relationship with Grafton House and surrounding listed buildings is acceptable. The new building is part single-storey, part two-storey. It will appear subservient to Grafton House in terms of the height, with the two-storey element to the west, and the single-storey area will be lower than the canopy of Grafton House due to the sloping of the land. Importantly, no existing glimpse views of the BLI from the adjacent car park would be compromised. The building would not dominate views from Salmon Lane. This was something we did discuss, as I said, with Urban Design, and they're of the view that this elevation helps to reinforce the finger grain plots along Salmon Lane and provides a positive end to the street. Landscaping is at the forefront of the scheme, and the proposals will bring much needed soft landscaping and greening to the site. The reintroduction of a planted courtyard will be a successful addition adjacent to Grafton House, which complements its historic importance. The design, as I said, has also been carefully considered to ensure that the proposals will not impact on the amenities of neighbours. It's felt the introduction of an employment type use which cause less disruption than a residential development. The built form has been set away from the boundaries, and there are not considered to be any concerns regarding overlooking, overbearing, or loss of daylight. Importantly, a high quality residential environment would also be provided for the existing Grafton House residents. A car-free development on the site, given the location, is considered acceptable. The scheme will achieve BREEAM excellence rating along with all 5 water conservation credits. But I think it's relevant to note with this application, it is solely an office building proposed, not labs. As noted, a section of the 2-storey wall to the west on Salmon Lane is to be opened up to facilitate construction. It is important just to point out that the principle of doing this has been accepted previously by the council. Your conservation officers are supportive, and detailed information has been provided to demonstrate that this wall can be reinstated without compromising its character. In summary, we feel that a high quality and sustainable office space would be delivered on the site, and one which has been carefully designed to ensure it would not impact on heritage assets or residential amenity. We feel that the scheme would sustain and enhance the heritage significance of both the Kite Conservation Area and the Grafton House BLI. Just before I finish, there were a couple of points the objector raised I wanted to point out. Elevation A, which is the elevation shown from the car park, that has evolved post-submission of the application, and it has been broken up. The case officer could possibly just show that elevation. And then the ridge height on Salmon Lane, I think, was incorrectly quoted as being over 10 metres. I think it's actually 8.7 metres. So just wanted to clarify that point, and it is sort of shorter at the east sort of end. So yeah, many thanks for your time, folks.
Okay, thank you, Peter. So before we get going on debate, ward councillor. Sorry, Councillor Bora.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm representing all 3 Market Ward councillors in the interest of time, as we thought you'd probably just hear it from one of us rather than all 3 of us coming and taking up your time. So we object to this application, primarily on its scale, massing and character in such a sensitive location. It's so much more visibly higher than any other buildings nearby. And in Salmon Lane, as you saw from one of the slides Charlotte had, which it slopes down, as we know from the previous application, it's aggravating the overbearing impression of this proposed structure. We're struggling to understand how a building of this height could have been supported by consultees, particularly given that previously consented scheme for the single-storey housing with basement was quite hard fought and apparently only felt to be appropriate because it was low level and didn't breach the wall on any of the sides. It looms over Salmon Lane, this new proposal, and it is clearly visible from all the viewpoints on the Grafton Centre side. Maids Causeway has so many fantastic Grade 2 listed houses and buildings of local interest. I think the original pictures Charlotte had up didn't list them all, it just said residential, but they're all protected, is my understanding from the Kite Conservation Area appraisal. The Grafton itself, the Grafton Centre, is not a thing of beauty. I am not arguing that. But it is right next to the area of major change from Policy 12. This requires any developments to be of a high quality with well-designed edges, securing significant townscapes improvements to Burley Street, East Road. 2, be sensitive to surrounding residential areas and the character of setting and the historic core and heritage assets. I mean, it is technically just outside the red line, but this is literally the building that's going to go now between those important listed Grade 2 and BLIs and everyone's viewpoint from that side. So in my opinion, Policy 12 is important. I mean, the original slide Charlotte had, which was the view, there's no other buildings nearby that pick up metal seaming in the roof. You know, it looks like a cow shed for the first floor. I apologise, but I cannot see how that is picking up the cues from the local area. It's jarring, it's pointed, it's missing the references, and it really doesn't appear subservient to Grafton House if you're looking from the Grafton Centre side. I appreciate the note that it is a contemporary contrast. I suppose I do agree with that. It's certainly contrasting. But for us, it is not a successful one. Again, Policy 55, responding to context. Developments should respond positively to context and draw inspirations from the key characteristics of its surroundings and use appropriate local characteristics to help inform the site massing and scale. And again, obviously up to you, but in debate, if you look at that original picture from the top, to me, I can't find those references. Second area of concern is amenity for the current residents of Grafton House, particularly those on the ground of first floor apartments facing towards the new development. So those flats were consented under prior approval, quite legitimately, but obviously that meant no amenity space. No, I mean, I don't know about minimum space standards, but certainly the studio flats on the ground floor and on the first floor have no private defensible amenity space, and they rely heavily on the light and the open outlook from this side of the plot. So members will no doubt have seen on the portal a lot of residents in the flats have raised concerns that the previous scheme was sold saying that the garden would have shared usage with these people. Now, that is not a material planning concern. We can't consider it. But I think it just shows that there's an acceptance that there is a lack of amenity for those particular flats. So putting, in effect, the brick wall of a building and a large roof next to it, to me, does have an impact on their amenity over and above that if they'd had their own amenity space to look for themselves. We do also have concerns about the demolition or partial demolition of Salmon Lane. We know that in the previous application that was refused and access had to be through 64 Maids Causeway access. However, we do understand that that does provide some disturbance for the residents. We are somewhat reassured that the opening is going to be much smaller, but we also note that there's a beautiful climbing plant, those on the site visits would have seen, that's going right up that wall. I'm assuming that will have to be taken out. So I'd welcome some reassurance about whether the biodiversity net gain has included that. Should members wish to approve it, which I'm hoping you don't, but if you do, I would really like to ask that you look very carefully to add some conditions about construction work. For example, limiting the size of vehicles and the times that they could go up Salmon Lane, because it is a very, well, as those on the site visit saw, it's a kind of wonky back lane. It's not really designed for that kind of thing. And we'd also like to ask for a very robust travel management condition to ensure that if this is consented, we don't have taxis and things driving up Salmon Lane to try and drop people off. However, as I've said before, we are objecting to this. We would prefer this not to be agreed. We feel it's out of character, it's too large, it's overbearing, and it's the wrong materials for this area. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that's it for speakers. Any debate? I can start. Okay, so what have we got? 29 representations. Seems that all of them are against. The consultees don't seem to object, none of them. There's that a bit of clarity over the height might be good, because I think it was said it was 10 metres and then 8.7, so perhaps that could be clarified. That opening in the wall wasn't clear whether that was going to have a beam inserted or whether it was just going to be propped up and then rebuilt. That would be useful to know. And also, I think Councillor Boyd has mentioned, but the landscaping on the wall is a condition, and it's got ivy on it at the moment. That would all be lost probably in the opening arrangements. On the building itself, is there a first floor access? Is there a lift? Is it accessible? Doesn't look like, I couldn't see a lift in the site in the plan. Also, Case Officer, you said that the building on the site wasn't used, that the existing house type building. I believe it's used as flats as far as I know, but maybe I'm wrong there. Just picking up on Councillor Pora's comments, so, you know, cowshed, probably not an inappropriate way of describing it. So, I mean, I think myself it's a not inappropriate building for that site. It's subsidiary to the main building on the site, rather a large-ish building in those terms, but it looks like that. It's not inappropriate in some ways, architecturally speaking, that might not be so apparent to the average person. You know, it refers to Black House by Moore Architects in Prickwillow about 20 years ago, who built a similar building that was a house, and also that itself and this too refers to fen buildings, often painted or finished in a black colour. So in a contemporary sort of architectural way, it does have something to say about it, really. It's not just a random building. It is an architectural intervention in that space, and I think it's fairly successful for that. So, more questions for, yes, Councillor Thornborough.
Councillor Porra mentioned about a lack of amenity in the flats, and if that is the case, then it's a bit regrettable for the people living there, but is that something we should take into account when we're considering this site? When I thought there was already a little door in the big wall facing Salmon Lane. I think there's already a little pedestrian door in that wall. So I guess they're going to make that larger for the construction and then reinstate it afterwards. I'm a bit concerned about, I quite like the form, but I think I'm a bit concerned about the appropriateness here, particularly when it's actually got brick up to the first floor level, and then above that it's got the standing seam construction. But actually down Salmon Lane, there's a lot of buildings which are brick at ground floor level and then timber framed above, but they are not standing seam structures. So it could have picked up elements of keep the form, but actually pick up the materials which are in that area already. So instead of black standing seam, it could be white horizontal boarding and a slate roof. And I noticed there is a condition for materials that needs to be, so the materials needs to come back to the officers. And I do wonder whether it may be more appropriate to pick up elements from Salmon Lane rather than this black box. And black is really bad for heating. That building will require more energy to keep it cool. Well, if it does cool, anyway, it will heat up in the summer, and we're getting hotter. So I'm concerned about schemes that come in which are all black, which this is. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, councillor. Okay, back to you then, case officer.
Yeah, thank you. So I just first want to start by providing some clarity on the height. Is it okay if I share my screen to do so? Thank you. So here I've just pulled up an image on screen with the height measurements on. So as you can see, the total height of the building is 8.7 metres, or near enough. And the lower ground floor element is just over 3 metres as well. So it's 8.7 rather than sort of 10 metres in terms of its overall height. And I will say that was sort of carefully considered. The applicant engaged in pre-application advice where officers, requested that it would be no higher than the ridge of Grafton House, and that's why it was sort of set at that level. Okay, so yeah, in terms of the wall, there's the drawing that was submitted with the additional information regarding the wall rebuild. My understanding is that it is going to be partially dismantled, a beam installed, and then that would be removed and it would be rebuilt, and the door would be reinstated then after it's been rebuilt. In terms of their access, it's not proposed to have a lift in the building, but there is a staircase up to the first floor. I will just provide some clarity on what I meant when I talked about the use of the site. So I meant that the car parking area is not currently used rather than Grafton House itself. So Grafton House is occupied as residential apartments. The car park next to it, where the proposed building would go, is not currently used. So just moving on to the amenity for the flats. So yes, there was quite a lot of representations received on the application, sort of talking about the previous scheme. So there was a previous scheme which has now lapsed, which was for flats on this part of the development. And it included a sort of green area that was highlighted to residents when they sort of bought their properties at Grafton House. It's not a material planning consideration that included that. And I will say that great efforts kind of been made to make this scheme green and appear sort of garden-esque on the elevation facing Grafton House. But yeah, to clarify, there's no amenity space for the flats at the moment, and the proposal doesn't impact that. So in terms of the sort of design and materials, I think the materials have sort of been selected contemporary contrast to the existing materials. Obviously, it is a commercial development that is different from the residential development. It gives a kind of confident and quite contemporary identity to the building, and allows it to kind of stand out and be different from Grafton House. And in officers' views, this allows the sort of historic materials to be enhanced because they're read in contrast to what is contemporary. Yes, there is a materials condition, so materials could be reviewed as part of that condition if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Charlotte. Any more? No? Okay, recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 156 of the Officer report. That is to approve subject to the planning condition.
Hang on, Toby. Sorry, Councillor Thornborough?
It's just, Councillor Porrer also questioned about a construction, a condition about construction work and traffic management. Is that something that can be considered? Because we couldn't consider it after our voting.
So just hold on the recommendation then, Toby. So Councillor Porrer as a ward councillor can't put questions to the case officer, but you're putting them in her place, I think. So can we have an answer to that then, please, Charlotte? And we'll...
Yeah, so condition 4 is a traffic management plan that would sort of secure the details of how traffic would operate during the construction phase.
Want to say something, Councillor Porrer, do you?
I think the other question was about traffic management during the use of the building. I think the query was about.
Just say it, Councillor Porrer, so we've got it.
So the two things I asked was one, a robust travel management plan for use of the building, but before that, if Salmon Lane is to be used, something very clear about the weight limits and the timing, because obviously large lorries can't be going up and down there, and I couldn't see that in the existing conditions.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Porrer. So through Councillor Thornborough, could you answer those questions, please, Charlotte?
Yeah, no problem. So we haven't asked for a travel plan through condition. The application was submitted with details of transport arrangements and how the building would be accessed. It's prioritised in the transport assessment that sustainable transport methods will be used, and I think, as you can sort of see from the plans, there's one disabled car parking space, but otherwise the users of the building would have to access the building either through cycle or on foot.
Toby wants to say something. Do you mind if he interrupts?
Chair, I think going back to the kind of construction management plan, it seems to me as if we might want to be a bit more specific about Salmon Lane, to include some wording around weight limit and timing of the larger construction vehicles. Usually, I think that's vehicles over something like 3.5 tonnes, but I think I'd be happy if Charlotte is that we can take that condition away and make it more specific.
Thanks for that, Toby. Councillor Thornborough, would you like that to come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, or leave it with officers? Just have it come back, yeah? Is that all right, Toby? Yeah. So come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. We interrupted you, Charlotte. Did you want to say something else, or was that now all been said?
I think that's covered it, to be fair. Thank you.
Okay, and just while we're still speaking then, so my question about the lift, so that's not a requirement then? Will building control pick that up at all, or? I mean, people with disabilities aren't going to be able to get onto the first floor, are they? I could say it was all like one space with the staircase in the space, but it's still a floor that is not accessible to all people.
Toby, are you okay to cover that, please?
I don't think we've got a policy that specifically covers this. And I'm surprised that there's not lift provision to the first floor. And the way I perhaps tackle it is to put an informative on at the end. I see Councillor Thornborough's raised her hand.
Councillor Thornborough?
I think there is in the same way as for residential blocks, we refer to M42 rather than just M41. There is a similar document for non-residential. The same, that there's the basic level, and then you can actually refer to one level higher to deal with better access for disabilities. And I think I could either look it up now or maybe that again could come back to chair and spokes, but I think
Yeah,
that would
let's
be
do an
good.
informative, comes back to chair, vice chair and spokes. So we're not redesigning the scheme on the table exactly, we're just giving an informative. I think that'll be good enough for chair, vice chair and spokes, but they can also, if they're just not happy with it, they can bring it back, but that should be sufficient, I think. Okay, if we're all done, then we'll go back to the recommendation, please, Toby.
Okay, thanks. So recommendation on page 156, that is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to them as drafted delegated to officers, plus the condition 19, the ecology condition as reported by the officer in her presentation, the additional nest boxes condition, and then the amendment of condition 4 to include weight limit provisions and timing provisions for construction vehicles to Salmon Lane, and an additional informative with regard to disabled access to the first floor, the drafting of condition 4 and that additional informative to be drafted by officers in consultation and in agreement with chair, vice chair and spokes.
Thank you, Toby. Councillor Thornbury, your microphone is still on. Right, the recommendation is approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
In favour of the officer recommendation.
Against?
Three against.
And abstentions? So the recommendation is not accepted. So we need to put some reasons for refusal together. So I think in this case, we're going to have to go around and ask for people to make contributions. So people that are against the scheme, can you contribute, please? Councillor Carling.
Yes, thank you. I was umming and ahhing about contributing before the vote happened, but I didn't, because I didn't have any questions, I didn't think it was necessarily worth it at that point. For me, there's two main issues. The first is the materials which we've discussed, and I think just the extent to which the materials here are problematic. I wasn't satisfied that we could deal with it by condition. But my bigger concern is just about, I'm not sure of the terminology, but just the structuring of the building to do with the scale and massing and form, really. I think, especially from the angle here, which I don't know which camera's looking at me at the moment, but from this angle, essentially, is the best way of illustrating it. I just think where the building is just too uniform. There's the other side of it with the black cladding, which is just a huge black single wall. I'm trying to find the right photo and I can't. And I think it's just completely out of character with the area. There's just no buildings nearby at all that can even be slightly compared to it. So that's why I was wanting to oppose that.
Thank you very much. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Bennett, you voted to abstain, I believe.
I did indeed abstain because although I had objections, I wasn't sure whether they were planning related. I think my first concern is the access via Salmon Lane. That lane is so narrow that you'd have to either reverse in or reverse out. And I just have real concerns about the safety issues for that. And my second one is I actually know quite a few businesses who have local offices, and a lot of them are accountants, lawyers, whatever, who have a lot of disabled clients. So I just have a lot of concerns about the absence of a lift. Also, I'm not...
Turn it off and on, will you, Councillor? Sorry.
Also, I agree Councillor Carling's comments about the appearance.
Okay, thanks for that. So just to say, I mean, if you have any concerns, objections, and you're not quite sure of them, really, we need to bottom that in committee. That would be good. And in terms of access, I mean, I presume you were talking about construction access, because access to the building as built would be via Newmarket Road, not via Salmon Lane. Thank you for that. Any more? Yes, Councillor Levine.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, all the things, everything's been said already, so it won't take very long at all. That's just horrible, looking at that. I mean, it's featureless. I rather like the cow shed. I thought one of those big black Lego bricks that's been dropped in, is far too big. It's out of catch with that space, and there'll be horrendous problems during construction with the traffic. That's temporary, I know, but I think that will take some time. There's going to be jams in Salmon Lane. So it's all been mentioned already, but that's my reason why I refuse. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Any more? Councillor Carling, more, go on.
Thank you. Yes, just my previous thoughts weren't too well put together. I missed a couple of things. Essentially, from the angle I was pointing at before, I think the contrast between the first and the ground floor of the building is just incredibly jarring. And we had another discussion this morning even, about a similar situation. It contrasts, but as Councillor Poor said, it does not contrast successfully. You have this really angular, sudden end to the ground floor, which then suddenly, quite a bit further back, you have a completely different looking building. And I don't know what it's about, the scale, the form, the massing and the materials really. It's a whole collection of all of them. That's probably a slightly better way of putting it than I put it before, but that's the main issue for me.
Thank you very much. Right, I mean, I can't contribute because, as you're aware, I was fairly much in... Yeah, let me finish my sentence. You speak. I was just going to say that I was in favour of the building. I mean, the example I spoke of was an award winner itself, but I think the thing is it's good that we are making our sort of design thoughts known as members of the community in Cambridge, and those are very important. It's not about architecture winning awards, it's about what we think as residents of the city and members of the planning committee. Councillor Bajent.
Right, I agree with what the other objectors have said. I think it would be not a very pleasant building to work in upstairs. If you look at it from the view that I'm seeing, there's no windows. It looks like a cow shed. I think that's a pretty good example of or at least a farming warehouse where they store corn or something like that. I'm really concerned about the disability access. I don't think we should be approving any disability access. I just generally have sat here uncomfortable with the look of it, and so I voted against it.
Okay, Councillor, any more? Toby, do you want to come back on any of that, or are we good?
Thanks, Chairman. We will need a little bit of time to go away and have a look at some conditions, some reasons for refusal. The one question I've got for Councillor Carling is whether those issues of design go further or not in terms of the building and the setting of nearby heritage assets. You're nodding, Councillor Carling. Take that as a yes. The construction access issues, they rarely form reasons for refusal because these are temporary effects, and conditions ordinarily will seek to mitigate those effects, but we will draft a reason for refusal accordingly, and then perhaps we can vote on it. The building not being a pleasant building to work in, I don't think that there is necessarily a policy that would allow us to refuse permission on that explicit basis. And if we were to look at that, I think we need to look a bit more carefully at outlook, light levels, etc. And then lastly, on disabled access, we can have a look at a reason for refusal. I don't think that we have a direct policy hook there for a reason for refusal. We'll need 10 minutes at least, I think, to look at these issues and try and formulate some reasons, councillors.
All right, thanks for that, Toby. Councillor Bennett, you want to say some more?
Yes, I was going to come back on the unpleasant place to work point that my colleagues made, and I think one of the issues is the climate proofing. these small offices, accountants, lawyers, architects, all people, very heavy computer users, which does generate an awful lot of heat. And I felt with the lack of windows and the black roofing, that there was definitely a climate proofing issue here.
Councillor Agents?
Chair, I would add that had this been built in traditional style, I wouldn't have had any problem with it.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Charlotte.
Apologies, I just want to clarify something. The indicative images show the proposal as it originally was. The application was amended to introduce some further windows and openings on the building. These just had to be quite carefully designed because of the sort of residents in close proximity. But I just think it might be worth members just reminding themselves of the elevations, which are the updated plans where there are some additional openings included.
That's useful. So, Toby, did any of that help at all in terms of, are you still struggling a bit?
Partially, but we'll need to recess, Chair.
So we're struggling, councillors. Is there anything else you want to contribute for Toby and officers to put together reasons for refusal? We need to get the best argument we can here, councillors. I know it's 4 o'clock in the middle of the afternoon, but you've refused the officer recommendation. So in order to have a good chance at any potential appeal, we need to have the best reasons for refusal that we can. Is there anything else that you can think of? Okay, well, we'll look at them when they come back and we can always adjust then if need be. So I think you're going to need 15 minutes then maybe? Is that enough, or 20?
15.
15, so 4:25, come back please. Please don't discuss the item while you're away as we're still doing it. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Planning Committee, we've just been considering reasons for refusal on land adjacent to Grafton House Maze Causeway. So I think next stage is Toby, if you let us know what those reasons for refusal, the form of words that you come up with following councillors' debate, please.
Thanks, Chair. So I think Charlotte's going to share some wording shortly. So the first reason for refusal, which I think officers feel is defendable, is around kind of scale massing design and its impact on the surroundings, including the heritage assets. So that would read, the proposal by virtue of its scale massing form, inappropriate materials and overall appearance would result in an overly dominant, stark and simplistic building form which would fail to successfully contrast with its immediate context, would therefore be out of character. I think we need to put in with its surroundings. As a result, less than substantial harm would result to the setting of surrounding heritage assets, including nearby listed buildings, buildings of local interest and the conservation area. There are no public benefits which would outweigh this harm. The proposal is therefore contrary to Cambridge local plan policies 55, 56, 57, 61 and 62 and the NPPF paragraph 202 and sections 66 and 72 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990. That's the first reason for refusal. Do you want me to go on, Chair?
Any comment on that one? I just used the the use of the word simplistic is rather odd, but it's a modern use of that word, but I don't like it. But if you support it, then we'll stick with that, I guess. Were you going to say something, Councillor Carling? Sorry, yeah, Carling, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think that's an excellent set form of words for the reason that's pretty much exactly what I was trying to say and not doing very well at it. I think the use of simplicity actually works quite well in this context. That's a good way of expressing the concerns I and others had about just the building just being flat to sort of uniform. I think that's an excellent way of putting it, so thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next one, I think then, Toby.
The second reason relates to kind of inclusive design. I would caution members with voting for this reason for refusals, as I feel these issues are covered by other legislation, including building regulations and provisions in the Equalities Act. But nonetheless, that would read, the proposal fails to meet the principle of inclusive design, in particular the needs of disabled people because of its failure to provide access to all parts of the building due to the absence of a lift to the first floor. The proposal is therefore contrary to Cambridge Local Plan Policy 56 in brackets criteria K and 57 criteria B. As I said, Chair, I think officers are significantly concerned about this reason for refusal and our ability to defend it, given that there's alternative legislation to cover access issues.
Right, so you've heard that. Just to say, in addition to that, it's the quality of the reasons for refusal, not the number. So, not the quantity, I should say. So, you know, one good reason for refusal is enough if it's good enough. So, but obviously it's up to you if you want to talk about this one. So, Councillor Bennett.
I do know and work with quite a lot of the businesses that have offices in this area, and most of them have older clients. So the disabled demographic is quite important. If you don't feel comfortable having it as a reason for refusal, what about having it as an informative?
Right, Toby?
I don't think we could have an informative on a refusal decision notice, so it's either there or it isn't. You know, the applicants could fit internally a lift if they felt it was necessary. The ground floor of the unit has all of the facilities within it that anyone would want to access. There are not additional facilities on the first floor of this building that anyone that was in a wheelchair, for example, would not be able to access that they couldn't on the ground floor.
Conservation.
Oh, could I just follow back?
You want to come back, do you? Sorry, go on
Yeah,
then.
I think that's not a problem if you've got the same occupant throughout the offices. But a lot of the offices around that are really, really small. They're like two-person businesses. So if, say, your accountant is on the top floor, there's no provision for you as a disabled user. And that is why I say it's still a problem if you don't have lift access to the first floor, because this is a speculative building. We don't know who the users are. We don't know that it's all going to go to one tenant. And if you do go inside most of the offices around there, they are really micro offices. One floor quite often, sometimes even one office room.
Okay, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I will take Toby's advice if that's the view of the officers, but I remain very concerned about this issue. I also remain concerned about the fact that we don't legislate here for how that building is divided up on that top floor. And it could subsequently be turned into 3 or 4 offices, some of which might not have any window space at all. And I think this is a really important issue, because rents on these sorts of offices are exorbitantly high. And so the person that's building this will seek to make the most money out of it. And I think it's a problem, but if Toby's saying let it go, I'm quite happy to let it go.
Thank you. Councillor Levine.
Thanks. Is it actually damaging to the refusal to put in a paragraph that is technically incorrect?
Let you answer that, Toby. Any more? Yeah. I mean, I can answer it. I mean, normally the advice from Toby and officers has always been that we put the best reasons in, whether it's one or several, and we don't put reasons in that don't work very well. So this one seems to not work very well, but do you want to say it in a more technical way?
I haven't got anything more to add. I just think this is going to be really difficult to defend when it comes down to the detail. But perhaps these reasons for refusal need to be voted on separately rather than together. I'll move on to the third reason for refusal, which I'm afraid to say causes me even more concern than the second one. Primarily because I think if we adopt the attitude that any constrained site in Cambridge is not capable of being constructed in this historical city because of its constraints, we're ruling out a lot of development kind of coming forward in the future. These issues have been tested by officers and by inspectors on appeal. You've got a really recent appeal decision. If you haven't read it, read it, for the Emperor pub, where Cambridge Place has an incredibly tight, much narrower access than this site, and the inspector, because these are temporary impacts, ruled that a condition to try and mitigate that harm is the appropriate way of dealing with those impacts. So again, I would caution against this reason for refusal. We have no technical consultee like Environmental Health or the Highway Authority saying that undue harm either through highway safety or environmental impacts are going to arise through the construction of this building. So I would caution against reason for refusal 3 as well, I'm afraid, but members, it's up to you.
Any points on that one? Yes, Councillor Bajan.
Yeah, if this goes to appeal, then our advice about the weight of traffic on that road would still be there with that appeal, wouldn't it?
You could still recommend a condition to the inspector around weight limits and timing, for example, and you could probably come forward with a much more detailed traffic management plan condition as part of that, as part of your statement case, for example.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I'd let 3 go as well on Toby's advice.
So just in terms of what you said, Councillor Bajan, I understand the inspector would look at a recording of this committee as well in terms of their deliberation, no?
Only if it was submitted as evidence. I think it would be for officers to take away those concerns and draft, as you always do in an appeal, on a without prejudice basis, a list of conditions for the inspector to consider. And on 3, you could certainly build in a lot more detail around the construction traffic management plan, rather than propose a reason for refusal, which I don't think would carry.
Right, any more? Okay, we'll vote separately then on conditions, yeah? So condition 1, in favour? Against? Abstain? So that was 4 in favour, 2 abstains. Favour, 2 abstains, so condition 2 in favour? Against? Abstain? That's a bit fast, isn't it? So let's do it again. So condition 2 in favour. Against? Abstentions, 2. And condition 3 in favour? No, okay. Against? And abstentions, so 3-3, yeah. Okay, thanks, councillors. Is that okay, Toby?
That's fine. Just for the record, you referenced them as conditions. They're reasons for refusal.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a bit late, yeah. Okay, tired out. Okay.
Chair, I mean, you've voted which ones you want to accept reasons. Now, if you just want to formally say we accept these.
Can we vote on that one reason of refusal, please, then? Those in favour? Against? Abstentions? 2 abstentions. Okay. So, okay, well done, councillors. It's 4:45 in the afternoon. It's been a long day. Let's try and keep going. Yeah, be strong. It's a long all day, isn't it? So thanks for that. Good debate and everything. So the next one is land at 64 Cromwell Road. Phoebe is the case officer, I believe. She's doing this one. Oh, there she is. Hello. And speakers. Do we have speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bajan. Yep.
I'll not be taking part in this debate, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. So no speakers on this one, and we're on the last page. Be positive, that's all. So I think we're all good then. So Phoebe, if you want to introduce the guys from them, please. Oh, where's she gone? T, just in time. Nothing's happened. You haven't missed anything. If you're ready then, Phoebe.
I'm ready now, thank you. So good afternoon, this is an application for the erection of a new dwelling in replacement of an existing garage at the rear of 64 Cromwell Road in Cambridge. The application has been brought to Planning Committee as a third party has written in support of the application, contrary to the officer's recommendation of refusal. The application site is, apologies, one additional comment has been received since the application report was uploaded. This was an additional comment in support from a councillor, which was received after the committee documents were put together. And they wrote in support stating it's an exciting interim solution for the location, It's an enhancement to the neighbourhood. It delivers high quality housing in a sustainable location and improves the safety at the back of the lane through people living and overlooking the lane. And they consider it accords to the local policy, local plan.
Can we have the councillor's name? It's just
I
if
can
they're a
get
ward
it.
councillor, it tends to add a bit more weight to what's said.
I don't think it's from ward councillor, I think it's from a county councillor. Just one second. Received on the 28th, just one second. Neil Shaler.
So Shaler, then division councillor in Romsey. Thank you.
So the application site is to the rear of 64 Cromwell Road, which is a three-storey semi-detached dwelling on the eastern side of Cromwell Road, which comprises the garden land and garage, which is currently accessed via a unadopted road, which is between 70 and 72 Cromwell Road. This is a resubmission of an application that was brought forward to committee on the 3rd of August 2022. This application was refused under the grounds of character and safe, inclusive, accessible access. The application is for a very similar scheme, however, additional information has been provided regarding accessibility, which has been discussed within the report and we'll cover below. The application site has no constraints and it falls outside of the conservation area and controlled parking zone. The application seeks to demolish the proposed garage, existing garage on the eastern rear boundary of the site and subdivide the residential garden and erect a two-storey, one-bedroom dwelling in its place. The dwelling would be partially sunken with a basement level with living at the lower ground floor level. So the main space outside would also be a ground floor living amenity area in this location, as well as amenity area to the lower ground floor as well. Pedestrian access to the site would be off Cromwell Road and down this side passageway. There's no access to the rear lanes. This is the ground floor plan, which comprises a bedroom and a bathroom, as well as an upper floor garden area, which is accessible from the walkway. And this is the lower ground floor, which comprises the living area. This can be accessed externally via a staircase to the walkway, as well as internally through an internal staircase. So these are the proposed elevations. This is the eastern elevation, which fronts the lane, and the side elevations. And these are, again, the side elevation and front elevation. So the reason for refusal 1 is under character. So the proposed dwelling would be sited in a backland position, replacing this garage and introducing a separate residential dwelling, and the use of the rear garden of a property fronting Cromwell Road. Cromwell Road is characterised by street-facing properties with only incidental and ancillary outbuildings located in the rear gardens. While the proposal would be subservient in scale and sympathetic in design and have a modest footprint, officers consider the property would be more domestic than the surrounding buildings, and the use would not be compatible in backland locations. The subdivision and movements to and from the dwelling would change the nature and character of the site, and it would function as a separate dwelling. Therefore, introducing a dwelling into the rear gardens of the proposal is considered unacceptable and would be out of character and contrary to policies 52 and 55 of the local plan. So reasons for refusal 2 for safe inclusive access. Access to the proposed dwelling, as highlighted before, is via this long access, which is approximately 42 metres in length and measures 1 metre at the narrowest points. Length of access, the proposal would not create a safe and inclusive access to the dwelling. Moreover, the principal access to the dwelling would be via a bedroom located on the ground floor, and the lower ground floor level where the living area is located would not be accessible for guests who might be less mobile. The dwelling itself would meet the requirements of M42 compliance. However, overall, the dwelling would not be accessible or inclusive for everyone. The MPPF and local plan policies require development of the site to be safe, inclusive and accessible. The dwelling, given the access length of the site, and the dwelling would therefore be in direct conflict with policies 50 and 56 and 57 of the local plan. Officers note that additional information was put forward. However, it's still considered that it wouldn't be acceptable in this. Officers therefore recommend that the application is refused.
Phoebe, I just want to clarify something. I asked who the councillor was that was supporting it, just because, a ward councillor is more interest to us in some ways because they know the local area. You said it was a councillor, but then you said name was Neil Shaler. So is that person commenting on the scheme as a councillor or as a resident?
They put their comment to type as councillor in submitting their public access comments.
Okay. And but he's not the applicant then. The applicant is Richard Sykes Popham. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So debate, councillors. Councillor Bennett.
Chair, I would be agreeing enthusiastically with the access reasons for approval, and particularly mentioning LTN 120, which, although LTN 120 applies to public footpaths and not access paths, does give some very useful details about minimum widths required for safe passageway. But I'm not sure what the status of LTN 120 is at the moment because of a recent government announcements. And if case officer can shed any light on that, I'd be grateful.
Right, so any more?
I think I agree with the officer recommendation. I think 42 metre path, but my main concern is the path reduces to 1 metre, I think, on the plans, which I think in terms of M42, it's normally 1.2 metres is the minimum. Could the officer just comment on the cycle parking? I just wasn't quite clear where that was. And I mean, again, I am concerned that the only accessible access is through the bedroom, which seems strange, but I think these were rehearsed at the last time it came to committee. But I at the moment, am minded to support the officer's recommendation of refusal because I'm not seeing that it's overcome some of the issues we identified previously.
You, councillor, any more? Yes, councillor Levine.
I'm trying to seek the page, but it says somewhere the flood risk is small, but when you have rooms set at a lower level, I mean, all you need is a really heavy rainstorm and water comes in, you can't really stop it. So that certainly is of concern to me.
Okay, so that's concern. Any more concerns, questions, comments? No? Okay, so back to you then, Phoebe, please. Perhaps if you could comment on the comments as well, possibly, it might be useful, like flood risk.
Of course. So if I just bring up my presentation again. So the cycle parking was proposed at this location here. So no details of the cycle parking have been put forward. However, if this was looked to be approved, then we would condition details to be brought forward as part of that, a part of the conditions. A soakaway has been put in this area. So this area of the garden is for the first floor flat, and a flood risk assessment was submitted with the application. Drainage officers have not commented on this application. However, the drainage advice for the previous application was considered acceptable, and no changes have been submitted with the flood risk assessment, and it falls within a low area 1 flooding flood zone, and which is low risk and sort of low risk of surface water as well. So given the comments from the previous application, officers are satisfied with the flood risk assessment. Part you were referring to, Councillor Bennett, for accessibility.
It's the main entrance in, and I was referring to LTN 120, which has somewhat confused status at the moment. Regardless of the access things, how are you going to get a sofa in there?
So just to interject there, I believe that LCN 120 would be for a public realm, not for private access, so it wouldn't really be appropriate. Councillor Bennett?
The reason why I find it helpful to refer to LTN 120 is when you go into detail of LTN 120, it sets out minimum safe width requirements for all sorts of users. And, you know, the amount of space you need, if you have, say, a pram bike or a cargo bike or a mobility scooter or a power chair, doesn't really change depending on what sort of surface you're on. If your scooter is 34 inches wide, as mine happens to be, being on a different surface isn't going to make it any narrower.
Yeah, no, well put. I mean, that's more of the domain I was talking about, you know, public domain or private domain. This is a private residence proposed, so it's not really applicable, I would have thought, is it? No, Phoebe?
I don't know the full details of LTN 120. Details have been...
Phoebe, let Toby, we'll get going.
Yeah, I mean, it's really for the public realm. I take what you're saying, Councillor Bennett, but I wouldn't use it for a reason for refusal. I think we've got enough kind of policy references in here, together with the reference to secured by design, to make for an adequate reason for refusal. But it is relevant when we're considering applications that are altering the public realm, and certainly that it will be referenced, but not for this application.
Okay, thanks. So carry on then, Phoebe.
I think I've covered all the other points raised.
Yep. So Councillor Porrer?
It was just really for M42 compliance, because my understanding is a 1 metre, because it reduces to 1 metre for quite a substantial amount of time. I think it is broadly covered in the reasons for refusal, but for me that is a really critical thing. Apart from the fact you're never going to carry a sofa down there, actually to get a pram or a wheelchair, I thought M42 did suggest that private access needed to be a certain width, but I'm not certain on that. But if it did, I would like it in the reasons. If not, you know, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. Anyone? No, still, can we add that to the reasons? Is that a good thing to do? Toby?
Through you, Chair, if that matter could be investigated by officers and delegated for us to insert M42 if we felt it was appropriate, then we will do so.
Is that okay, Councillor? Yeah, okay. Right, I think we've done them. Yep, so let's have the recommendation, please, Toby.
So that's on page 180 of the officer report. That is to refuse for the 2 reasons as set out, with the addition of reference to M42 in relation to the width of the access to the property to be investigated and applied to the 2nd reason for refusal as appropriate.
So the recommendation is refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation? It's unanimous. So that's the recommendation and refusal. Thanks very much, councillors. Right, anyone need a break? You okay to carry on? Carry on, okay. So a couple more to do. So next one is 10 Queenie this way. Thank you, Phoebe. So John is the case officer here. So we've got Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, objector, submitted a statement to be read. So James has that. And then we've got Councillor Davies, who's in the speak. Do you want to come to the table, Councillor, and then we can sort of be more involved? Right, okay, so let's get the presentation then, please. John, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just share my screen. Can you all see that?
Yeah, that's fine.
So the application in question is at 10 Queen Edith's Way, which is for a change of use to allow a short term, which means up to 90 days, letting of the space above an existing garage. I've just got the existing site there to show you. You can see Queen Edith's Way along the north elevation there. And you can clearly see the drive, the garage building here on the left, and 10 Queen Edith's Way recessed back from the road. I've also included some elevations of the garage building. These came from the original application to install it in 2017. And floor plans. And some photos within the garage room, just to give you an idea of what it looks like inside. So the proposal is seeking to change the use of the living area above the garage to a short-term let for commercial use. The garage building was approved and built in 2000, and it was subsequently expanded with planning permission given in 2017 with an ancillary use condition attached. An application for pre-app advice was made in 2022. Long-term letting was deemed to be inappropriate due to the limited space of the room and the lack of an amenity area, but short-term letting was thought to be acceptable. The Highways and Quality of Growth team have not objected to the proposal. 2 neighbours have objected to the proposal on the grounds that letting the room above the garage could impact their amenity. Issue was also raised with the removal of a condition when the garage was approved and built under the presumption that it would be purely ancillary to the main dwelling. In my assessment, it's considered that the room above the garage would be a suitable area for a short-term let. No changes to the exterior of the property would be made, so this is entirely about the use of the land. There is no external amenity area which could be used to create noise to harm the adjacent neighbours. A single additional car arriving at 10 Queen Edith's Way would not exacerbate traffic. There is ample parking on that gravel drive in that photo that I showed you, and any tenant would have easy access to Queen Edith's Way, which is a main road. Each application must be judged on its own merits. In the absence of material harm to neighbouring amenity, a refusal was not thought to be justified. So the key material considerations are that no unacceptable harmful impacts on neighbouring amenity have been identified, no alterations to the existing dwelling or garage, and there would be ample parking provision for the main dwelling and the garage room with easy access to a main road for any occupiers. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So speakers, statement. So do I read that out first, please, James? From Mr. and Mrs. Johnson.
We, the owners of 12 Queen Edith's Way, strongly object to the proposals outlined in the planning application Ref 23/01790 FUL. Change of use to allow short-term letting of the space above the garage. Allowing the change of use will be contrary to the conditions of the Planning Permission granted 15th of March 2017, number 17/0076/FUL. Specifically, the development was permitted on a condition that the space above the garage shall not be occupied at any time other than for purposes ancillary to the residential use of the dwelling, known as 10 Queen Edith's Way, Cambridge, and shall not be separately used, occupied or let. That was so the amenity of the adjoining residential properties is protected. We and our neighbours in 8 Queen Edith's Way would like for the amenity of our residential properties to continue to be protected. It is also worth noting that the applicants who, since submitting the application in May 2023 for change of use, have sold 10 Queen Edith's Way, had previously breached the conditions of the planning permission granted to them in 2017 and used the space above the garage, which was completed as a studio flat with a fitted kitchen, as a letting space until a complaint was raised by our neighbours with the council. This, we believe, demonstrates there is no effective way of enforcing the planning conditions, in particular, where the applicants seemingly knowingly breached the conditions. Further, it is our view that granting permission for a change of use in the circumstances in question has potential to create precedents whereby a commercial use of ancillary accommodation is applied for post factum, seemingly making a mockery of the planning process. We therefore urge the committee to reject the planning application. Thank you.
Right, thanks, James. So, Councillor Davies, your ward councillor, you want to speak?
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking today as ward councillor, and when I became aware of this application, I went back to look at the original application, which has just been quoted. And it's very clear from paragraph 8.2 in the officer's report, from paragraph 4 of the decision notice, and from the agent's confirmation letter, that the ancillary use condition was clearly understood by officers, applicants, and neighbours. And I'm aware from conversations with neighbours that if there had been any indication that more lax usage terms would be agreed, there would have been more numerous and more forthright objections to the original application. It was because they were told it was ancillary use only that they decided to be good neighbours and let the thing go through. So officers now recommend the removal of the condition, and I would like to understand what, if anything, has changed since March 2017, which means that the change of use to short-term letting is now acceptable. At first sight, this appears to open a backdoor for any applicant to gain permission for ancillary use and then apply to have the condition removed. I think that's got significant policy implications. Is there a minimum time period which would apply to such a change? Could an applicant submit such an application even within the first year of an ancillary use approval? This approach risks making a mockery of the whole principle of ancillary use only conditions. I'd also like to record my concerns about how realistic conditions 3 and 5 relating to monitoring and enforcement of the type and duration of tenancies really are. My ward has seen a significant number of approval with ancillary use conditions, yet in my experience as ward councillor, A, these are frequently subsequently ignored, and B, it's extremely difficult to get enforcement action once a breach is reported. In conclusion, it does not seem reasonable to grant approval for ancillary use only and then change it to approval for short-term letting within 5 years of the original decision, and for no other reason than that the applicant wishes to discard the agreement which they previously signed up to.
Thank you, councillor, and thanks for waiting to address us. So that's it on speakers, so debate. So
Chair, can I clarify something? Yeah. Just in case I missed it, I think there's something on the amendment sheet. Did the officer refer to it in his intro?
Amendment sheet, John, have you missed something?
Sorry, give me a moment.
Wasn't quite clear if it's a condition or just an amendment to text, but I just wanted to check.
Let Toby clarify, he's up with it. Yeah, go on.
Chair, there is an additional condition recommended that's on the amendment sheet, which is an additional condition 6, which requires 2 lockable and covered cycle parking spaces to be provided in association with the visitor accommodation.
Right, thanks for that, Toby. So anything for John, questions? Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to see that I'm reading this properly. On the plan, there's a shower, there's a toilet on the ground floor. That is not anything to do with this application. Am I reading that right? And that the application is solely for the toilet and shower room above and the bedroom come living room?
The plans that I've included in the in my presentation are just to demonstrate the layout and size of the garage. They've already been built. They're not under consideration. It's purely the use of the room above the garage which is under consideration today.
Is that clear? Yep. So Councillor Thornborough.
So if it's, I am concerned, and I'm glad that this has been brought here for us to discuss, because we had an application this afternoon about a new garage with, and it was, one of the conditions was it was to have an ancillary use only. And, if we, I think it's really important, if we're going, like you often, Chair, you say don't have conditions if we don't need them. If we don't need to put on an ancillary use and then we shouldn't put that on. And if where it is put on for some reason, it has to be reasonable. So at the time, it must have been considered reasonable to say that this is for ancillary use. The other thing is that short-term letting, this may not be somebody coming for 3 months to stay here. This may be 90 people, 90 different visitors coming over a 3 months period. Or it may be somebody coming for a 3 months period and living in that small space. It would be very easy to put in a small kitchenette, and that would be like a flat for a 3 months period. And what is to say they may not just go away and come back for another 3 months? It's really, we have such a problem about dealing with unauthorised short-term letting in inappropriate accommodation. So I am concerned about this. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Thornborough. Get that addressed by John. And John, if you could just clarify, especially one of the points that Councillor Thornborough made, which was a 3 month period and then another 3 month period, and about how they might relate to one another chronologically in years. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I think I agree with Councillor Thornborough. So for me, I suppose I have to think, if this came forward today as it is, as in a new apartment, basically adding to the housing stock, whether it's short-term, long-term or whatever, would I agree or not? And I think I would have concerns, because I think I'm right in saying that probably the reason officers said it couldn't be a permanent residence is because it doesn't have any amenity space. So, yeah, that's right. But then I'm not sure making it a short-term let, that has the benefit that you don't need amenity space under our local plan, but then you've got the comings and goings, which we've raised repeatedly for the kind of short-term letting. So then you could have 90 people coming in, day out. You could have a variety of cars and bikes. So I suppose where I'm sitting at the moment is, yes, I appreciate it's already been built, but it was built as an ancillary use, as we do in loads and loads of applications. And I actually think Councillor Davies' point is quite compelling about if every time there's an ancillary use condition imposed, as Councillor Thornborough said, for a very good reason, and it's transparency as well, because neighbours and things may be happy for someone's kid to live in the garage, but not someone else. To me, I'm struggling to see how I would have approved this had it come forward for either short or term or permanent let. And that's kind of the grounds, I think, on which we have to discuss it, because it is basically saying we're going to build a house in this front area. The house has already been built, but in terms of the use, for me, I'm struggling to see how I could support it at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, and perhaps in addition to that, John, you could comment on whether the city needs more short-term accommodation, whether that's part of our policy. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to draw people's attention to the pictures of the interior, which show that there is not full height for much of the property, and whether it's suitable as any sort of accommodation at all is, I think, questionable. The second thing I'd like to know is there a current tenant at the moment, and are they short-term or long-term? Because it seems to me that this is already equipped in a way that to me screams short-term let. and Airbnb, because it could be any of 100 rooms that you see on Airbnb, down to the IKEA table.
Right, thanks, councillor. Right, so retrospective is never a good place to be, but we have to consider what we've got on the table. What's changed? Councillor Davies has said, yeah, I've got you, Councillor Bajan, okay. So perhaps you can make sure you address that, John. Access, so it's not accessible, is it, particularly? Up a staircase, I presume, at the side, I think that's the access, so not everyone can get into it. I don't know if that's of any interest to us, John. So it's got a car below it, potentially, so is it a fire risk? Is the space going to be a safe space to be in if the car caught fire, especially if it's an electric car? And is it an on-balance decision? Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Bajan, sorry.
Yeah, I can't help. I feel uncomfortable, Chair, and I'll tell you why I feel uncomfortable. Because we have approved over the last few years a number of these dwellings for ancillary use, a number of them. And there was one not so many weeks ago that we did, and there were others. And if we approve this, we're opening up the opportunity for people to do this same thing with other dwellings. Now, I really would like officers' advice. We're recommending approval. If we reject your advice, are we running against what is current planning policy by doing that? And if you're right, why have we always restricted these other things to ancillary use? So this isn't just a one-off. This is one of a potential torrent of change of uses from ancillary use to residential separate use. I find myself confused by this, and I don't really know what I want to do. I want to do the right thing.
Right, okay. We need to come to a decision soon. I need to go back to John soon. Lots of questions for him, but you can have your questions as well if you want, councillor. Is it a short one? Go on then, Councillor Carling.
I was just going to say, I think I'm dissenting a little bit from colleagues here, because on its own, I don't really see that this application is an issue. I can see the comments that are coming around the table about a precedent. By itself, I wouldn't have a problem with this. So really, I guess I'm wondering, are applications like the 2017 one here, are they having the ancillary use condition put on by default? Or is there actually a reason that that's being done more generally? Because if it's just being put on by default for no reason in some cases, perhaps we need to start looking at that.
Okay, thanks. So Councillor Pora, then we'll go back to John.
I just noticed in the pictures there is a microwave and an inbuilt oven. If you look in the middle picture on the visuals, now obviously the applicant could take that out, but again, to me, either it's suitable to live in and it has amenity space, or it's a short-term let, which means there's a lot of comings and goings. And I take Councillor Carling's point, but my understanding is we don't add the ancillary condition unless there's a really good reason, like the one we did at 30 Maids Causeway, because the point is our policies, particularly where there's development in, well, like this is frontland rather than backland, normally ask that it's subservient and ancillary. And to me, whoever did the decision in 2017 would have thought hard about that, I think. Because again, in effect, it's creating a new house, it's creating a new road, streetscape. You know, then if it was going to be a new residential dwelling, we would have assessed it as a new house rather than a garage conversion that was just for ancillary use. So, yeah, but I see the kitchen is in there at the moment. It could obviously come out, but it does demonstrate, I think, that yeah. I would prefer it to be a long-term let with amenity space and assessed as a new dwelling personally, because we could have a debate on that. Because I think short-term letting is just, I can understand why officers didn't go for long-term because of the amenity issue, but that's just saying someone's going to live in there for 90 days with nothing meeting space standards, sloped ceilings, and no amenity space. Or 90 people are going to live in there over 90 days.
Okay, John, back to you. Can you sum up those questions and comments, please?
I'll do what I can. Thank you, Chair. I think the issue that we're looking at here is really more one of procedure, and I appreciate that the councillors have to take a general view of this type of application. In my case, I was presented with this application at pre-app and later at this stage now as a fresh application with a fresh pair of eyes. Essentially, I looked at it purely from the view that, does this impact neighbouring amenity? I realise there may be some long-term implications of that kind of decision, but from my perspective, I couldn't justify a refusal because I couldn't see any harm to the neighbouring amenity. We can say that a short-term let might have an increased number of people arriving at the property, but as it stands at the moment, the garage room could be used by a member of the family who could come and go as they pleased, and the use would be intact. So it's not really a question of the property itself, because we've already gone over that it is built, it is there. Potentially it could be in use already by a family member. When it comes to the amenity issues, a single person coming to and from a property with its own drive, accessing a main road, I couldn't see the harm there. The wouldn't be an increase in sound. It's not as if there is an amenity area for the garage room to gather and have parties or drinks. So those arguments for why I didn't see the amenity still stand. What other questions were there? As for the standards of the space itself, a long-term let or effectively a permanent accommodation, it would not qualify as that because it's lower than the it does not meet the space standards, but those do not apply to short-term lets. That's just the way I've read the legislation. I think it's policy 77. So in that case, a short-term let is satisfied. I think that's everything. Chair, is there anything else you think I need to cover?
There was the question of 3 months, so 90 days. So I think the implication by what Councillor said was that one 3-month period could follow another 3-month period, but I believe that not to be the case.
That's secured by the condition, so it would be only 3 months in any 1 year period. So that the condition covers us there.
Thanks. Okay, John. Now, councillors, I think we've probably debated this one sufficiently, or is there anything else you want to ask a question of John about? Okay. Yeah, Councillor Pora, go ahead.
So I'm a bit confused now. I'd understood it was a maximum of 90-day stay, but then people could stay more than once, a bit like where we do for apart hotels. So are you saying that it's only 90 days per year? Is that correct?
90 days. 90 days per year per customer or per tenant.
Per customer. So could there be someone in there for the whole year, but it would just be 4 3-month periods? That's what I had understood. That's how we condition apart hotels, so we say they can't be permanent because they've only got a limited amenity space. Is that okay? So are we confident that that is absolutely secured and that can be enforced? Because again, it talks about, it talks about the manager of the site as if it's some kind of massive apartment block, but
let Toby or John clarify that. Can John or Toby, can you do that? I understood it's been 90 days in any calendar year. No? Okay. I've got... Yeah, go ahead.
I'll read the condition just so it's clear. So it's condition 3. The maximum cumulative stay in the garage room by any individual occupier shall be 90 days in any 12-month period. So it can be used throughout the year. There's a permanent change of use that's taking place for short-term letting. This condition is effectively precluding the kind of permanent use of this accommodation. On page 186, Councillor, if you can't find it. It's precluding permanent use of the unit by individuals. Can you see that, Councillor?
I can, but that is the same condition we use for apart hotels, and that just means that when the individual finishes, another individual can come in. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to clarify. So it's
Absolutely.
not 90 days per year, it is the whole year it can be occupied. Sorry, that's why.
It's the whole
I
year.
agree with you then.
It's the
I got
whole
confused
year.
the other way.
So
Yeah, it just would be three set.
I mean, I think the other thing I would say, because I've had quite a lot of involvement with short-term lets, and it's actually refreshing to have an application that's seeking to authorise the change of use, that John's actually kind of set out the assessment really objectively. Usually when we see these internally, we see quite a number, we resist them because they're in locations where the comings and goings in particular cause noise disturbance, then they're usually in locations where you've got a much tighter urban grain. I think in this particular case, it is an unusual one because it is a building out the front off a main road. There's plenty of car parking. Actually, those comings and goings and that additional harm over and above the ancillary use is not considered sufficiently harmful to refuse it. The other thing that I'd like to say is, there is a condition on the original permission that doesn't necessarily equate that you must therefore refuse any subsequent application that comes in for an alternative use. It just means that people have to apply and you've got to judge it on your own merits. So I would, if members don't like it, concentrate on the harm, because the harm is the argument that we will need to use to defend this rather than anything else.
Okay, Councillor Thornborough.
My understanding is that if you have a house, you can let a room up to 90 days as an Airbnb or short-term let. But after, and I think every rental, you're allowed to do that. So the difference is they're saying that rather than be restricted to only 90 days a year, they want for every day of the year they can have let this place. So that is I guess that's the difference between what they can do anyway and what they're asking for. The other thing I don't think's been answered is what Councillor Davies was asked with what has changed from 2017 when it was when it felt appropriate that this was ancillary use to now where it's appropriate to use it as a business.
Anyone want to answer that one? John.
Yeah. Well, I think it's difficult to say exactly what has changed in terms of the environment, or obviously nothing about the building has changed. But the previous application was explicitly for a extension to a garage. Permission for a change of use was not being applied for. It has now been applied for on this occasion. So one does not necessarily follow the other, that a refusal should come with it.
Councillors, I mean, we often have these long debates on these particular kind of items. I know they're difficult. There you go. But we are where we are. So can we have a recommendation now? Are you ready to go to the vote? Councillor Porra.
Same as a new application, so including the build, it as an HMO in effect, as in multiple lettings, I suppose, rather than multiple people, it wouldn't meet space standards, would it? So this is for me, I'm trying to consider that if this had come forward at the time, I'm trying to work out whether the ancillary condition is justified or not. And I'm thinking if it had come forward at the time, what would I have said in this committee? And I would have said it's not big enough, even to be let on a short-term basis, I think. So.
No, it's not.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry.
John. You speak.
Yeah. Well, I think we have established it's not big enough. It does not meet space standards. So usual letting or renting of this particular room would not be appropriate. But that's not really what's being argued here. We're talking about an entirely separate application for a short-term let. I realise that the history of the site is being pored over, but when it comes to my role as a planning officer, I have to justify a refusal, and for something like this, that comes down to amenity grounds rather than issues of how the application came to us.
So look, councillors, I mean, space standards don't apply in this instance to this kind of application. It's the same in a way to those sort of pods we put in the city for homeless people. They don't meet standards either, but for different reasons. So we have to consider this item on the policy, and all of that that apply to this item. Councillor Thornborough.
So basically, this is a one-bedroom apart hotel that they're asking for permission for. I think when it's a kind of purpose-built apart hotel, there is a management service. But I think even on those applications, there's been a requirement to notify. Is there a requirement to notify the council for who stays there for 90 days, or does it come under licensing? It's just, I think now is, protecting the individuals so that they don't just they're so desperate for accommodation here, they can, be living permanently in this sort of space.
Thank you, Councillor. Toby's going to answer that one, John.
Yeah, so you kind of look at the recommendations. So there's a condition 4 that talks about records of lengths of stays of guests for 24-month period, so we can pull down that information if need be. Yes, I mean, it's different to a kind of overtly commercial operation. Actually, given that it's within the kind of curtilage of a dwelling, you would hope that it would be managed appropriately, because the first people that are going to be impacted are the people that live in the 10 Queen Edith's Way, who are managing the letting. So I do think we need to come to a conclusion on this application.
I would like to do that. Yes, Councillor Bajent.
Chair, in the pictures, we see a single bed and a sofa. In the plans, we see a double bed, and I can't see any room for a sofa or a chair or anything like that. Surely, the right to require there to be enough space. I mean, this could be let to 2 people, because that's the indication. It's a double bed, 2 pillows. And, this just doesn't seem right. It's not a part hotel. It's...
Who else had their hand up? Was it Councillor Levine? Yeah, Councillor Levine.
Yeah, thank you. It just something's nibbling away at me here. It seems that a commitment is made when initial planning permission is given about the ancillary use, and slowly but surely little bits are being nibbled away until it just becomes a hotel room. Surely a commitment when planning permission is granted should be adhered to for a decent number of years before you start to overrule them.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So,
sorry, Chair, I've got to come in. So you've got to focus on the harm here. What is the harm? Officers have set out quite clearly that we don't think there is harm because of the position of this accommodation on the plot, off a main road, off the front of the house, with a main dwelling. There's no loss of the main dwelling, it's just a loss of this ancillary accommodation. So focus on the harm if you can. I don't think members should be treating it as if it is permanent residential accommodation. That is not what is being applied for. So things like space standards don't apply in this circumstance.
Thank you, Toby. Can I just add something to that?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Why was it refused to have just normal use in the beginning? Was it harm, or was that based on any particular reason? And can that not apply this time?
That's cool, Councillor. But do you want to?
Well, I'm just responding to Toby's comment.
I don't think it was refused. It was just more explicitly conditioned out as an alternative use, which means that one has to apply in the future if you wanted to use it for this type of use. And the purpose of the condition is to make it clear that one has to do that. The problem with short-term lettings that we've had is when a change of use actually occurs with these kind of Airbnb type uses, and it's not always abundantly clear when that is the case. So these conditions that we put on outbuildings like this help the authority maintain control in these circumstances to require a planning application to be made for this type of use. It doesn't mean that it's acceptable or unacceptable, it just means that there's a mechanism there for us to say, you need to apply.
Thank you, Toby. So we need to come to a conclusion on this, councillors. I've got two more councillors want to speak now, so Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm hoping what I'd like to say will ideally start bringing it towards a conclusion. We've spent a long time discussing the procedural things here, and I think Toby's just covered some of what I was going to say, but if we just put all that to one side and focus on the actual merits of this application, I can't see any planning reason that the applicant should not be able to use the upper floor of that building as a short-term rental. There's just nothing coming to mind. In terms of the comings and goings, there's a main road, there's ample space, as others have said. There's no grounds to refuse this. So I would be grateful if we could focus on that and move forward.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Yeah, I'm drawn to the same conclusion, Chair. It doesn't seem right, but it doesn't seem to be grounds to refuse. And I just think of all those applications that we've looked at before, which we put on, and nobody's argued, a limitation to domestic use within the household. And it just doesn't seem right that this is allowed to go to that purpose. I mean, oh no, I'm not going to talk about it.
Let's come to a decision. So we, councillors, as time's getting on, we still have another item, another officer waiting for that item, etc. If you're content to do that, councillors? Yes? Yes, Councillor Thornborough?
So can we add on accessibility? In the same way we talk about M42 for residents, there is M42 for non-residential buildings, and this is a non-residential building. So can we condition that it should be M42 non-residential access, which does set up a whole pile of things for non-residential buildings, but it's expected to meet that there's expectations to be met for an accessible non-residential building.
Well, can we check that's a reasonable condition, perhaps with officers first?
Okay, so sorry to come back to you, but where's your policy? Because we have a policy about residential M42. I don't know if we have a specific non-residential M4 policy.
Could we have a look at it, and if there is an appropriate policy, can we apply it? Because I can't see the accessibility policy and equality policy within our local plan.
I mean, I've said this before, Councillor, you're the Executive Councillor for Planning, you need to bring forward policy and then we use it in this committee. So we can go forward as you propose with a look at policy in retrospect to our decision here. But is that what you mean? No, you don't? Oh, I've misunderstood, I apologise.
No, I'm
right.
saying there may be something within our current policies that applied regarding general access to and equality issues on all buildings, whether they're a residential or not. If we have such a policy, then we could actually be specific about M42 for non-residential buildings. But I could go and spend half an hour and look for it, or maybe we could agree that if we could do it outside of the meeting.
Do you mean we need to adjourn, or are you asking for a deferral, or?
Councillor, I think I do understand what you're saying. I don't think there is a hook, but if members are minded to approve, the recommendation can be subject to us investigating further whether or not we can reasonably apply a condition that covers access provisions linking to building regs provision.
Okay, Councillor? Yep, okay. So any more councillors? Yes, Councillor Carling.
Just to very briefly clarify, I don't think I would be minded to agree with that if it then has to come back if there's a problem. I think if officers can look at that, great, but it does not need to come back either way. Just to make that 100% clear. Like if you find that there's not some way to do that, we don't need to see it again.
All right, thank you for that then. Good debate. So do you want to give us a recommendation then, please, Toby?
Yep, Chair. So the recommendations set out on page 186 of the report, that is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers with the addition of condition 6 in relation to cycle parking, and with delegated authority given to officers to investigate the appropriateness of an additional condition in relation to building regs and access under M42. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
3 support.
Against?
1 against.
Abstentions?
Yeah, two abstentions.
3, I think. 3 abstentions? Yeah, 3. Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you to the ward councillor. So we're on to the last item. If everyone's okay to go ahead, do you need a break or anything?
Chair, if I may, just draw your attention, if you're going to go past 6, you just need to vote to agree to.
Chair, just a reminder, I'm recused from this item, so I will leave now.
Adjourn if there are issues.
Councillors, are you content to have this last item? We've got just over a quarter of an hour before 6 o'clock, so are you okay to go past 6 if necessary?
I have to finish at 6:15, but I'm happy to go until then.
Okay, I'd like to finish at 6 ideally, if not before. Okay, so, hello Rachel, good afternoon. So we've got any speakers? Oh, we have one statement, okay. Right, if you'd like to present the item then please, Rachel.
So today I'm presenting the application at 4 Uphall Road. This proposal is for a single-storey rear extension and a change in use of an existing small HMO that accommodates 6 people to a large HMO which will accommodate 7 people. We've received 1 late representation. In this, they have just reiterated the concerns put forward in the Road and Nuttings Road, and the impact on the standard of living for occupants due to the reduction in a communal space and a small garden. So the key aspects to consider with this application, the proposal seeks to increase the occupancy of the existing HMO from 6 to 7 people. This is considered to be a marginal increase, and a condition will be recommended to limit the occupancy to 7 people. The proposed single-storey extension will provide the additional bedroom, and the proposed single-storey extension will not result in any adverse impacts on the residential amenity of the neighbouring properties. The internal changes include the loss of the existing living room as shared amenity space, and external changes include the alterations to fenestration. There are no highway safety concerns. The site at the moment does not provide on-site car parking, and no on-site car parking is proposed. Cycle storage is proposed to the front of the property, and the HMO exceeds all space standards as outlined in Policy 50. So here we have the location plan. So it's a semi-detached property located on the southeast corner of Uphall Road, and to the southeast here is the Cambridge Airport So there are no neighbouring properties to this side. Here on the site plan, you can see the proposed extension to the rear will be at the up to the boundary with number 2. We've got the existing bike store to the front, the proposed bike store to the front, and then bins to the front as well. So we have the existing and proposed front elevations, which just show a change in the windows on the front, and then the rear extension here on the back. On the side elevations here, again, you can see the single-storey extension. The single-storey extension will be 5 metres in length, the pitched roof, which will be 2.6 metres at the eaves and 3.5 metres at the ridge. The proposed single-storey extension is not considered to have an overbearing impact or significantly harmful loss of light to the adjoining property. So here we have the proposed ground floor layout. You can see that the room that is labelled as living room will then become a slight extension to the kitchen to provide additional counter space and storage, and then it will become an ensuite for the proposed bedroom and an ensuite for the additional, for the existing, bedroom at the front. This bedroom at the front here currently uses a bathroom upstairs, so by putting in an ensuite, it means that it will have access to its own bathroom rather than going upstairs. So I've put in some photos to show what the existing kind of use of the shared amenity space is like at the moment. So this room here with the table in the middle is the one that's labelled dining room on the existing plans and is labelled living room on the proposed plans. So this room will remain kind of as is. It's got a table big enough to seat 7 people around it, and it's got 2 armchairs in the corner alongside additional kind of storage. And then we have the kitchen as well. The kitchen meets the requirements for licensing for a large HMO in terms of all the appliances and everything that is required for them. And then we have this room here with the sofa in, and this living room will then become the 2 en-suites and a kind of an extension to the kitchen. And then on the first floor, the only change is the relocation of a wall to kind of balance out the size of the bedroom. So here we just have the internal space standards. All the bedrooms exceed the requirements for space standards, and so are capable, some quite significantly. So this is for a single occupier. And then just to address the points raised by the third-party representations, there was concern due to the residential amenity impact due to potential noise and disturbance caused by a reduction in the shared amenity space. The space proposed as living space is considered to be sufficient in size for shared amenity space. As well as this, all of the bedrooms exceed space standards, some quite significantly, which provides enough space for occupants to use as studying and will also reduce the reliance on the shared amenity space. When considering this and that the occupancy will only increase by 1 person, the proposal is not considered to have a significant impact on noise and disturbance in the area. Concerns have also been raised regarding the parking demand on Uphall Road and Nuttings Road. No on-site parking is currently provided due to the location of the site. The increase in 1 person is not considered to have a significant impact on the parking stress in the street scene. Furthermore, the site is considered to be in a sustainable location with good public transport links and active travel arrangements, which reduces the need for a car in this location. So to conclude, the proposal will increase in the supply and accommodation available in the area. The internal space exceeds space standards. There's no adverse impact on the residential amenity of neighbours, The increase in occupancy by one person will have a minimal impact on parking. There's no highway safety concerns, and the additional cycle parking is to the front. On the other side, we have that there is a reduction in the shared internal amenity space from the existing HMO. So overall, we will be recommending to approve this application.
Right, thank you, Rachel. So, statement, please. James, are you okay to do that? How long is it?
Unfortunately, very short.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
So statements from local residents. We have little to add to the comprehensive report to the Planning Committee on the proposed development submitted by Rachel Brightwell. We would just like to say that in our experience, there is very high demand for rooms to rent in Cambridge, with many applicants for each room that we advertise. Demand is particularly high for ensuite rooms. If approved, this development will add one ensuite room to the available housing and convert an existing room to an ensuite. We do have a concern about the requirement for green roofs on the bin and bike store. We visit the house every 2 weeks to perform cleaning and gardening. In the summer, we think the green roof will need watering more often than this to survive. In hot weather, we need to water our pots at home every 2 to 3 days, and we think a wildflower green roof will have a similar need. We are sure that our tenant will not be responsible for the watering. Making additional visits for watering will require us to make a round trip of over 9 miles, which will add to traffic and emissions. The bin and bike store will be located on existing water permeable gravel areas. Covering these with bin stores will not reduce biodiversity and will not increase surface water runoff. We ask the committee to consider whether, in this case, green roofs will provide a net environmental benefit. Unlike normal bin stores with a green roof cannot be opened from the top for easy placing rubbish in the bin. The bin must first be wheeled out of the store before opening. Our experience is that for tenants in HMO properties, ease of use of facilities is very important. We think this may make tenants less likely to empty kitchen bins and cause more accumulation of rubbish in the house. That was a statement by the applicants.
Thanks for clarifying that, James. Okay, good. Right. So one question from me is, it appears in the plans pack that the route to the new bedroom is through the kitchen. So that's one question from me. And are we concerned about that, or will building control be more interested in us and deal with that? Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, it's an inner room, and I was going to suggest we put on an informative that under part B, that inner bedroom needs to have a means of escape, a window or a door needs to be as a means of escape, just as an informative to deal with that.
Yeah, okay. Anything else? I think it's got a window, hasn't it, or something? It looks like it in the plan. 2 windows, actually. Councillor Pora.
Yeah, I mean, I note that the officer points out that similar could be erected under permitted development. I was a little concerned about the loss of the living room, but I think the officer confirmed that it is still compliant with all necessary environmental health regulations, which give me some reassurance. I noticed there was some concern there might be overspill in the gardens. I don't know if the officer just wanted to comment. For the bin stores, I mean, I have a sedum roof at home that I never water. So I think normally we used to have a condition that said green or sedum. So I think in principle I wouldn't object to it not being green, just being biodiverse in some way. Because my understanding is those don't need, Councillor Thornborough is nodding at me, I know she's expert on this. Yeah, so I do take their point about perhaps tenants not wanting to pull bins in and out, but I think green and sedum roofs are important. So I would support some amendment that would take account of the watering needs. I think that's a very valid point, to point out we don't want a dead green roof. So let's have a thriving sedum one if we can.
Right, any more? Nope. Recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 201 of the Officer Report Pack. That is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, together with an amendment to condition 6 as set out on the amendment sheet, and in additional informative in relation to
So that was inner bedroom, that last bit. Somebody got the hand up? What's going on?
The sedum roof, did you say that, sorry? To amend, well, if members support it, I'll be comfortable for it not to say green roof, for it to say a biodiversity roof that can be.
Happy to accept that, Chair.
Yep, thank you for that support. That was.
Was that a condition or informative?
It's condition 3.
Okay, right. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Chair, everyone is left.
5. 6, sorry, 6. So tired, okay. Good. Thank you very much. The item is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Rachel and other officers. It's been a long day, so thanks for all your work. And just before 6, so it could be worse.